up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Let's get right down to business. You must bring us a shrubbery. Oh my God, Monty Python. I don't know why that shit just pops into my head from time to time. I had that hit me a little bit ago, and I just started cracking up. Pretty funny shit, man. So let's see who we have in here. Now we may get, wouldn't hold my breath, but we might get visited by a globe-tard tonight. Okay. No, not Sean. He's never going to show up. Okay. So that's a whole nother thing. I'll tell you about that here in just a second, because he was given a second chance even by modern day debate. I would have interpreted his answer by modern day debate the first time to say that he didn't want to do it. When he was offered the chance to do it, if he picks himself a partner, and I was good with it too, and he said, no, I don't need a partner. So he was just looking for a way to get out of it. That's what he does. Big weeping vagina. Anyway, speaking of weeping vaginas, I was on Facebook and man, wow. Talk about scraping the bottom of the barrel. It seems like they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to these Globers now. It's really getting low in the ranks, man. Low in the ranks. It's kind of like they're at the end World War II when all the Germans had left was old men and little kids, you know? And yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, I have to say it's kind of like that. So what we had here tonight, this debate that we're going to review is, I think, kind of another example of that. Some of these guys over here on the Facebook, man, holy sheep shit, really low level. I mean, really low level when it comes right down to it. Really low level Globers. And there are so many of these flat earth pages on Facebook that are run and administrated by flat earth haters, globetards, man, complete globetards. They censor posts, everything, and it's funny as shit. So as soon as I catch wind of that, what a joke. What a fucking joke. I'm out of here. And they usually start censoring me when they can't stand up to my logic. They can't stand up to the science. They're used to going by their little script, but they're not used to somebody who's a little further along above their script. I could write your fucking script. Okay. So Away with you, demon. So anyway, I put the link out there to a couple of them. If they have the guts to come up, we'll take a look. There's username redacted. Good to see you, buddy. Let's give a shout out to everybody who I can see here in the chat. Let's see over here on, I got Twilight Nights and Chew Sis over on the Rumble chat. Got a few people over there watching. Over on the backup channel, I have Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. Twilight Nights is over there. Username redacted is over there as well. Prowling Queen. I like Prowlings. Those are awesome, man. And let's see here. Over in the main, let's see, who do I got? Earl Lee. I got Anson Howard. I got Barbara again. Got Greg Brayton. What's up, brother? Hope you're wearing your tinfoil hat tonight, because we're gonna be having some fun with this one. This is gonna be a good one, okay? Let's see, ZXL Master, good to see you, my friend. I promoted a channel today on my community page. This guy's he should have a hell of a lot more subscribers. He puts a lot of work into his. Let me just do something here real quick. We're gonna let me just do something real quick. So if you didn't see this already on my community page, right here, this, whoops, is it? I guess you can only look at it this big. So let's just present it real quick. Yeah. Okay, so on here, just above this one, where we get this all the time, right, folks? Prove the earth was flat. Well, the logical fallacy there is that is the burden of proof. Okay, it'd be like, prove that I can't turn into a chicken, right? It's the same fucking argument. So the burden of proof lies with the one making the claim. Flat earth is not a claim, it's an observation. Okay, so an example of claims: earth is spinning, or earth is a globe, or earth is a globe of a specific size and distance from another thing that we have specificity on, and all this other nonsense. Okay, but anyway, that wasn't the point of what I was getting ready to show you. Okay, so Kyle Adams, this is he's got a great channel. Been enjoying his content. This one here was on Einstein's failure regarding gravity. He's got several where he's actually kind of broke down some arguments that he's seen on some of these debate moderated channels. And, hey, good stuff. And I really would like to see more people get over there and subscribe to his page. You'll like his content. Trust me. I believe you will. So go over there for sure and give that a look. See, Kyle Adams. Let me put a link in the chat down here for people so they can see it as well, because I know you guys don't want to take a break from this riveting content to go over there right now. So save it to do on another time. But anyway, right? I'm just kidding with y'all. All right. So tonight we're going to take a look at a debate that just recently happened on Modern Day Debates. And it was between, let me get it queued up to where it just starts right about, God, that's hard. That's what she said. Okay. So this was between it was a 2-on-2. See, now that's what they wanted me and Sean to do, was a 2-on-2 debate. And I can understand that, because there's a lot of people, they're not very experienced at this or what have you, and usually helps it from turning into a shit show, which it could very easily. And so they asked for first-time debaters to go 2-on-2. I went ahead. I was cool with that. I'm along with Sean. I don't believe I need a partner. But if that's the requirement, I would do it. That's not a problem. In fact, I think it might switch it up, make it a little more interesting. What the hell, you know? So they teamed up Mercedes with Witsit, and I had never heard of these other guys, Mark Drysdale and Delcos. Now, I have put a link to the original content on Modern Day Debate in the description to this video. So anybody that wants to go over and look at it and not hear me stop and yammer on about some bullshit that you might not even care about, by all means, you know, check it out at your leisure. But that's what we're going to do tonight. And of course, if one of these Globers that we've talked to on Facebook here today wants to make their presence known, by all means, come on up. Let's get ready to rumble. So with no further ado, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up Modern Day Debate. And let's see. I'm going to share the screen right here. There we go. And it's go time. And
say that, you know, we.
and
Delcos on the globe side, Mercedes, and Witsit gets it on the flat side. The globe side has opted to go first. Gentlemen, you have 12 minutes total. The floor is all yours.
Well, thank you for having us again. This should be an interesting debate. So our side is going to be arguing for a globe. What basically 99% of science is built around is the Earth being a globe, not pizza-shaped, not hollow underneath. You know, it's what we see. It's what everything that
this thing about calling it a pizza shape, I hate that. Okay, these motherfuckers are always doing that. Oh, we don't have a pizza shape, or your pizza Earth. And it's like, you stupid son of a bitch. That's not what we're even saying, you know. And in fact, your thing about going off the edge, okay, do you realize that seeing a ship go over the curve is just as stupid as seeing a ship go over the edge? I mean, holy cow, man. Learn perspective, for Christ's sake.
that we do in our reality, all based on. So when we send satellites up, all the mathematics that we use is based on a globe. When we send a space probe out to Mars, we've already been to the sun now with a space probe. All the mathematics that we use are all based on a Earth that is rotating as a globe, that is going around the sun while going around the berry point of between the sun and the Earth. Everything that we do points to a globe. Even on the globe, we have tides. We have tidal pulls from the moon. I've heard Witsit say that, you know, we can't be sure that the moon has this gravitational pull, that gravity doesn't exist, and yet we see tides. We do see the effect of the moon on our water system, on the oceans.
That's an assumption. Okay, that's an absolute assumption. Okay, that'd be like me. Oh, you know, every time I roast a turkey, I notice that there's a light on my oven, right? So that must mean that that light is what cooks the turkey. Is it? Does that what it means? No, not a bit. It's a stupid analogy. It's the same type of logic that goes on with, you know, because if you're seeing a pull on both sides and so what's causing it? Oh, that one's from the sun. Shut up, man. That is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. So what you have to do is you have to really take the logic into it and these correlations that they say, well, we look up into the sky and we see round planets. And so that means that we must be on a round planet. You know, good thing a bird didn't fly in front of your fucking telescope or you would have thought you was a bird. Holy crap, man. I don't understand how they correlate these things.
Also, we have a slight problem that when we're at the poles, we know that things weigh differently at the poles than they do at the equator. You got about a 1% difference. So when we measure gold, that's why we don't measure it on electronic scales. We compare it to a known mass, and that's how we weigh gold. And that's obviously centrifugal force at the equator. So we also have that to tell us that it's spinning. I've heard Witsit say that we can't look to the stars and assume that everything's a sphere. We can't say that the sun's a sphere. We can't tell how far away the sun is. Like, I actually listened to some of his debates over the last couple of days. Very interested, very well read, educated person. I do respect what he's saying, but I would say that everything that we see on Earth, I can't think of one thing that he was saying that I would stop myself and say, okay, makes sense. That in that one sense, I understand how it's flat. Even when he talks about gases not being affected by gravity, and that all his electrical levitation and all this type of stuff, I just find that we have to make up a lot of science to cover this stuff that doesn't exist. I also find that there would have to be just millions, literally millions of people lying about what their day job is, all the way from the people that put the satellites up. The International Space Station would have to be a lie. Sending probes out to the sun we've been all the way to Pluto and past now, would all have to be a lie. The moon landing would have to be a lie. Just
You think the moon landing would have to be a lie? Never once does it ever enter these people's heads, man, what these guys would have been dealing with, given what they're telling us everything is, right? So these guys are in suits, bebopping around in an environment that we're told on the moon is negative 10 to the 11 torr. Woo-hoo, or 10 to the negative 11 torr, okay? It's insane, right? Right now, what you're in is in 760 torr, give or take. That's what 14.7 psi comes out to be, 760 torr, right? And these guys are in that environment in a cloth fucking suit, right? And they're able to move and flex around and bounce and do all this other shit. No. And fabric is not going to be a suitable material to withstand that kind of freaking pressure differential. That's just the most retarded thing ever. It's just, wow.
Just everything would have to be a lie. And I'm not sure where the advantage of this stuff being a lie, because it really would have to be a lie, because everything that we do as far as orbital mechanics goes would be all thrown out the window. So everything that we're doing in the world, as far as anything escaping Earth, would have to be a lie.
This is how easy it is, right? This is how easy it is. They don't like everybody's in the know and they're lying. Okay, that's not how this works. All right. So even at this day, we are in schools are teaching children that, on November 22nd, 1963, a lone gunman in a school book warehouse shot the president of the United States. Well, everybody with a brain knows that that's not fucking true, right? But they still teach it. They still teach it, right? And so you ask the teacher, where did you learn that from? Well, I learned that in school. Where'd the guy that taught you from that school learned it? Well, he learned it in school. Okay. This is how all you have to do. It doesn't have to be everybody in on it. Okay. But when you get to the top echelons of this control system, fuck yes, man. It's not that hard to do. Simulations. You got, oh, my uncle worked at NASA. Well, so what? Was your uncle a fucking astronaut? No. What did he do? Well, he made this bolt that held the fucking lander foot on, or some other dumb shit like that. Are you telling me he didn't make a bolt? No, he made a bolt. I'm telling you that fucking thing didn't go to the moon. That's what I'm telling you. Okay? This is bullshit. So these guys sit there behind all these monitors and these computers and everything, and then they're all the data that's coming into them is coming in on the same monitors that they did countless numbers of simulations on. The only difference in this instance is that they're told this is not a simulation. Okay, this is the real deal. And so they're watching it and it's doing the thing and they're getting everything that they need and all this other. And this guy over here is getting his data and this other. And there we got touchdown. Yay, Gallagher has landed. Ooh, and everybody stands up and hugs each other. Does that mean that it really fucking happened? No, but it's enough for people who are programmed by a little glowing box on the wall to go, oh my God, I saw it happen. No, you saw a bunch of people stand up and cheer. Okay. Wow.
There is no secondary mathematics that could come in and say, okay, well, these mathematics would work alongside of what we know right now. So we'll just use this model and it could go either way. It's not an either way proposition here. It would have to be one or the other. Our mathematics work. And again, we pay millions of people yearly to do this job. And I guarantee you, they're not just sitting at home on their couches, coming up with all these lies and all this staging. It makes for a really interesting talking point. I just don't see where there's any reality in it. But I'm really looking forward to tonight. I hope it's fun. I hope it's respectful. I've heard many flat Earth debates go very sideways quickly. So I look forward to hearing what Mercedes and I look forward to hearing what they have to say. And I'll let my partner take over now and see what he has to say. I am sitting in a car. I will be heading home. I should be home in about 15, 20 minutes here. And then my picture will be a lot more stable and hopefully better lighting.
You're muted, mister.
Oh, thanks, man. Whoops.
It's okay.
I said
Everyone was trying to get your attention. I
was over here in this other fucking thing and I just now seen it. God bless it. And I forgot
I figure you have so many things going on. You just need someone to
I was
tell you.
talking about this crackhead looking kid. I mean, I don't mean to use that, but look at this behemoth of a fucking arm he's using for his microphone. He's got some shit taped on there. I don't know what he's like in a supply lab or a supply closet or something. I don't know what he's got going on there. It's like he's just,
maybe he's in the fake space supply room.
It does look like the space station, kind of,
but that does look like duct tape on his microphone there.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
I like people that use duct tape geniusly.
Yeah, we fixed it, Renee. It's a damn. Oh, look at this fucking. Here comes goddamn trouble coming up right now. I can tell you that right now. I see him down here. Look at this jackass. What did he do?
Oh my goodness, he's crying.
No, speaking of jackasses, why is your fucking audio muted like every time after you play a clip? What are you doing? Are you like switching a button when you go to play that?
Yeah, listen, I was really having a fucking issue over here, and it wasn't so much that, it's the fact that I kept having to mute my microphone because the dogs, all 5 of them just came in, right? And each one of them had to go over there and drink out of the bowl like they've never had water
I've heard
before,
them do it.
one at a time. And it was just like getting so annoying. And finally, they've all quit.
So I have a tutorial that I made for gentlemen like yourself with audio issues, so that none of this will ever happen again. So I'll send you the video later.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what, it really helped was if I didn't have to keep putting it on mute all the time. And while I'm smoking weed, too. So that doesn't help.
Yeah, well, I don't know what that has to do with the audio.
I don't give a fuck, man. I heard what I had to say.
You
The
were
thing
muted
is,
for like
the
5
dogs
minutes.
the dogs need a drink. I mean, you can't deprive them of water, but yeah, I don't care if I hear them drink. It doesn't bother me any.
Oh, it really takes me off because I sit here thinking, holy shit, how long are you gonna drink water for? And it's like glop, 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 glop. And I'm like,
Until they're done.
yeah, man. Did you happen to watch this debate at all, Brian?
I actually listened to probably like 75% of it, actually, most of it.
Yeah, it was like I think I got called away for something, and I never did see why Delco ended up leaving, and left Mark there by himself.
I don't know. I actually fell asleep, so the part I didn't see was the end.
Yeah, I was just saying this guy, he's got like I don't know, man. With the duct tape and shit. I'm not picking on him or nothing. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell he's got going on with that microphone setup and shit. I mean,
I think that guy's a fucking nerd, dude.
Oh, I know. Yeah, well, most of his opener and everything was all like, I love it. This is twice now that I've really picked it out as being like the majority of their opening is some kind of a weird psychological evaluation of a flat earther, like it's some kind of a mental disorder or some shit, right? It's like, you're accusing me of a mental disorder. Meanwhile, you went and got jabbed with poison for a fucking donut. Okay. Come on.
Anybody debating for the globe is 6 boosters deep, guaranteed.
You know what really bothers me about that? Why are people taking care of medical stuff in such a nasty environment as a parking lot? I mean, you can get sick in a hospital getting taken care of and everything from the germs. And that's supposed to be a more sterile environment. And people are out here in these parking lots going, let me line up here so I can get my medical taken care of.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too, is they've got people all really into this whole idea of you got to have health insurance. You got to be able to have a doctor. You have to have this. You have to have that. And it's like, no, I don't. No, I don't have to have.
No, you don't. And actually, if you don't have health insurance and something happens to you, you can still go get fucking medical help. They're not going to turn you away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Seriously.
They should just have those.
And then you can just fucking eventually walk away from the bills and say, fuck you, I'm not paying it. Nothing's going to happen.
Nope.
Just like nothing happened the years I never filed for taxes. Nothing happened all the times I skipped jury duty. Never once went, even though they called me many times. Nothing happens.
I'll have to tell you how I got out of jury duty one time on another
Does
show.
it involve putting a dress on?
No. But it blew everybody's mind just as equally because I went completely against political correctness. Okay. So not that I am or anything. But they said, and I didn't want to serve on the jury. I was working as a welder at the time, and I was making good money, and I think it was like $4 a day or some shit like that they give you for jury duty. So they had us all in there and they said, is there anybody here that feels that they would not be able to serve on this jury? And so I raised my hand and I said, I'm gonna nail them right where their political correctness shit hurts. And he says, what reason do you have? And I said, I can't serve on a jury because I'm racist. and he said, what?
I like it.
I said, I can't serve on your jury because I'm racist. And he goes, you can't be racist. I said, why not?
You can't be racist, he says.
And I said, why not? And he just dismissed me, right? I'm not, and I'm just saying that it worked. It was like, okay, so here's your thing. What are you going to do? You're going to put an openly racist man on a jury? That's going to fuck you. That ain't going to work. So come on, dude.
Hey, look, Dave, everybody can see I really don't live in a cave now. I guess I'm exposed.
Oh, you are?
I exposed myself. It's just a screen, Dave. I don't really live in a cave.
Oh my God. So those who was it had that breakdown of your background?
Recall Vector. You're looking at my background and like putting squares around things, and it's like a known fake background, dude. Like, what are you doing?
I know, right?
Are you showing pixelation on my low resolution background? Fantastic, man.
See,
Good
this
job.
shows that he's really not there. Yeah, we kind of figured that out when he,
That guy's been putting out fake Mandela effect videos for years, trying to muddy the waters. Fuck that guy. You like that? You like that language, Dave? That's how I feel. Fuck that.
I do. I like it. I use that often. It's a very often used but appropriate expletive, and for various situations, it can be used as a noun, a verb. You can
Putting out intentionally fake quote unquote truth videos. Yeah, fuck that guy, right? Anybody that falls under that category.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the people that are muddying up the waters, I say the same thing about like McToon and Fight the Fat Ass. And
yeah, but those guys those guys claim to be globies though. Like, imagine these people claiming to be flat earthers and they just continually put out that's what this Recall Vector guy does. He just continually puts out what is every Mandela effect he's put out almost. I've completely disagreed with it, right? Especially all his like spelling changes and name changes and brand changes. And like he doesn't go by a majority of anything. Like, he's the only one or very few that have any memory of it like that. And then he has like nothing for it's like these people look for a typo and try and back engineer a Mandela effect off it and call it a Mandela effect and put out a video.
I just ran across another Facebook page, a flat earth page that's actually run by a globe troll. And doing that exact same fucking thing right there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, yeah. He is censoring shit when somebody'd ask one of their scripted questions and I'd answer it. And then they'd, you can't post for 24 hours and shit like that. And I didn't even say nothing. I didn't say nothing mean or anything. I just explained it out. And they didn't like it because anybody reading it's going to see that I showed that your argument was retarded.
Dave, not to sound like egotistical or nothing, but I'm a fucking cool guy. You're a fucking cool guy. Like, how many of these Globe channels do you think are actually cool guys? They're all fucking pencil neck geeks, dude.
They are, I know.
They're not cool to hang out with.
I don't think they would be fun to hang around. No, not at all.
Not at all, dude.
No, I don't like
fucking
them.
Geek Squad.
They're also saying people in Hollywood are making fun of the Globies.
What do you mean?
I know. I just seen a little as I was scrolling through videos. I just seen it as a headline that people in Hollywood were making fun of people that believed in the globe. I didn't click on it though. Maybe I should have, but I was busy trying to catch up on some other information.
You got to be real careful when you start getting your pop icons that were placed there for you and they start doing stuff. What they're doing is they're trying to guide and steer the opposition.
I know all that crap.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why I have a one-track mind once I get on something, and I was researching my Cobb stuff, and
there has been
switch gears.
There has been some coming out saying some shit, like Cat Williams recently and said some stuff. There's been a few So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm
All
just-
I know is
I found it interesting. It just stuck in my head.
we have to be really careful because that's how they steer and influence us, is through their
yeah.
influencers, right? And it's
Yeah.
like, and I get this all the time. Oh, prove to me that the earth is flat. And I says, no, I'm not going to prove that to you. You have to prove that to you. Okay. You have to prove that to you. I don't give a fuck what you actually believe. Okay. I'm going to lay the information out there. You hit with an argument to it, and I'll go ahead and refute it. That's not a difficult thing. But as far as, well, I'm not convinced. Okay, well, that's good for you. I don't care. Hi, Greg. How you doing?
Hey, dude, I wanted to chime in real quick because Brian's on here. I love Brian. I like to rib you guys too. Out of all the conspiracy theories or these alternate theories, I wish I never learned about the Mandela effect.
Uh-oh.
Because it puts
Why?
it puts the onus on me, and it makes me doubt, like, oh, am I stupid? Did I really not remember that correctly?
But you're gonna come to realize, and you're gonna stop doubting yourself real soon, dude.
That's hard for me.
No,
And
you're
that's why
gonna
it's like,
stop doubting
I
yourself
hate
real
this.
soon. You should doubt this fake fucking reality with all these lies in it and all the fake history and cosmology and everything else they gave us. They
Yeah.
lied to us about physical matter and time as well.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I just wanted to say that to you guys because it's been bugging the shit out of me. I told my friend, who I've been friends with for many, many years, decades, and I asked him some of these questions. I put it in the chat. I was like, I quoted some of you guys' proofs, like passages in the Bible and stuff like that. And then he came up, he was like, well, how'd you do that? And it freaked him out. And he was just like,
Stay on them, man.
What
Be
happened?
like, I didn't do anything. Check any Bible you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was pretty creepy and fun at the same time. But like,
So you see how you did that, and you had like this high success rate. I don't want to say 100%. I wasn't there, and I don't know how you presented it, but you had a high success rate by doing that.
yes.
That's because this is definitely real. You're not losing.
Yeah. Yes. But somehow in my mind, I'm like, this can't be real. Like,
No, it's happening, dude. The Earth's flat and reality's fluid.
Yeah, man.
Welcome to the team.
Thanks.
Yeah, man.
That's all I wanted to say. I'll talk to you guys later.
Cool.
And
I'll hit
because
you with 9/11 later, then really melt your mind.
that's the next step.
Oh yeah,
Because,
you don't even
because
know.
Barbara is making spaghetti, I'm going to go to Noodles and Company and get some spaghetti.
Well, there you go.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, Greg. Thanks for coming up, brother.
That's
pretty
fucking
good.
funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Just like you said, turning point year, whatever, however you turn it, tipping point. I mean, Mandela effect too, man. Everybody's talking.
yeah, it's amazing how many people are like coming to truths, and even you're seeing it in the everyday population, because I see all the time.
People definitely know what flat Earth is now.
Oh yeah, and not just that, posting out some of the baby truther shit, that they're just now coming aware of, and I'm like, oh, it's beginning. Here's somebody taking their first steps. Awesome, and I'll like help guide them along. I'll help guide them along, but I see people want to ridicule them, say, oh yeah, that's flat Earth 101. Don't discourage them, man. They're on their own journey, and every journey begins with a single step forward, man. Let them take that first step, because that first step leads to a second step, and then they stop walking and they start running, baby. That's what you got. I encourage that. And that's why I say, I can't convince you that the earth is flat. I can't convince you that reality is fluid. I can show you, and then you can come to the realization yourself. That's what we do, man.
How about the guy last night was telling us the story that he's got a friend his friend knows that I'll be careful on your channel. His friend knows that the last 4 years is complete nonsense, like as in zero, right? He knows that even the thing in Connecticut in 2012,
Yeah.
with the father that's not too upset. He knows that that's not real, but he still thinks we went to the moon. Like, what type of ass backward shit is that? I mean, I do make the mistake of thinking not everybody, but many of us take a very similar journey,
Mm-hmm.
I think most people I know either started with like 9/11 or JFK, you know what I mean? Like one of the big guns, like I did, 9/11, and then there was Apollo right there. It's just so weird to me that you could get to a far enough point to put down the emotional attachment on what they said about Connecticut, but
Right.
you can't let go of the fucking moon landing. That shows you how deep this fucking moon propaganda is on people, the damage it's done.
It is. And it starts off early too. I mean, if you just look through mobiles and shit like that for babies, a lot of the cartoons that they have them watching, and how many of them are revolving around this kind of an idea of a planet and space. And
it's the most popular mobile by far is the solar system. It's not even close. What would even be a close second,
Right. And so you're indoctrinated with that. I mean, you're going to sleep in those formative years looking up at this thing, and later on you're shown that same thing and told this is out in space, and you go, oh wow, my mobile was real and shit, and then you get to be about 40 something years old and somebody comes and takes your fucking ball away and you're like, no, I need my ball.
My
Too
children.
many people. Sorry, Jamie.
I was just going to say, my children, they must have thought fish lived above them because that little fish mobile for them. But
maybe
also,
they do.
I had all their stuffed animals hanging on hooks. I took buttons. People gave them so many stuffed animals, I had no place to put them. So I put T-hooks all over the ceiling in their room and just sewed a button through the little top of them and hung them all over above their heads.
Maybe.
But I never thought about how a child might think on that. You know what I mean? When they saw it when they were little.
Well, think about this. If it is waters above, maybe it is fish up there. Who knows, man?
Well, it can rain. It can rain fish if, in certain situations, whenever the water causes the water spouts out there in the ocean, it sucks up fish too.
Yeah,
we had that happen. Back down.
We had that happen with the tornado that went through the lake right up near my house in Michigan. When I was a kid, there was fish on people's roofs and everything, man. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Well, let me get back to this debate here. I've just barely started it. Oh, look, they're going to give me that fucking circle.
All right. So I'm going to approach this from I'm more interested in to see why. I think flat Earth is an interesting concept. How much time do I have? Justin. Okay. So I think flat Earth is an interesting concept and like a conspiracy overall because it doesn't really deal with death or losing anything. A lot of conspiracies, including like vaccine, any conspiracy you can think of really, is built around losing someone, death, around avoiding something, or generally putting yourself somewhere that you want to avoid. I think flat Earth is interesting because it's one of the only ones that I found as writing a paper on it. To where the reason to be a flat earther isn't to avoid loss in the sense of losing somebody or to avoid death. It comes off more as a need for either, I don't want to say validation, but something to where you feel inferior and want to be the expert that you actually couldn't be. And so throughout this debate, I specialize in emergent properties and complex networks. Specifically consciousness and theory of mind understanding, things like that. I've been focusing on LLMs a lot recently, but I'm going to approach this. I just think it's going to be an interesting look into FLIRFs, and I have some fun questions. And for the record, I do have this. Can I screen share really quick? Okay, how do I do that? Share screen. Please don't share something that's not good. Is this the right one? Yes? Yes. Okay. Go. All right. Does this look like it's good?
I don't see anything yet.
So I remember with the previous debate saying that nobody has taken more flights than he has. I have to correct you because I fly a lot. I flew a lot a few years ago because I was doing a lot of work in Tennessee with industrial equipment. So I have quite a few flights. I just go on Priceline and find the cheapest one. But we can, we've done quite a bit more than 7. We can keep scrolling. I'll stop scrolling. But there's the end. We can understand. But I can assure you that from the plane, the Earth does not look flat. And we have this fun thing I mentioned last time I was in a debate. Hopefully it's muted. This is.
Well, wait, didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say that you can't even see curvature from where, what's his nuts went to? Baumgartner? You know, with the Red Bull jump, he said, "You can't see the curve. He was only 2 millimeters off this beach ball." Fucking K equals FC.
Well, he doesn't look very old, so how is he able to fly more than anyone else?
Yeah, I know.
Whenever he's not a pilot and he's not very old, so yeah, never mind. He's an idiot.
The guy with the taped up mic has some creepy vibes going on. Says one more quarter. Yeah.
It's an SSTV that you can do, well, you can't do anymore, but you could find on YouTube. You can go on, they're like 10, 15 years ago. No, it's not playing yet. It's black. It's purposely black. So this is received through sound only, through a ham radio, transmitted from the ISS. And you can get there. Sometimes they transmit pictures of Earth. Some things they transmit like their ID badge just for fun, stuff. But you can find videos all around YouTube of them transmitting these pictures live. Because you just be some guy with a ham radio. You could do it on I think a Baofeng I was going to use, and you just have an extended antenna. It's not like it's not restricted. There's no special equipment. But
Hold on a second. You're telling me that a guy's sending a fucking radio signal to the ISS and coming back with a third person perspective from the radio? What the fuck is it, bouncing off of some shit out in space? This guy is full of.
Isn't the ham radio much older than the so-called whatever they are, space aliens?
Yeah. Or what? That space aliens. What are you talking
Well,
about?
I mean, these satellites. Look at that thing. There's no way it can fly. Have you ever noticed helicopters have propellers? Airplanes have propellers? Do these things have propellers?
They're saying that this image came back.
Of course they can't fly. It's as much of a cartoon as all the chicks Dave hits on.
Well, I'm just pointing out that he's saying the ham radios, these things are way newer than a ham radio.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to what he said. He said that this was actually let's see. He said that the ham radio was sending up a signal and getting this back. This is the picture that was formed from the signal that he sent. Let me back it up. Hold on. Let me just back it up a little bit here. All right. So let's see right there.
Sometimes they transmit pictures of Earth. Some things they transmit like scrolling. But there's the end. We can understand. But I can assure you that from the plane, the Earth does not look flat.
From the plane.
And we have this fun thing I mentioned last time I was in a debate. Hopefully it's muted. This is an SSTV that you can do, well, you can't do anymore, but you could find on YouTube. You can go on, they're like 10, 15 years ago. No, it's not playing yet. It's black. It's purposely black. So this is received through sound only, through a ham radio, transmitted from.
Received from sound only from a ham radio, giving you a third person perspective from space. Okay.
The ISS. And you can get there. Sometimes they transmit pictures of Earth. Some things they transmit like their ID badge just for fun, stuff. But you can find videos all around YouTube of them transmitting these pictures live. Because you just be some guy with a ham radio. You could do it on I think a Baofeng I was going to use, and you just have an extended antenna. It's not like it's, it's not restricted. There's no special equipment. But I thought this was interesting just because this is one that I found. I have them on a.
How does he even know that the thing is coming from? Holy shit.
I'll be back in a few. I'm going to come in on my computer.
All right, man. Anson Howard, how you doing tonight, brother? How'd they get that goddamn picture? Are you froze up, bro? I think Anson's froze.
Oh, no, he might be. I know he's muted.
He's froze. Nobody can sit that fucking still.
He's not breathing.
Anyway.
It's a space alien.
This is the kind of dumb shit. I've been dealing with this today on Facebook, man. These people, this is the kind of bullshit that they give you.
Yeah, that old camcorder, but I have to grab that. But that's all. How do I stop sharing? Stop sharing. Okay, cool. So that's really all I have. I'm going to try and, because I know everybody's seen the flat Earth debates. Oh, it's level or whatever. But I think it'd be interesting to look more into why and how they think. And that's the end of my presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Delco. So for anyone who's just joining us, tonight's debate, flat versus globe, it's everyone's favorite good time. It's Flat's turn to give us their opening statements. But just before I give the floor over to them, I want to remind everyone to go ahead.
How old do you think that kid is, man?
I'd say he looks to be maybe his 20s. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I reckon like pretty young, man. Probably like 21.
Yeah, maybe
He's
that
good.
old.
He's maybe like 23 or something.
I think early 20s.
Looks like a kid to me, man.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Wow.
But
Hit that like.
What?
I was gonna say, but yeah, he lacks some knowledge there in his comments.
Yeah, I mean, what did he do? He says, "Oh, look at this. Somebody received this in the form of a picture through a ham radio. So what?"
Well, if you look at the satellites that they keep showing us, and then you actually look at the cell towers, there is some resemblance in slightly different shapes, depending on, the style of them.
Holy
And
shit.
I just think they turn them like on their side or something, and then make these ridiculous claims that they're out there in space with a different background.
I think it's Legos. What's going on, Anson? We lost you there for a minute. You was froze up, man. I was like, yeah, he's got to be froze up. Nobody can be sitting that still. Nobody.
I'm good, man. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny how he's like, yeah, and the ham radio, and they took sound and made his image, and then he was oh yeah, and they just send back stuff like. It's the way they word it. It's like so complacent and unscientific, and it's just like, oh yeah, NASA give us stuff. And it's
Yeah,
like,
man.
what you haven't, and the way he gives his argument, it's just like this constant erring and ahhing. He's not actually making many like succinct points. It's like, it's just dreadful, man. Anyway.
Yeah, I want some of that stuff too.
Somebody said he didn't drink the Kool-Aid, he smoked it. But anyway.
Hit that subscribe, and you can start getting those super chats in whenever you're ready. We will be getting to those super chats in about an hour and 15 minutes from now. So, Flat Side, the floor is all yours.
Alrighty, so I will go ahead and take it. There were a lot of questions. I wanted to address a few things that Mark said. He mentioned that millions of people would basically have to be lying.
God damn it. Come on.
In order for such a huge scheme to be pulled off. And I would argue that that's actually not true. Our government has obviously committed a lot of conspiracies, as we were talking about with Devin. There's obviously a lot of conspiracies out there. And there's a lot of conspiracies that our own government has released to be true that they were hiding from us for years. And it was just people at the top that knew. It wasn't all the soldiers and all the marksmen. Like everything on this earth works a lot like how a pyramid scheme does. And a lot of the bottom people are not going to be told what the people at the top are doing. So it does not have to be millions of people in NASA. And I can tell you from experience that a lot of the people in NASA are actually independent contractors, and they're given specific jobs and tasks and specific levels of confidentiality of where you get to know this much information, that much information, or this much information. So it's just the people at the top that really have to know what exactly is going on as far as who's lying about the shape of the earth. It does not have to be the person sitting there trying to design, like a helium balloon for NASA, because they admit that they still do those and attach it to satelloons, which are satellites. So yeah, there's a lot there that we can get into in more detail, but also on the mathematics side too, that you mentioned, the mathematics that we've been using. The mathematics we've been using are based on things like a compass or a horizontal plane. For thousands of years, everybody knew that the earth was flat. So the mathematics there were for a flat earth, not for curvature. That is a newer math, and it's a theoretical math. And they also use gravity within their theoretical math And gravity itself is a theory too. It's never been stated that it's a law. It's always been a theory because it's made of 90% of that dark energy.
Oh, there went her fucking
Oh,
microphone.
Mercedes, we lost your mic there somewhere. Mercedes, can you hear us? Oh dear. Mercedes?
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley.
Here's a
from
word
Sandy Hook.
from some fucking bozo that nobody cares about. We're gonna get that circle of despair.
She can't hear us, and we can't hear her.
Mercedes, your
So-
audio cut out. If you can't hear us, I don't know.
Her headset probably disconnected, and she has no
G
idea.
actually could mean just zero. And in a lot of NASA documents, if you go look,
Can you hear me,
G
Mercedes?
does equal zero, which is quite interesting. When I looked into gyroscopes for the first time, I went to NASA documents. That was the first place I looked. And one of the interesting things to me was that they had gravity equaling zero in almost every single equation that they had. So it meant that it didn't even equate to anything. It wasn't actually being used as a real thing. It was just a placeholder. So when Devin was asking, do flat earthers just like feel inferior? Is this where this comes from? No, a lot of us were huge into science fiction. I myself was really big. I actually talked about it on this channel last time. I was really big into sci-fi. I was huge into Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, Babylon.
Oh shit! Every one of these that she lists too, I was into. I did. I loved those shows, man. Star Trek: Next Generation. Huge Stargate fan. I was a huge Stargate fan. Still am. I love those shows, man. Does it mean I entertain all of it as reality? Absolutely not. One of the things I think that is really interesting about science fiction, especially when it comes to dealing with space, you notice these ships always have nautical names. The ranks of the crew are all naval ranks, and I'm like, ooh, waters above, right? So we see a lot of correlation, a lot of similarities there. And I think that's kind of interesting. But, I've been into them too. But then when you realize that, okay, this is just a story, okay, and they take it even further. And so it's kind of harder for a lot of us because we know that a lot of Roddenberry's ideas for Star Trek came from actual theoretical physics and things like that. And some of the things from Star Trek have actually come to pass. But they mix in other shit like where they have, graviton generators and bullshit like that. Well, no, they don't really. What's a graviton? Dark matter capsules and, other such nonsense. Show me unless you go to 7-Eleven or Walmart, that's the only place you're going to find Lucky Haskins specially formulated dark matter from Uranus. So keep that in mind, everybody. But yeah, was you guys sci-fi freaks too?
I was really, and I love Stargate the movie. I never watched the series, but I was crazy into Star Wars, and I really liked Star Trek, the original series, and the first 5 movies. I wasn't into the Next Generation, and Back to the Future was some of my favorite movies. Terminator 1 and 2. Yeah, I was pretty into not all sci-fi, but the big ones like that, definitely.
What was that silly shit my wife and I watched the other day? Cowboys versus Aliens. Have you seen this?
No. Oh, well, have you seen it? Why don't you Google it and bring it up on the screen right now so I can show you something?
Oh, and Cowboys versus Aliens?
Yeah.
Screen share. I like Star Trek, but I was never obsessed over it. It was cool. It was fun. But other than that, I wasn't, I didn't collect their garbage and get all fruit caked over it like some people did and had those little clubs and all that stuff going on.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to that fucking crazy.
But I think whenever they came out with like Next Generation, I'm like, I ain't that interested. I didn't pay attention to those. It's just a remake of a remake of a something else. So it wasn't interesting to me at that point. But I did take note that they have come up with some of the technologies that they were using or claiming to use at that time on Star Trek and brought it into the medical industry. And I found that to be interesting. And
So what are
Dave,
we
you-
looking for
You
here?
said you just watched. You said you just watched the movie Cowboys versus Aliens.
Yeah. Oh wow,
Oh,
it's Cowboys and
It's
aliens.
now it's Cowboys and Aliens.
Oh,
the
that's
Mandela.
fucked up, man. Oh man, that's fucked up. It's a crazy movie, man. It's like, yeah, I actually thought it was kind of good, man.
Because there's another film which is like something versus zombies, like Jane Austen versus zombies or something, and it's on the same principle of like putting the verses in, and it just makes the whole film name make sense. So yeah,
There's a lot of those that have changed. There's a movie called Ford versus Ferrari. It's now just Ford v Ferrari. The Superman versus Batman movie is now just Superman v Batman. They both changed the verse to a V. It's
Those
another
fucking
pattern of
S's.
the Mandela effects.
Something with those fucking S's again, man.
We're seeing the verse sign kind of change into just a V on a lot of these things.
All right, let's see where we're at here.
It was definitely
5.
Superman versus Batman.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
I used to always wonder because I can remember I can remember seeing like movie posters and shit like that, wondering why is it how do you get VS as an abbreviation from versus? You know, I was just always fascinated with shit like that, how they got these abbreviations. And then my mother told me about shorthand, and I was like, okay, that's enough. Fuck it.
I actually grew up being a sci-fi kid. So when my dad decided to change to be into a flat earther, I took that as a challenge and I tried to prove him wrong. But in order to prove him wrong, I had to know what the actual argument for the flat earth was. And so I went to those sources. And at the time, a lot of them had, documentaries out there like Eric DeBay had stuff, ODD TV had stuff. Some of them were on YouTube. Some of them got taken down and you had to go other places to look. I went to the NASA.gov. I went to the military, which a lot of them took their own FOIAs down for some reason. CIA had their FOIAs and so did FBI on their website. And all of them had documents on flat earth, probably totaling over 50 documents. So it's got a lot more to it than I think people would first assume. And the fact that we have so much information on it and it's been around
Every day on Buffer
for so long should make people question it. Because I almost feel like I was more inferior back then because I thought I knew. I thought I knew that the sun was 93 million miles away and why. Like I knew a lot of that stuff, and I thought that I was smart because I knew that. So to have to question my own worldview and my own belief system and thinking flat earth was stupid, which is where most of us start out at. I never would have assumed I would have become a flat earther. So you have to realize that all these people that do, they have to literally be convinced against their own belief system and their own worldview to get to the point that they're at now. And with that, I'll turn it over to Witsit too, because I know he's got a good presentation to kind of hopefully show some of what I just talked about.
All right. Just so you are aware, Mercedes, you cut out for maybe 15, 20 seconds and you couldn't hear us either. So I don't know if you've got a short in your headset,
15,
maybe
20
or something,
seconds.
and you
Wow,
switch
wow.
position. But just so you're aware, but I have full confidence that Witsit will fill in those blanks.
Just real quick, I got the one of the mouthy little guys on Facebook just messaged me and said, "Oh, did you bail?" I said, "No, we're live right now. Here's the link." So
Yeah, tell them to come on up.
I said,
Don't be
"Come on
afraid.
up, let's go."
Yeah, let's go.
So I just sent him the link, so we'll see what happens.
What's his name on Facebook?
Martin Guilot.
Okay.
Martin Guilot. Guilot. Or is that 2 L's? Let me see. 2 L's. Guillot. So anyway, there he goes. Yeah. Let's see what happens.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's okay. Go ahead. What's it?
All right. Yeah, I'm sharing screen.
Oh, I'll put that right up. Cool. You're good to go.
All right, cool. So there's a basic few questions like, no, the debate's not about why would people think the Earth's flat. That's just a complete red herring. We're deciding if we're trying to discuss if it is in fact flat or a spinning globe. Psychoanalysis, it basically equates to poisoning the well, and that is a fallacy. But so this is as to the motion claim. We can break it up into two fundamental claims: the spherical geometry claim and the motion claim, and they require evidence.
God damn it!
They are positive claims. Here's Einstein himself saying that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment after he came across Michelson-Morley, which led him to special relativity, the prerequisite to general relativity. Anyone claiming that they can detect the motion of the Earth around the sun is going against their own belief system. People will say that this is cherry-picked. I invite one person to actually articulate why, and I would happily discuss it. Same thing here. No terrestrial experiment can actually detect the motion of the Earth, which means it equates to a belief system, and it literally cannot be detected. Here he is saying that, Michelson basically, he actually uses the word proved for all the people that hate that word, that everything on the Earth takes place as if the Earth is in a state of rest. Another piece of it here was I hear also talk about something electric, and we have to make up all these things with no science to try so hard to make the Earth flat. It's actually the exact opposite, because this right here is just a fact that we have ionization, right? We have equipotential charge increasing from the ground, and it comes down to the surface. It's measurable. We have a downward electric current. Here's how you can replicate that with two physical Gaussian surfaces, or plates that act as the surfaces. And this is what we observe on the Earth. Of course, you can't have this on a sphere. If you put a conductive sphere in an electric field, then you have radial distribution, therefore no uniformity. Quite literally, the field that we have on the Earth, which is a vertical electric field, is impossible on a globe. It's also impossible without a physical Gaussian surface, or certainly can't be replicated, and it's a baseless claim to claim that it is. So here is actually excerpts from Richard Feynman's lectures, and he says right here that there's a current density about 10 microamps per cubic meter, in addition to what we just discussed, which is the potential gradient. And the air is not a perfect insulator, and so because of this conductivity, a small current caused by the electric field of the Earth passes from the sky down to the Earth. And although this current density in the air is only a few microamps per square meter, there are very many square meters on the Earth. So the total electric current reaching the Earth's surface at any time is very nearly 1,800 amps. The current, of course, is quote unquote positive, and it goes down to the Earth with a voltage supply of 400,000 volts with a current of 1,800 amps. Now, these numbers are actually built upon the assumption of the total size of the globe Earth, so that's obviously not even true. The point is that there is measurably a downward electric current on the Earth. So we're not making up science, we're not adding to science, we're talking about, hey, in the real physical world, this is what we can physically measure, and we can manipulate this and prove it changes something vector. Space-time is the made-up thing required in that scenario. This is Canigou, of course. This is an observation that can take place 2 different times every year. We know that the sun changes where its path throughout the year, and it sets just behind Canigou on a couple days throughout the year. People go from all around the world. They know they can come and see that they'll see Canigou Mountain in front of the sun on these particular days. Based on the observer point, you should not see the mountains. They should be blocked by Earth curvature by a few thousand feet. So the globe Earth model requires you claim that this is refracted. How convenient that refraction conspires with the Earth to make it look like it's flat, that every single day that the sun just happens to set right behind it to give us the silhouette, we can actually see the Canigou Mountains as if they're really just there. I don't know how it would look any different if they were actually there. That's what you would see. But no, we have to actually deny our sense to say that's not there. So if you believe the globe, you must believe that those mountains are not actually there, and refraction just so happens to consistently on that day make us think the Earth is flat. You brought up tides. These are called tidal nodes. These do not work in your model. I have a Harvard paper that says over a century of failed tidal theories, your model cannot explain the tides, admittedly, and also doesn't move exactly with the moon. It's delayed and not consistent, but you cannot explain tidal nodes. I don't need to replace it, although I probably could. So gravity doesn't even work for that. I'm just going to cover some of the basic fallacies because then we can get into the details, but I would like to prevent fallacies, right? So, of course, one of them is attacking the person instead of the argument, which is called a straw man fallacy or an ad hominem fallacy, right? So flat earthers just don't understand basic science is an example, right? Or poisoning the well, similar. It doesn't even have these fallacies on here. It's kind of crazy, but I remember them. So it's this one is dismissing an argument by asserting the person who made the argument doesn't have the proper credentials. That's called a credentials fallacy. Right. So you don't have a degree in the subject. I'm mentioning these because you will see that they will come up repeatedly in the debate, and fallacious arguments are invalid arguments. Attacking a misrepresentation of the other person's argument, similar to how Mark called it a pizza. Why don't we fall off the edge of your space? Pizza is literally the example I use. That's a straw man fallacy. It should make you think that if during the debate that one side can only use fallacious reasoning, then that should make you wonder why that is. Argument from unproved conclusion based on the beliefs of a large group of people. Example, 7 billion people believe the earth is a ball, but you think you're right. That's an appeal to consensus or majority or ad populum fallacy. And that is, of course, exactly what we heard when 99.9% of science and people believe that the earth's a ball. That is irrelevant. Argument that because a perceived authority believes something to be true, it must be true is an appeal to authority. All scientists agree that the earth is a globe. That is an appeal to an authority, and it is fallacious. Using ad hominem attacks to preemptively discredit the opponent, win on that one. All flat earthers are science-denying, religious conspiracy theorists, or I don't know. All flat earthers just feel the need to find something that they can pretend that they're smart or important enough to act that they have expertise in something they could never actually have expertise in, and so that they pick this to pretend that. It's a very effective method, right? But it is a fallacy. It's one of the most disingenuous fallacies because you're preemptively discrediting the opponent and then trying to discredit them as a whole or their motivation or psychoanalyze them and group them in so that you can dismiss their points. So hopefully we can avoid all of the ad homs and different fallacies. I mean, I have many more here, but it doesn't matter. And I have Einstein pulling with this. He said, I never made one of my discoveries through the process of rational thinking. And you don't have to convince me, Einstein. I know you didn't. So long story short, to wrap it up, we have physical evidence. We can talk about the electric field, debunks the globe. We talk about the long distance observations behind Canada, debunks the globe. The spinning, tilted, wobbling globe is a positive claim. Doesn't matter how many people believe it. You have to verify that that's the case. So hopefully we can actually get to the bottom of it without any type of fallacies or interruptions, and I would appreciate it. I think the people here will probably do a good job on that. So the one question I want answered in this debate, and we'll see if it ever happens, can you substantiate and verify the globe Earth model is in fact true, void of logically fallacious reasoning?
And the answer to that question would be a big fat fucking no. Not at all. And this kid right here is going to melt down. He will. The old guy don't do too bad, but he leaves for a little bit. He's supposed to be, he's in his car, said he's going home or something, but it takes him, I don't know, kind of weird.
That's my question. Simple question, simple request. Just one will suffice. Void of logically fallacious reason. All right, thank you. That is it.
All right, thank you. It's it. Yeah, so that's our opening statements done and dusted. We're finished with those. If you haven't hit like or subscribe yet, then what are you waiting for? And the super.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
For chats are coming in.
Nice
Nice
your
and
dog.
fast.
Only on special occasions, man. Only on special occasions. You know, my dogs eat pretty good. I get like the best dog food that's available. And it's by no means cheap, but you know, they're my kids.
Keeper, he's enjoying his prime rib bones here. So he's crunching on them, so that's why I'm muted.
Dave has the loudest dogs when it comes to drinking water.
I have 3 of the loudest dogs when it comes to drinking water. The 2 shepherds and the pit bull are the worst. Now, the little one, you don't hear her at all, right? And you don't hear Moonshadow. In fact, the only time Moonshadow ever even barks is when she goes outside with the other dogs and barks at them. So that she, I don't know. She's a weird one, man. She's all like a ninja. She's like a ninja. You just all of a sudden look, and there she is right next to you. You never saw her walk up, nothing. She just, bam, just appears.
If you guys haven't noticed, Modern Day Debate has started to pick up some sponsors. So we are very, very happy to be able to take money from these people. That's for sure. Yeah, I know there's Visible Mobile, which is more of a Texas-based company. So
what a plug. We're very happy to take money from these people.
You can right now get like a $20 a month plan with this company, which as a Canadian, I mean, let's not even talk about how much we pay for mobile. And then Planet Fitness, which if you guys have seen James and you want to know where he bought his muscles, there you go. All right. So open platform. I've got 60 minutes available for you guys to discuss Flat versus Globe. As long as you guys don't try to overtalk each other too much and you don't start to insult each other, I will just sit here quietly. All right? The floor is yours. Have fun.
All right, I can answer your question. If we have any, what is it, universe sandbox, anything that simulates the universe, the galaxy, whatever. And if it works offline and it can predict where the shit will be, sorry, I'm going to swear, I guess, sorry. If it predicts where the shit will be in the sky and it's offline, it's not getting any data, you can do that 10, 20 years and the model works because it's using the model. Like that's all there is to it, right? If it's not pulling data from somewhere, it's using something to accurately predict it, and that would make sense. So.
What? Okay, let me try to paraphrase that for the room so they know what you're saying. He's saying that basically satellites, they send certain signals and we're able to determine.
Wrong. That's not at all what I'm talking about.
Well, then you need to articulate
I said if you have a piece of software like Universe Sandbox, which is on any person's desktop, you can buy on Steam for $10. If you pull out your Ethernet cable or your internet, you kill your internet, and then you have it predict, okay, where the planets or whatever you want going to be at a certain time, 20 years, 30 years, a day, a week, whatever. If it works offline and you can figure out accurately where it is, then that model is working. There's some
because it's a cyclical pattern. It's not a prediction, dumbass. It's a post-diction.
thing in that program that's saying this is where these will be at this time, and it's working, and it's a pattern. And if it's open source, then you know what pattern it's using because it's open source. Like
The problem I see with that, Devin, is so we have things called star maps. They've been used for like thousands of years that sailors have used to navigate where they're at on the Earth, and they could just pinpoint where they were just because of that, which is similar to what you're saying. So it's not really disproving flat Earth at all.
It's not that you're using it as a map. It's the fact that it's able. If I have something that can make predictions about something like off in another room, right?
If it's a pattern.
Yeah, it's a repeating pattern in the sky. It doesn't tell you anything about the standard guy.
It's not a prediction. It's a post-diction. Okay. If it's a repeating pattern, I predict that my mail is going to come every afternoon, well, that's not a prediction. It's something that happens. We know this happens, right? I predict that the leaves will fall off in the fall. Well, that's not a prediction. That's just observing a pattern. Okay. And these guys, look, we can predict this stuff. No, you're not predicting anything. Shut up.
If I've modeled the dog's behavior in the
Right,
bedroom across the
did.
road. Exactly. That's what I'm
they did,
saying.
yeah.
If I can accurately model it enough, then I know that model of reality that I've created is accurate because I can use it to predict things in the future.
It's incorrect. It's incorrect.
Well, how is it incorrect? How is if I have a model that can show me in the future without any input given, how is that not a working model?
We could do that. We could do that before technology, and we could do that before people believed in the globe. When people believed the Earth was
Right, but
flat,
that doesn't
the
matter.
Mayans, all of them, they predicted when certain things would be in the sky.
Not accurately, and that doesn't.
Bullshit, because they use the Saros cycle still to this day. That was developed by Babylonians 5,000 years ago. Flat earthers, baby.
Anyone say fuck this guy yet?
What's that?
Anyone say fuck this guy yet?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, this guy.
And the thing is, man, they always like talking about, what people were doing back then. They really have no idea.
No.
So even that as a source isn't valid. Like calling on history, you can't do that in a like scientific thing. Really, they should be sticking to facts.
Well, when they talk about this, they've known the Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago, and it's like, no, that was not what was known. It's what was postulated by some philosophers who were thought by the general public to be quite mad. Okay, so don't go, they've known. No, they didn't know. Some fucking weirdo philosopher came up with this bullshit, man. It's not there was no science involved with that. Wow. And predictions.
At all. Because
first of all, it absolutely was accurate. It's still accurate to this day. It's called the Antikythera mechanism. You can just say
we all know that's not a thing.
Bro,
that
you
doesn't
said
work.
you weren't going to interrupt.
Well, you said you weren't going to lie. We're not going to lie.
Hold on. Is this kid's claiming the Antikythera mechanism does not fucking work? You're kidding me. He doesn't know shit. That's probably why he's got to use Velcro or duct tape in his microphone. What that is really bothering me, man. It just is. I mean, I can understand if your shit's broke up and you got to fix it, but don't they make like brown Gorilla Tape or something that's not as...
They have all different colors these days. You can even get pink.
Clean that fucking place out or something too, man. Help, I'm being held captive in a supply closet somewhere.
But that one girl, when she was talking about the navigation, she's right.
Yep.
It's not that they didn't know that the United States or North America didn't exist. They all knew that. It was a lie that they perpetrated on everybody with this Columbus story.
Yeah.
Because they still use it. And there are people out there, I think Colin from Parlay Revival says he wants to stay connected to circumnavigation using the old technology because equipment now relies on technology.
Yeah.
Well, what if you're out there in the ocean and you don't know how to navigate?
Right. Exactly. Look, this thing of saying, oh, we predict this and we predict that, and it's not on any kind of it's a pattern. So that's not a prediction to begin with. We've got somebody joining us here now. Oh, it's the guy from Facebook. Cool. Let's bring him on up. Huh? Yeah, hang on a second here. Let me grab this. All right, here we go. Let me just put this down to the side here for a few. There we go. Now we got everybody. Hey, Martin, how are you tonight?
I'm fine.
Great. So, would you like to go ahead and present your argument?
No, what I want is for David to do what he committed to do, because I committed to this to do on one condition, that he first present working flat earth physics. So I'm really just here to see how he's going to squirm out of that.
Okay. So working flat earth physics. Here we go. Water always seeks level and it rests. No, that's physics. Hold up. No, wait.
Not working flat earth physics. That's your misunderstanding.
It's not. Wait a second. Wait, it's not. It's not working flat earth physics.
No, it's not.
It's not. So water does just conform around the shape of objects.
Do you know what the definition of level is that the National
Yes,
Society
I do know what the definition of level is. In fact,
so they're in on it.
Hang on a minute. I have a Webster's dictionary here for you, my friend. This was published in 1975.
That's not the National Society of Professional Surveyors.
Hang on a second. We're going.
Well, we all use the same language if you're speaking English.
Yep.
Okay, so well, I'll read mine.
Hold on. You made a claim. I'm going to dispute your claim.
Okay. And then I'll rebut.
I have an entire column within the middle of this dictionary for the definition of level. Now, I want you to stop me when I get to the word curve or center of earth or globe or anything that pertains to that nonsense. Okay. Level, a noun, means a level, dim of Libra, a balance. Okay, so definition number one, and it's an instrument for determining whether a surface is on an even horizontal plane. You do understand what even means, right? No variance. Okay, so, or for adjusting a surface to such a plane, it has a glass tube partly filled with either alcohol so as to leave an air bubble that moves to the exact center of the tube when the instrument is on an even horizontal plane. Okay, so that uneven part, that even part should be an indication that there's no freaking curve, right? All right. Number two, a measuring of differences in height or altitude with such an instrument. Number three, a horizontal plane or line. Notice it doesn't say arc, it says line. Especially such a plane taken as a basis for the measurement of elevation, such as sea level. Number four, a relatively flat and even area of land or other surface, horizontal area. Number five, The same horizontal plane as the tops of the pictures should be on a level. Number 6, in relation to height, altitude, as water boils more quickly at this level. Number 7, usual or normal position or height as water seeks its level. Number 8, position or elevation considered as one of the planes in a scale or values, as few can rise to the level of a great man. Number 9, a horizontal walk or passageway as between tiers of seats, like in a mezzanine. Number 10, the line, not arc, the line of aim or direction as of a gun, as to level a gun. Number 11, a more or less horizontal passage or drift of a mine. Level as an adjective. Even, flat, not having one part higher than the other. Parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest as a level surface.
That right there,
Yeah,
comes closest.
it comes close. It's not saying that though, is it? Let's
Well,
read it
let me
again.
read you my
Let's read it
definition from the
again.
National Society of Professional Surveyors.
What was the first word?
Let me read you my definition from the National Society of
All right.
Professional Surveyors.
Hang on, wait a second. I'm not done. Hang on, there might be.
Well, you've made your point. Now let me make mine. Let me
Okay.
speak.
Okay.
A surface which at every point is perpendicular to the plumb line or the direction in which gravity acts. A level surface is an equipotential surface. The surface of a body of still water is a level surface, says sea leveling water. Surface of the ocean. If changes caused by tides, winds, atmospheric pressure, etc., are not considered, it is a level surface. The surface of a geoid is a level surface. Any line lying in a level surface is a level surface. In a survey of limited area, sometimes treated as a plane surface. Level surfaces are approximately ellipsoidal in shape, and the distance between two level surfaces decreases with increase in altitude. So they're definitely talking about level in terms of curvature. And also,
I didn't hear curvature in there at all.
Huh?
I didn't hear the word curvature in there at all. I heard line.
Do you know what an ellipse? Do you know what an ellipsoid is?
He talked about ellipsoid and geoid.
So yeah, right. So
A geode is a freaking
it's an imaginary curve. It's
Can you tell me where there's a curve in a line?
It doesn't say line.
It did too say line.
Where?
It did
Well,
too.
we
In your
did.
definition, you said line.
Level surfaces are approximately ellipsoidal in shape. What part of that are you not understanding?
It's approximate, dude. Like, are you a surveyor?
No, I'm an engineer though.
Okay, so am I. I work at an engineering. I work in civil engineering. When we get a survey's
Then
file,
you're a flat earther?
Yes, and I wish I was.
Are you a civil engineer? You said you worked in
No, I'm a civil
engineering.
designer. I'm a civil designer.
Okay, so you're not a civil engineer.
Correct. So what does
Okay.
that discount me from doing?
Nothing. It just means you haven't been.
It's an appeal to authority. Are you willing to listen to the information or not, Martin?
Dude,
I am.
I'm the
All
one
right.
I'm the one who intercepts the stuff that we get from
Okay, but the first,
and then project them.
Let's back
Martin.
up for a second, because David Kane committed to this.
Yes.
To present flat Earth physics, and I
Okay,
I gave him specific things that I wanted.
Okay, I just gave you one.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Water is level, bro. Level is not curved. Listen, hold on. You're losing your mind a second.
Dude,
You're
it's
losing your mind.
Flat Earth physics.
It's
flat
projected.
Earth physics
Oh my God.
explains the flat Earth model. For
What do you mean?
example,
What
how
physics?
the sun and moon move, the forces acting on them, the equations of motion, and predicting the trajectories.
And
What are
you saw the
talking about
moon act
predicting?
upon him?
Hold on, Dreamy. What are you talking about predicting their trajectories? It's not a prediction. They're on a fucking pattern. That's a post-diction. You don't have to predict anything.
Okay.
We know
Then-
what they're going to
then
do at
equations
any
of
given
motion.
time.
You say you observe it. How have you observed it?
What do you mean how do we observe it? You use your fucking eyes. You record you record the results. What are you
Okay,
talking
and
about?
so
Are you denying that we have hold on, wait a second.
From your scientific method,
Are
how
the-
did you measure the diameter of the sun? How did you
I
measure
didn't measure the
how did you measure the altitude of the sun?
I didn't measure the altitude of the sun. And I
Right,
didn't measure the
exactly. You have nothing to offer.
Yes,
in
I
terms of
do.
flat
Yes,
Earth model.
absolutely, I do.
Nothing at
No,
all.
see, Martin, you're losing your fucking mind, just like you
No,
do on
you're losing
Facebook.
your fucking mind
No, I'm not
because I'm
losing
pressing
shit.
you and
No,
getting you
you're
out of your comfort
interrupting me.
zone because
No,
all you want to do is
Martin, stop
we've
flapping your
been at
gums.
this debate now for years and years and years,
You
and
ain't
not
been
one
in
flat
shit for
earther has
years,
ever
dude.
stepped up to give any shred of flat Earth physics.
Okay, you right now, hold on a second. Before I've even gotten through your first point, okay, which you're categorically wrong on.
No, I'm not.
You have already lost your mind and won't let me finish.
Well, finish.
Okay.
But I gave I gave David specific things for me to come on here. Now,
Okay.
if you let me share my screen, I can show you what those things are.
Well, I'm not preventing you from sharing your screen. You haven't.
Well,
put
I don't know how to
anything up.
do it.
Well, look, then go down there to the bottom. Do you see present?
Hang on. I need to get to it. Well, what is it in? Oh, it's in Safari. I never used
You really had a
Safari.
big
Hold on.
piece on you.
I need to get to Safari. I never used Safari. Okay.
So you met with someone to talk about this stuff beforehand?
So here's the deal.
Comments?
Now, we're getting through your first one. You wanted some physics.
Right.
Okay. So I just explained to you some rudimentary physics.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You explained your lack of understanding of globe physics.
I
which
just
is what
get
flat
wait,
earthers
wait.
do
There,
every time I ask them for flat Earth physics.
Okay,
that's
so-
not flat Earth physics.
It's not. So level's not level.
Level is what the National Society of Professional Surveyors say. It's an ellipsoid.
No. Level is level and plumb is plumb.
So,
There is no
the
deviation.
National Society of Professional Surveyors is wrong, and you're right.
There's nobody surveying anything larger than up to, I think it's 250 square miles. And they
Well, the
use
entire field of
shut up
geodesy
while I'm
measures the
talking,
shape
you
of the Earth.
big-headed fuck.
Well, now who's losing their mind?
Because you keep interrupting me, you asshole.
Well, stop saying you're presenting flat Earth physics because that's bullshit.
How would you fucking know? You're too busy running your pie hole.
Okay. Give me some flat Earth physics.
All right. Let's go back now. I have to start over, don't I?
If you start talking about water is level, that's not flat Earth physics.
It's not. What kind of physics is it?
That is your lack of understanding.
No,
of the
what
globe
kind of
Wait,
physics
let
is
me
it?
finish. You asked me what is it. Let me finish.
What kind of physics is it?
That's your lack of understanding of globe physics because
No,
you think
you keep
level and
saying
flat
that.
are the same thing.
You
They're
keep
different.
saying that. What is not physics about that? What denotes whether or not that's a flat Earth or globe physics?
Because level is ellipsoidal in shape. That's what the National Society of Professional
Ellipsoidal in
Surveyors
which
say, and that's what they
direction?
teach surveyors.
Yeah, ellipsoidal in your field of view, horizontally, dumbass, not up and down vertically.
What are you talking about? You don't even understand what I'm meaning. You don't even understand what I mean.
Yes, because it's not making any sense at all, Martin.
Well, it just because it doesn't make sense to you doesn't
It
mean
doesn't
it
make
makes
sense to
You have a
anyone.
problem visualizing an
Greg.
ellipsoid. Okay, do you know what an oblate
Hold on,
spheroid is?
Greg,
Yeah.
go ahead. Greg, talk to us, brother.
I'm
You work
talking
with
about,
this shit all
okay,
the
so
time.
when you have international feet versus survey feet, and there's a slice through the surface, there's one that goes along the ground, and that's called grid, or that's called ground. And then you have a slice that goes through it, and that's called grid. Which one's bigger?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm not a surveyor, but I go with what their definitions say.
Okay.
Holy sheep shit. So you don't have any idea. You don't know that plane surveying is up to a limited distance. I believe, am I correct or not, Greg? Plane surveys are good up to
100
what?
square miles.
How much?
100 square miles.
It's a fraction
Okay.
of an inch, but when you
All right.
multiply it
So
by
wait a
millions of
second.
feet, it's big.
So now when we start getting into geodetic surveying, which takes these sections of flat surveyed areas, stitches them together,
No, they don't.
and then mathematically bends it. Yes,
No, they don't. They use now the whole field of geodesy exists just to accurately measure
How
the
in
shape
the
of
fuck
the earth.
would you know? You're not even a surveyor.
I would say geodety, not not geodesy. That's ocean.
It's geodesy. It's called geodesy.
First and foremost,
I would say
water.
geodetic.
Okay, water is always level.
Look
Level
up
is
geodesy. Look up
level
geodesy.
is a
You'll find out
line.
what it is.
Level is a line. Now, if you believe that water has convexity to it over a large area, you have to prove that.
Okay.
Because we don't see it.
And we're getting back to, you always want to steer the conversation to globe
Because the positive claim is on a globe with specific sizes.
I don't care about your positive
motion,
claim. I don't care
and
about your
yes,
positive claim bullshit. The preponderance, this is about preponderance.
You don't
of
have
evidence.
any evidence. You don't
This is
have
about
any evidence. Give me one fucking globe proof. One.
Oh my God. How do you even say that with a straight face? Just open a
just
physics
did.
book.
I just did. I just did say it with a straight face.
Then you have to be an idiot. You say, "Oh, give me one globe proof." How much?
Yeah.
How many fields of science, engineering, and technology do you have to deny the globe?
All right, let's go with one real simple then. Show me how you can have a gas pressure system without a container.
That's another one of the classic misunderstandings of globe
Okay,
physics.
why don't you clear it up for us, Martin?
I'll do that.
Go for it.
Okay. The hydrostatics equation for a compressible gas, you can integrate it to get the pressure distribution in the atmosphere. You can predict it. And it's been measured, and the pressure continuously decreases with altitude until the pressure meets the ambient pressure of space. Then it's in equilibrium, then no container needed.
That was the biggest load of shit that I've ever heard. Okay,
I don't care what you think
no,
it is.
I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Now it's my turn. I let you talk. Now you let me talk. Okay. So the highest pressure reading that's been able to be taken has been from any high altitude balloons. Okay.
No, there's some from the 60s that were done on rockets that go to
You can't take a
kilometers.
barometric. You cannot.
You
cannot take a barometric pressure reading from a fucking rocket going the speed of sound of a bullet. I'm sorry, my friend.
I have
I'm
data.
not going to do this.
You
From
don't.
the 1962
No, I want
International
to see an
Standard
actual
Atmosphere.
reading.
I have data and prediction.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me.
You
I'm
listen
not
to
done.
me.
Wait a
I
second.
have data.
Hold on. Martin. I'm talking means you're not. Okay. So, first off, it doesn't go to zero. That's impossible because all you've done is mathematically extrapolate the highest reading taken, continued a pattern, and assumed that it goes to zero. Mathematics is not reality. We know that there is no way that a pressure system of gas can exist without containment. Pressure
That's not
cannot,
true. That's
yes,
not
it
true.
is.
That's not true because
Pressure
you have
cannot
you
be.
have not.
Martin, what did I just
know
say?
that? How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because pressure cannot be the source of itself.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
You're saying that the cause and effect are one and the same thing, that the pressure is caused by the pressure. Then what's doing the pressing?
I'm saying that gravity is causing the pressure.
Then show me a downward acceleration of air due to gravity.
What is this whole downward acceleration of air?
Isn't that what gravity is?
What do you think that even
He has
proves?
no knowledge.
Isn't
Somber.
gravity 9.8 meters per second squared?
What
Isn't
is
that
that
the
even
rate?
supposed to
Isn't
prove?
that the rate?
You
Hold on,
asked
wait a
that-
second.
you asked that
Wait
in
a
our
fucking
chat.
minute.
You asked that
Hold
in our
on a minute,
chat.
Martin. Your whole thing stems from the belief that this force called gravity causes mass to accelerate towards the Earth at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right.
Can you demonstrate air having a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared or any rate due to gravity?
What would that prove?
That would prove that gravity holds air against equalization.
But the air is already in equalization.
No, it's
in
not.
hydrostatic
If it
equilibrium.
was an equalization, you wouldn't have any fucking pressure.
We
That's
wouldn't
the
have
reason you
barometric
have
pressure.
the reason you have pressure is because you have gas in a state of disequilibrium.
No.
Barometric, barometric pressure is
Okay,
high
hold
and
on a
low
second.
pressures.
Hold on one
Hey,
second.
excuse me.
You're confusing equilibrium.
Excuse me. Barometric pressure does exist. They have a high pressure and a low pressure. Go watch your news. It will tell you on the weather station.
I know it varies. I know.
Okay, well, you
I've
just said
modeled,
it
I've
didn't.
modeled hurricane
You just
storm
said it
surges. I
didn't.
know that they vary in the center of a hurricane.
So then,
Well, you just said it didn't vary.
So are
now
you
you're
admitting
saying
that
it does.
Martin,
Make
are
up
you?
your mind.
I never said it didn't vary. Where did you get that?
Martin, so then you admit that temperature is a stronger force than gravity on air.
No, I don't admit that.
Well, you don't. So a hot air balloon doesn't go up.
Yeah, it does.
Cold air doesn't fall.
Right.
Okay, they do, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so is that due to gravity?
Well, it's due to density differences.
That's right. So where's gravity come into play?
Gravity is, if you're talking about a buoyant force, gravity comes into play. Gravity comes into play because it's a balance between density and gravity.
It's density it's a balance. It's a balance between the object and the medium in which it resides.
Let's talk about buoyancy and a buoyant force.
All right.
Okay, we have a buoyant force problem.
What's that?
Okay, so I have an object of one density immersed in a fluid of another density.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen to it?
Depends on what the ratio between the object, the density per volume of the object compared to the amount density per volume of the medium that it displaces.
And that's half the story. That's half the story.
Right. Okay.
The other half is gravity.
No, it's not. Where does gravity come in?
Because when you sum forces, the buoyant force and the weight, which is both defined in terms of gravity.
Wait. How is weight defined by gravity?
It's m times g.
Or m times a.
What's a?
Acceleration.
I know, but what's its numerical value?
9.8 meters per second squared.
And would you just pull that out your ass?
No, that's what it is.
Yeah, and
that's
weird.
Exactly
it's weird.
the thing.
It's just so weird how Newton's gravity law predicts it so well.
And how did Archimedes come out with the buoyancy formula in principle almost 2,000 years before Newton?
He did it empirically, and Newton gave a law that explained it.
He said weight.
Weight is m times g. And I know he said weight.
Weight is m times a.
The concept.
Weight is m times. Weight is m times a. G doesn't matter. I could call it weight times unicorn farts.
No, you can't.
Yes.
No, you can't. It's
acceleration. Wait a second. Weight due to gravity? How do you know it's due to gravity?
Because that's what it is. It's m times g.
Well, wait a second. Prove that. Prove that gravity is the reason for the weight.
Physics doesn't prove.
Well, it should. If you don't know what it is, how can you claim it to exist?
If you would have watched the video I gave you from Richard Feynman, he would have told you. Physics doesn't prove.
I've seen the fucking videos from Richard Feynman. It doesn't tell you what the cause of the effect that is observed is. That's the point.
Here's what physics does. Let me explain to you what physics does. There's a phenomena that causes the motion of objects, right? You agree with that?
Go on.
Do you agree with that? But throw a ball,
All
it's
right.
going to follow
Well,
a
for shits
trajectory.
and giggles, we'll go with that. Sure. Go.
Okay. Newton's, and I don't care about law, cause and effect right now.
Of
Newton
course not. It
has
won't.
Newton
It destroys
Newton
your
has a
shit.
gravity law that models this phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
It's been tested with Cavendish experiments. It's
That's not
very accurate.
Okay. Cavendish was neither an experiment nor was it scientific. Okay.
I'm not talking about Cavendish's original experiment. I'm talking about the experiments, thousands that are conducted by NIST.
Uh-huh.
You know, those
It's
are
not an
conducted by
experiment.
NIST. Huh?
It's not an experiment. It's a parlor trick.
NIST, the same people that gave us the official collapse of the World Trade Center story.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, I don't care
Well,
about that.
also,
And if you want
physics
to
does
throw
prove
out, if
things
you want to throw
because
out a
it's
red
used
herring,
in-
if you want to throw out a red herring, go ahead. But not only NIST, but researchers all over the world do Cavendish types experiments to get better and better values of big G.
Uh-huh. You know that was already ruled out almost 100 years ago by Einstein's
No, it wasn't.
equation. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Because mass attracting mass had been debunked and showed that that wasn't true. And so consequently, he had to come up with his idea of the bending of space-time.
Who debunked mass attracting mass?
Einstein.
Well, it was what's attracting you to you? Do you have stuff sticking to you? You're a pretty big looking dude from just what I'm saying. Do you have stuff coming and sticking to you?
Let me ask you.
What
That's
causes
smaller
you to,
than you?
what
Do you know how
causes
to
you to
apply-
stick together? What
Let me
causes
answer
you to
that
stick together
Let me
is a
answer that
fundamental electrostatics that exists in everything. We have that. Everything has an electrostatics. This is what causes all our little particles and shit to bond together. It's electrostatics, man.
So you're saying that's the phenomena instead of gravity?
No, it's all buoyancy and density. That's it.
But the thing is, you can say buoyancy and density. That's Eric Dubay crap. You can say buoyancy and density,
right?
But what you cannot do, absolutely cannot do, is develop an accurate equation of motion for the position and the velocity as functions of time without gravity, and I can with it. So what part of that?
Can you? Go ahead.
You're right
Go ahead.
and I'm
Let me
wrong?
see you do it. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it.
If I could share my screen.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
There's a little button down at the bottom of the screen. Should be there. It's on mine. It says present. And
Okay.
you click on that and you should be able to pick a tab.
Do you
Now,
know how to?
I'm going to also, hold on 1 second here. All right. So what the claiming of an effect, an observed effect, is not indication of the cause. Do you understand how scientific experimentation works?
I understand what physics does.
All right. Do you understand how a scientific experiment is conducted?
It depends on the experiment.
All right. We're going to test gravity. Okay.
Okay.
So you have an object. That's the dependent variable. Okay. We're going to let loose of that object and it goes toward the floor. You say the reason is something called gravity. That's going to be the independent variable. All right. Now we have to prove the independent variable is actually what the cause of the object falling to the ground was. Okay. So now how do we go about proving that the independent variable of gravity, which is hypothesized, is indeed the cause for the effect that we witness?
Okay. I would back up and say we go do a Cavendish type experiment. Because in the Cavendish type experiment, I can control the variables.
What variables?
I can vary them one by one.
Which
And
variables?
Again, I need to be able to share my screen because
Which
I have
variables?
this
Can't you
equation
just go ahead and tell me? What do you modulate the two different weights? Do you try one small weight, one large weight, two large
You
weights,
vary the masses,
small
you can vary
weight,
the distance, and you can measure the force.
and then you measure this how? By the speed at which they come together?
To measure the force, I'm not certain how they measure the force, but they do.
What force is it that's bringing? How did they determine what force was bringing them together? How did they determine that it wasn't a slight imbalance of the torsion rod?
Well, first off, that's kind of silly. You think physicists aren't smart enough to design good experiments?
I'm pretty fucking certain of it when it comes to that, because if that's all the better they can do with a guy who did something back in the 18th century, with
there are
no
other
control.
methods, and I'd have to go review it, but there are other methods other than Cavendish type experiments that measure the force.
Yeah, the force of what?
Of attraction.
Things dropping?
Of attraction.
Martin, have you ever done these experiments personally?
Wait, what?
Martin, have you ever done these experiments personally to see if
that's the last
you were being
argument of the flat.
Excuse
Have
me,
you done
I'm
it personally?
talking.
No.
Good Lord,
so
you're
it's
about as
fake.
rude as they
You
come.
don't know. You just know what people.
I'm
telling
asking you, have you ever done any of these experiments that
Absolutely
you claim?
not.
Okay,
Absolutely not.
so what if you were lied to? Would you just say, "Oh, that's okay because they're right, and I'm just going to accept it"? If somebody lies to you, what does?
To the heart. This comes to the heart of.
Well, the heart of the matter is
that
water.
You think multiple fields of science, engineering, and technology exist only to deceive you, and that's just a delusion. It's a paranoid
I'm not saying
delusion.
no.
All right, so guys, here's what we're going to do. When one person's talking, we're not going to start talking till that other person is finished. All right.
Okay.
So I think that would be really a good way to do this, right? Okay.
Right.
So what we have to do in this whole thing is, first, you have to understand, Martin, and I'm not giving you a rough time or anything, but I think that you have a hard time distinguishing between philosophical scientism and actual science. Okay.
David, the idea that you're better at science than all of the greatest physicists in the world is the biggest case of narcissism I've ever seen.
No, Martin.
Yes, it is.
Wait a second. What greatest scientists are you speaking of?
Every one of them.
What? No, which one?
Which
one? Name one in particular. See, this is what you do, and I'm sorry, you're a victim of this.
And
Martin, you remember what I just said about when somebody's talking? Remember what I just said?
Ask me a question.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll say you can answer when I'm done, because here's the thing. You're appealing to authority, and you don't even know what the authority is. Only based on your perception of people you don't even fucking know. That is almost like religious belief.
Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
No, it's exactly a religious
It's absolutely
belief.
Stupid.
Well, how
you
so?
You think that scientists for the last 400 years who are physicists are very, very intelligent.
I just told you about Einstein.
And you're telling me, oh, that's appeal to authority. Well, what should I
just told you about
Should
your
I
guy
appeal to
Einstein?
400 years of validated physics, or should I appeal to David Cage? Or do I have to do everything myself?
That's a straw man right there, brother. Tell me
No, that's
400
not a straw
fucking
man.
years.
Stop with the Odds and
Dude,
Witsit
they haven't
Act,
even
okay?
come up.
Stop with the Odds and Witsit Act.
Wait a
Oh
second.
my gosh.
Wait. What 400 years of science? Tell me the science behind fucking gravity.
I already
There's
told
no
you.
science involved with that. How did they manipulate the independent variable?
Here's what physics does. It develops it observes.
Yes.
It develops a law.
It develops a hypothesis.
Now
wait.
No, it's a law, and it's been validated, and it's very accurate. Do you deny? Let me ask you. Do you deny that I can make literally thousands and thousands of quantitatively accurate predictions using gravity, and that you can make zero without it? Because if you deny that, I'm going to put you to the test.
Yes, because every one of your equations that you use that assume gravity, you can just replace the G with an A for acceleration. It's an observed effect. It's not
Okay.
the cause.
You can replace it with A. What if we want to do it at altitude? How do you know what A is? Because it varies with altitude.
Well, the same way you would if you had a G or a U or a cat.
How do you know what A is if you vary the altitude?
The same way you would know if you use the G.
I use Newton's law to find the G.
Right. And the G and the A are the same.
So you're conceding that you use Newton's law.
We ain't conceding shit.
I'm conceding that the formula works with or without gravity as the cause.
Okay, you don't have Newton's law. You don't have Newton's law.
Martin,
you want to do this at altitude. No, hold on. This is an important point.
Martin,
this is an important point. This is an important point.
It doesn't fucking matter. What I'm trying to tell you is the effect is not the cause, dumbass.
It doesn't matter. It's a law that is validated and accurate.
It doesn't matter. You're right. So my equation and your equation, merely by changing the variable, you're assuming a cause which has no relevancy within the equation.
But it's weird how it's also accurate. That's just,
So
I guess it's just
accurate
lucky.
because you're just measured effect. It's not a cause.
I guess it's just lucky, huh? And it's just unlucky
It's
that
a
flatties have no physics at all.
Martin, it's a measured. How is a measured effect tell you the cause?
The measured effect, when you put it in a law, if you vary that measured effect and the law predicts it accurately, that's a valid law. I don't need to know what's causing it. And in fact, we don't know what causes it.
Okay, so then you agree with me that I could turn all of the G's in the formula to an A and it will come out exactly the same, right?
Well, if you want to use a different letter, but you still use Newton's
okay,
law.
so then then you agree with me that all it is an observed effect.
What you don't understand is that Newton's law predicts the variation. And if you were to go, to altitude, and if you were to go to altitude where G is different than it is at sea level, how would you know what G is without Newton's equation?
Just by using the acceleration. That's it, man.
How do you know the acceleration?
Do you know the distance?
The distance of what?
Oh, the height.
The height of what? How does that
wherever
measure
you're at,
acceleration?
the altitude, Martin? You just
how
said
does that measure acceleration?
Because you just take that altitude and measure it times 9.8 meters per second squared. That's how.
The altitude times 9.8 meters per second squared? That's the acceleration? That makes no sense.
Yes.
The altitude times 9.81 gives you A. That's what you're saying.
That's what acceleration. How fast do things fall on Earth?
The altitude.
How fast do things fall?
Think about
on
what
Earth?
you're saying. The
How
altitude
fast
times
do things fall on
9.81
Earth?
gives you A.
Martin,
So what if you're an altitude of 100,000 feet? 9.81 times 100,000? What are you talking about?
Okay, how fast do things fall on Earth, Martin?
It depends on the altitude and where you are.
Does it? Where does it say that?
The whole field of geodesy.
Where? Show me. Show me a citation of that.
Go to the National Geodetic Survey. They have a whole page on it.
National Geodetic Survey.
Oh, I forgot it. The government must be fake.
Wait a second.
No, I cited a government source. Oh my God, how horrible.
Martin, how is a bunch of surveyors going to tell me what the rate of fall on Earth is?
Geodesy does it with satellites.
Okay. So how fast do things fall?
It varies as Newton's law.
Oh, okay. So what? How do they? So they changes. It's not 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yes, it changes. You didn't know that?
It's not 9.8 meters per second squared then.
It's that at sea level. It's not that as you go up in altitude.
In a vacuum. Okay, so in a vacuum, things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. Correct?
Right. Exactly.
Okay. All right. So no matter how tall that vacuum chamber is, they're going to fall at that rate. Correct?
Not if you make it 100,000 feet.
Why?
From 100,000.
Why? What would be different?
G varies with altitude.
Wait a second. No. Yes, you weigh less. Or yeah, you actually weigh more as you go up in altitude.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Give me a citation for that. Give me a citation for that.
No,
Give me a citation for that.
Things weigh more in a vacuum. Things weigh more in a vacuum.
Actually,
Things weigh more in a vacuum.
G, you think you weigh way more in a vacuum?
Things weigh more in a vacuum, yes.
Why? Why do you think that?
I don't think that. It's a fact.
How does it affect?
It's a
Cite
fact
to us.
because I can show you a fucking video of it, man.
Yep,
Okay,
the
how much-
experiment's been done.
Experiment's been done.
So, okay, so things weigh how much more in a vacuum? Give me a percentage.
Slightly more. I mean,
Share
depends
the
on the
video
object.
with him.
So the fact that they do weigh more at all should tell you something.
I don't. I have to look at that, and I need to see your video. If it's a
All right,
conspiracy
yeah.
video, I'm not watching it. It has to be
No,
from a credible source.
it's a really good video.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it here.
And we understand your frustration. You know, you believed this all your life. So it's hard to give up something that you believed in for a very long time. But you was
Let
brainwashed.
me tell you how I feel about that. Okay, you telling me, oh, you believe this all your life? No, I've applied laws as an engineer my entire career, and I know that they work, and I know that flat earthers have nothing to explain their model.
So
nothing.
So Martin, hold on a second. Dreamer. Martin, the thing is that you're using a rate, okay? You're using an observed effect. No one disputes the observed effect.
Okay.
All right. So that's a non sequitur, okay? I agree that things fall if they're heavier than the medium at this rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. I agree with that. But you know, not everything falls. So let's go the other direction with this. Instead of doing it in a vacuum, which you almost started to exemplify with your altitude analogy, all right, let's change the medium. Not just take it away, let's add to it.
Okay.
Okay. So now we're going to change the medium to water.
Got it.
Is the rate of fall going to be 9.8 meters per second squared?
Of course not, because you'll
Of
have
course
drag.
not, right?
This
Okay.
is where.
Wait,
Hold on,
Martin. Martin, let me finish what I say. Let me finish what I say.
Let me speak. You were finished. You asked me a question. Would the
Okay.
fall rate be 9.81 meters per second? And I didn't finish my answer, and you cut me off.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Of course not, because you have to sum forces. Gravitational force is one force. Buoyant force is another force, and fluid drag is another force. So you apply the Newton's law, you sum the forces, and you'll get the rate at which that accelerates down. Gravity didn't go anywhere. Gravity didn't change.
didn't.
It's that you
Okay,
have
well,
more forces than gravity acting on the object.
All right, wait a second. So now I've got a wooden ball and I drop it out here and it goes at approximately 9.8 meters per second squared toward the earth, right?
Okay.
Now I go and stand in the bottom of a swimming pool and I let go of the wooden ball. It now goes up to the top. It goes up to the top.
And that's where summing forces comes in.
What force?
You sum forces,
Wait.
and I can give you the equation of motion
Martin,
for each of those cases.
Martin, you don't have a cause.
I don't care about that.
Yeah,
I
you
can
have
give
to
you
care
an
about it
accurate
because
equation
you're
of motion for each
you
of those
have-
cases, and
you have to
cannot.
care about it, Martin. You have
So
to
what
care
makes-
about
let
it
me ask you,
because
what makes
it's a
you think that
fundamental
you're
thing
right
that
and I'm wrong when you can make no quantitative predictions? None. Zero.
Wait, I can't do what?
You can make no quantitative predictions.
Yeah, we can.
No, you can't.
Yes.
Well, give me the equation of motion
What?
for that wood at the bottom of the
It's going to be
pool.
exactly the same. I just changed the G to an A. Okay.
No, you didn't, because
Yes.
there's more than one force acting on it.
Yes.
You
What force?
You
Wait,
don't
what
understand the. Do you
Hold
understand
on,
the
Martin,
concept?
you haven't proven a force.
Do you understand the concept of
Hold on,
summing
Martin.
forces?
Martin.
Stop saying
First off,
prove.
gravity
I
is
won't
not.
even address the word prove. Physics
All right.
doesn't prove.
Gravity
Stop
is
using
not.
that word.
Wait,
It
well,
means you
sure,
don't
when it
understand what
doesn't suit
physics
you.
does.
Wait a second. When it doesn't suit you, I see that. Okay.
No, all the time.
All right.
Physics does not prove.
It doesn't.
Even Feynman said, I can never be proven right. I can only be proven wrong.
Okay. Really? So, heavier than air objects won't fall.
Heavier than air objects will fall, and I can predict the rate at which they fall.
Always.
Lighter than air objects will rise, and I can predict I can give you the
where's
position.
gravity?
Let me ask you. Then
Where's
just
gravity?
be silent while I ask this whole question.
All right, go ahead.
What part of I can give accurate equations of motion for all of those cases using gravity, and you can give none without it, makes you think you're right.
What cases using gravity?
The wood in the bottom of the
pool. What's the gravity part?
And
if you say gravity is a force, the physics community is going to disagree with you. Gravity is not a force. Gravity creates a force according to you guys.
That's right.
Okay. So
the force of gravity.
Okay, the force of gravity. Okay, can you isolate, modulate, and identify this force of gravity?
Yes.
You can? How did you modulate the independent variable of gravity?
That goes back to the NIST experiments where you vary the parameters one by one and you measure the force.
Okay, tell me how you manipulated and modulated the independent variable of gravity, not the rate, not the visual effect.
Okay, do you know what Newton's law looks like?
Yes.
Okay, you can write F over m, little m, which is the mass, is equal to big G times big M, which is the mass of the Earth, over R squared.
How did you get the mass of the Earth?
Well, physics did that a long time ago.
Yeah, physics did that. How did they do that?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
you're
talking about a model that was pieced together over 400 years.
They made it up.
And it works well.
They made it up.
Well, no, they didn't make it up.
Yes, they made it up.
No, they didn't.
How the fuck would you know what the mass of the Earth is? How would anybody know what the mass of the Earth is?
You can measure the distance, and then you can measure the orbital rate.
What orbital rate? Wait, whoa. What orbital rate?
Okay, I don't care if you don't believe in orbits.
Well, do you have any proof of an orbit?
Do I have any proof of an orbit?
Do you have any proof of anything orbiting the sun?
Well, there's retrograde motion of planets.
It's a kinematic effect.
Okay, but what causes that?
If something is coming toward you and it slows down in relation to the other things, it could appear to be going the other direction.
Can you draw it up?
It's called a kinematic effect.
No, it's not a kinematic effect.
Yes, it is a kinematic effect.
It is the fact that if you draw the heliocentric model and you draw the orbits and the speeds, you can see when Earth overtakes, then it appears to be in retrograde, but it's not in retrograde.
I can draw fucking Wilma Flintstone blowing Darth Vader. It doesn't make it real.
Well, if that's your only argument, you really have no argument. You need to debunk the model.
Yes, it's a kinematic effect. A kinematic effect.
What do you mean by kinematic effect? Exactly. Give me the kinematics of that.
Okay, so
give me the equation of kinematics for that.
Okay, the equation?
Yes, kinematics.
You want me to go dig out a fucking equation regarding exactly what? Do you want to know what a kinematic effect is, or don't you? You seem to not know.
I've never heard that expression before.
Okay, so I'm going to explain it to you, and it's okay. Just a real cool example that you can understand, and this has happened to everybody. Have you ever pulled up to a stoplight or pulled into a parking lot just as the other car is backing out? And right as soon as you stop and the other car starts backing out, and for momentarily you feel like you're going forward, you didn't stop. That's because it was a kinematic effect. You observed that and momentarily thought that the other object was moving. So when it comes to retrograde planets, the planets move independent. This is where their name comes from, Planatia, which means wanderer, from wandering stars. Now, hang on a second. They don't stay in the same static position as the rest of the stars in our constellations and night sky do. They move independently. Wait a second. You're not letting me finish. You see, you're too busy trying to figure out what to say next instead of listening.
Okay? I understand your argument. I understand.
All right. So now
you got to the car example.
Okay. So you can understand if one of these objects slows in its rotation while the others continue to move, it can appear to be in what we call retrograde.
Okay, what would cause?
It is
What
not
would,
indication. Wait a second. It's not any indication that anything is orbiting the sun.
what would cause it to slow?
I don't know. We'd have to know why they're moving in the first place.
You say that's the thing. You know, whenever I ask you anything about your model, it's like, well, I don't know what forces are acting on it, because only a force would cause it to
I
slow
have
down.
a theory. I have a theory. I believe that they're following certain magnetic lines.
You
I
see,
think
this is what kills me. It's like you
Have you
just
ever
wave
seen it?
off
Have you ever
400
seen it?
years
Hold
of
on. Have you-
quantitatively accurate physics for some hand-waving bullshit that you can't
Have
even,
you ever
you couldn't
seen-
even begin to quantify.
All right, try to maintain your emotions. Okay.
Well, it's annoying.
No, it's nothing. You're
Flatties are
losing your
really
fucking mind.
annoying
Have
because
you
the
ever
narcissism
seen? Have
is
you
just
ever
out of control?
Have you ever seen the paths of the planets laid out over an azimuthal equilateral projection map?
You showed that to me.
Okay, I did. Okay, so you've
No,
seen
no,
it.
no. I'm going to say you showed that to me. You haven't shown it to me.
Oh, I haven't shown it to you. Okay.
No.
So let me see if I can find it here. It's probably going to be over in here. It's really quite remarkable. They look like. Let me see here. Here's one. Here we go. Let me present this. There. Okay. So you see that they're very reminiscent of what you see magnetic lines. Like, have you ever seen a magnet under a ferrocell?
Yeah, but the thing is,
Okay.
that's just a
So
cartoon.
what it appears,
that's just a cartoon. You have nothing in the way
those
of
are charted.
quantitative forces that demonstrate their motion.
Martin, these are the actual, these are all the planet's movements. I have them separately too. Okay. And they appear to be in a pattern that does correspond with how electric or electromagnetic lines behave, radial type of a system. Okay. Now, do I know 100% for a fact that that's why they're moving in that path? No, I don't. I don't have a no for 100%, but I do know that if you chart these planets and their movements, this is the pattern that comes about from it.
Okay. But what causes that spiraling motion?
I don't know. I just said my theory is magnetics.
But here's the problem.
Okay.
Heliocentrism works so well. It explains so many things.
It does? Does it
You
gonna
want to just chuck that? You want to just chuck that and phaser up? Oh, I think it might be magnetism.
Well, let's go on with what your model says. Okay. Your model is claiming that there's a big giant mass of hydrogen, 836,000 miles in diameter, 93 million miles away. That's pretty goddamn specific. Yep. That got so huge that its own gravity crushed in on itself and started nuclear fusion. Right? Yep. Isn't that pretty close? Okay. You want to tell me how a ball of hydrogen formed together in the first fucking place? How does that happen? How does that happen in any condition?
It had to be gravitational attraction.
Gravitational attraction of what?
Right. Of all the hydrogen masses.
Of all the hydrogen masses. Can you show me?
Wanted to clump together towards a common
Can you show me hydrogen? Can you show me hydrogen having gravitational attraction toward itself in a vacuum or otherwise?
Well,
can you show me
the size of the sun?
You show me hydrogen collecting together into a group?
If I had the mass of the sun, I'm sure I could.
That's the whole point. How did the mass of the sun become a mass of hydrogen in the first place?
Oh, I'm sure it was a hydrogen cloud.
A hydrogen cloud?
Yeah.
How would a hydrogen cloud form in a void? And why would it ever have now hydrogen is a gas, am I correct?
Now you're talking about.
Wait a second. Hydrogen is a gas, right?
The gas.
Okay. And what is the nature of gas? What does it do when it's in a space?
I understand what you're saying.
It expands to fill the void, correct?
Yeah, but you're talking about
Okay,
a
so
small.
the
You're talking
hydrogen,
about a
the
small,
hydrogen,
small. You're talking about a
how
small
would the
amount of mass.
hydrogen,
You're
how
talking
would,
about a small amount of mass.
it
If you
doesn't
got a hydrogen
matter. It
cloud with the
doesn't,
mass of the sun, the gravitational forces are going to be much more significant, and they
how
will.
did it
They will.
get to be that mass in the first place,
Oh, I guess
Martin?
after the Big Bang, you know.
After the Big Bang. So all this shit is exploding and flying away from the center of this Big Bang. Yet somehow a gaseous material such as hydrogen found a way to collect together into this giant mass. Can you indicate to me any time in history where an explosion, where the particles of that explosion all radially are going away from the middle of that explosion? Can you show me an instance where those particles would ever meet again?
You are trying to compare small scale to cosmological scale.
Doesn't matter.
It does
Gas
matter. It does
behavior
matter
is
because
gas.
gravitational forces for that
Gravitational
you
forces
even
of what? Are
comprehend how
you
much mass you
suggesting, wait a
need?
second, are you suggesting that a hydrogen atom has gravitational pull and grabs onto other hydrogen atoms in a vacuum?
There is gravitational pull.
No.
Every particle has gravitational
Show me
pull.
a ball of gas forming under any fucking condition. Any
And I
condition.
keep telling you, this is more of your lack of understanding.
It's not a lack of understanding.
Yes, it is, because you want everything to be done at lab scale.
Wait a second. No,
not everything
you're
scales
asking
down
to
lab
believe.
scale.
You're asking to believe physics that completely defy the gas behavior. Completely defies it.
Because you don't know the gas behavior for that large amount
I
of
do know what gas behavior is.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You
Can
don't.
you?
do not. Because
how-
lab scale and cosmological scale are different, and the gravity is a
Why
much
is
more
it cosmic?
significant.
Hold on,
much
wait
more
a second. You
significant
just
force
keep
in the
throwing
process.
gravity in there. You just keep throwing gravity in there. What fucking gravity are you talking about?
Well, if you reject gravity, that's fine.
You're telling me
But
that
the
the
fact
gravity,
is-
you mean the gravity of two hydrogen atoms can defy the behavior of gas in a vacuum, that for some reason, instead of doing what gases always do to fly out and fill the empty space, they somehow found gravity and pulled each other together? Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not shitting you. You just
You
don't
actually believe
understand the
that?
difference between small scale and big scale.
It doesn't
and you're
matter.
convinced that you're right. It's
doesn't
like
matter.
the people who want me to. It's like the people who want me to show me pressure
Do you ever
next to
see
a vacuum.
clouds? Do you ever see
Show me
clouds?
pressure next to a vacuum.
Do you ever see
And-
clouds drawing themselves together, pulling on each other?
Oh my God! Do you understand the difference in the size of the masses? You have
Yes,
no
and
clue.
it doesn't
You have no
fucking
clue of
matter.
physical-
Let me
you
tell
have
you
no clue
something.
of
You want
physical
to? Okay,
science.
here you go. In dead space, here's how much hydrogen there is according to your model, since you don't know. Okay, 1 atom of hydrogen per cubic meter. So what you're suggesting to me is that an atom of hydrogen has enough gravitational pull to pull another atom that is 1 meter away from it towards itself.
That's an average. The matter is not
Okay.
spread uniformly
So,
throughout the universe.
It
Matter is
should
not
be.
spread uniformly.
Why
throughout
not?
the
Why
universe.
not? That totally there goes against all laws of entropy as well.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Give me a derivation of the second law that demonstrates that.
Hang on, I'm getting coffee.
You guys like to talk about entropy and second law, and you couldn't apply the second
Yeah,
law.
I want to. I want you.
The second law
In
if your
order
life
for you,
depended
in
on it.
order for you to have your fictional space, you have to successfully demonstrate how a gob of fucking hydrogen could form together for any reason whatsoever. You also have to prove that an atom of hydrogen can draw another atom of hydrogen from a distance. Gas particles don't attract one another.
Yeah, they do. They're doing it right now in space. They're doing it right now in space.
In space, there's no one in space. How did they get there?
We have telescopes.
What?
You know, like big telescopes that can
Yeah,
look
big
into space.
telescopes. on Earth we have big telescopes. Yes.
And the James Webb Telescope.
Yes, which isn't in space.
When you start
How
talking
did they get it
anything,
there?
then
How did they get it there,
just
Martin?
go,
How did they get it
baloney.
there? How did they get it there?
On a rocket.
On a rocket. How did the rocket get through the containment?
You're assuming there's a containment.
I'm not assuming that there's a container. There has to be a container because you cannot have a gas pressure system without one.
God, that's the most circular reasoning I've
That
ever
is
saw.
not circular reasoning.
You're claiming that there can't be gas without a
demonstrated.
container.
You have not
I've demonstrated to you. I've demonstrated to you using physics. I'm demonstrating to you using physics that on the scale of the atmosphere, you can have it.
Physics.
And now you're using that as an argument that rockets can't get through space because they can't get through the container.
That's
the
right.
most fucked up circular reasoning I've ever
It's
seen.
not circular reasoning at
Oh
all.
my God, it's such circular reasoning.
How is it circular reasoning? You have not successfully demonstrated a gas pressure system without containment. You've not successfully demonstrated.
I can't do that
You have
at
not
lab scale
successfully
because that's
demonstrated.
not what the
You have
law
not
says.
successfully.
If you
have
want to
not-
debunk the law, you need to apply it
it's not
as
a
it's
law.
supposed to
It's
work.
not a law if it's not
and
true, Martin. It's
it
not
is
a law if it's not true.
It's Newton's second laws of motion.
Okay, so demonstrate air having a downward acceleration due to gravity.
That's just kind of silly.
No, it's not. That's what you're claiming.
Put it this way. If we took the air and all the air and took it off the earth and put it compressed at the edge of the atmosphere, I can guarantee you it would accelerate down. And it would get the same configuration that it has today.
The air would accelerate down. The air would accelerate down in space.
Yes, because gravity's pulling it.
Gravity's pulling it. How do you know gravity's pulling it?
Because I can observe. I would observe it.
You observed it pulling. You saw something pulling. What did you see pulling? Please tell me.
See? You think I see gravity?
That's what you just said.
Do you think you see any forces?
That's what you just said. You said you. Oh, so
all forces are invisible.
When have you ever seen? When have you ever observed air or any gas having a downward acceleration due to gravity?
It's just not something that happens because the air is already in static equilibrium.
It's contained, or you wouldn't have any pressure.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. The source cannot be the
true.
cause.
That's your misconception. You
The
can't
source
accept,
and
you can't accept that
the cause and the effect. Wait a second, because it's not.
And that the pressure that you feel in the surface is due to the weight of the column of the air above that surface.
It's not due to that at all. The pressure that you feel on the ground right here that you feel of the air is nothing more than displacement of the medium, and it's acting in all directions against you, not downward.
Of course, it's acting in all directions.
But all right.
If
so
I have a horizontal surface on the Earth, and it's 1 foot squared, I'll measure 14.7 pounds.
Yes.
And I guarantee you, I can.
Can you prove that that's
integrate
downward?
the mass? I can integrate the mass of the.
Can you prove that's
Let me finish. Let me finish.
All right.
God damn it! You're always interrupting me. Let me finish.
All right. Don't blow a gasket, Martin. You'll be all right.
Well, you just won't shut the fuck up when you ask me a question.
Okay, go ahead. Answer.
Okay. I can guarantee you I can find the massive column of that air, and it'll be that.
So you can actually show a downward force of air?
It would actually, if it's 1 square foot, it'd be 2,116, not 14.7, because that's the square inch.
And you can actually demonstrate a downward force, not in all directions, but downward.
Well, it is in all directions because pressure
How
acts
can
in
it
all
be
directions.
downward?
But pressure acts in all directions. But
so it's not gravity.
Huh?
So then not gravity.
No, it is gravity.
No, it's not. You just admitted that. You said it wasn't downward.
I said it's in all directions.
Right. So
and
is
downward
gravity,
the
is
downward
gravity in all
component.
directions?
And since you have adjacent columns of air, and air can't hold any shearing forces,
The air's
then
not
the
in
pressure
columns.
will act in all directions.
The air's not in columns.
Yes, the air. I can say, okay, 1 square foot on Earth, measure the column of air directly above that, all the way out to the edge of the atmosphere. And I can guarantee you, if I find the weight of that column of air, it's going to be 2,116.8 pounds.
Okay. Really?
Yes.
How would you do that?
Well, I can integrate the density distribution over the volume to get the mass.
Don't you understand that the pressure you're feeling is nothing more than because of displacement, not because of a downward force. There's no
What do you mean
indicated
because of displacement. I don't even know what you say things like they're
do you know what
fact. You
displacement?
say
Do
things
you
like they're
understand
fact
what
that don't even make
displacement
sense.
is?
What do you mean because of displacement? Be
Okay, I'll
specific
show
and
you what
precise
because
with
of
that.
displacement. Do you want to know what displacement is? I can
Yes.
show you. All right. So where this lighter is at right now in my hand, right? Okay. It is displacing the same amount of air as the volume of this object.
Well, that's buoyant force.
Yes, I know.
That's a different thing.
No, it's not.
It
Because
is.
when you're registering the pressure of the atmos, that pressure is coming in all directions due to displacement. There is no downward force from the
what's
air.
being displaced?
The atmos.
The atmos is being displaced from itself.
From you or the object that's measuring it.
No, I have a flat surface.
my
It's not
fucking
displacing any air. It's flat, horizontal on the floor. It's not displacing any air. I can measure the force on that.
There's
and
no
it'll be the weight of the
force
column
down.
above the air.
It's nearly all directions, dude. It's
Yes,
in all directions.
Yes, and there's a downward component.
No,
that is
there's
the
no
weight.
downward component.
Oh, really? There's no downward component of
No.
pressure? No? Then where does the
No.
2,016 pound come from on a horizontal surface?
What are you talking? What 2,000 pounds? There's no 2,000 pounds. You just
Yes, there is. I
estimated
guarantee
that.
you, I can. If I have 1 foot squared horizontal tile on
Hang
the
on, give me a
floor,
minute. I'll be right back. 1 second. I gotta piss. Sorry about that, bro. I had to take a leak, man. Wow. So no, there's no downward force of that air.
Yes, there is. It's
Oh, really? What is
measurable.
what is
What
the
are you
rate
talking
of,
about?
then
Pressure
what's
acts in all directions.
Okay, what's the rate
Down
of
is one of the directions.
What's the rate of acceleration
Of the air?
Yeah.
When it's in hydrostatic equilibrium, it's 0.
Well, then
Which
where's
the
the
air
pressure
is.
coming
It's
from?
already in hydrostatic
Then
equilibrium.
where's the pressure
On
coming
average.
from?
I mean, air moves around, of course, but
Right. So what's preventing it from just going out into space?
Gravity.
Gravity. So you claim
holds the
gravity
air
can
to the
prevent?
Earth's
Wait a
surface,
second.
holds you and me and the
So
ocean
your claim,
and
wait a
everything
second.
else to the Earth.
Your claim is that gravity can prevent equalization of pressurized gas.
Yep.
Okay, then why doesn't it hold the gas in a soda can when you open it?
Well, because then God, this is so stupid. Because then the can is pressurized more than the gravity can pull it down. It's a balance of forces. Do you know how to? Let me ask you a direct question. Do you know how to sum forces and apply Newton's second law?
Wait, all right.
Let me ask you a direct question. Do you know how to sum forces and apply Newton's second law?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Now we're gonna do a little thought experiment, and we can just do this right here in our heads. It's real simple. Okay. So the gravity should be the strongest near the ground, or Would I be safe in assuming that the gravity is the strongest at the ground? Okay. So we're going to have us a vacuum chamber, and we're going to set it on the ground. And we're going to have us a little box that seals up. And we're going to have it out here in the air so that when we seal it, inside that box is 14.7 psi, the same as out here.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to put it inside the vacuum chamber. Now, the vacuum chamber, the air, the box, and myself are all being held to the ground at the closest point of gravity, correct?
Yep.
All right. So now I'm going to reduce the pressure in the vacuum chamber down to 0. And then I'm going to hit a little button and I'm going to open up my sealed box. Will the air stay in that box due to gravity?
And this is where your lack of understanding of physics.
No, just answer.
No, let me answer. I let you talk. Let me talk.
Will it or not?
It will. Of course it will.
You think it'll stay in that box?
Oh, no. It will expand. Of course it'll expand.
Well, there you go.
I thought you asked. No, not there you go. And the reason it will is because now at the interface at the top of that box, on one side there's 14 psi, 14.7 psi. On the other side there's 0.
Right.
So there's not a force balance there, so the air is
Right.
going to expand. That's
Right.
not the case at the edge of the atmosphere.
Oh, so is
The
there
edge of
pressure?
The atmospheric pressure and the ambient space pressure are the same. That's why it won't expand.
That's impossible.
Well, you that's what you claim.
No, I don't claim that at all.
No, you do. But
No,
you haven't demonstrated.
you are claiming that. You are claiming an impossible.
No, you're claiming
position.
it's impossible.
So wait a second. Is there pressure at the outermost edge of our atmos?
It's equal to the ambient pressure of space.
It can't be. Then it's not pressure.
That's my whole argument.
Right. So you can't. So what's causing
that gravity causes a pressure gradient, so that
Wait
the
a
pressure
second.
gradient reduces
So the
to the
top
ambient
layer-
pressure of space, and then there's equilibrium.
Yes, I know.
Which is a
understand
different case than the box in the vacuum.
So what's preventing the rest of the gas not equalizing with the rest of space?
You've asked this. It's
Yeah,
gravity.
I know. So wait a second. So this outer shell, this outer layer, where there's hardly any pressure, as you claim, is able to hold this against the immense vacuum of space, 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah, because the atmosphere at that point is at the same pressure.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it
Gas
does.
equalizes.
It
Wait a
does.
second. You just proved that gravity could not withstand the vacuum of a vacuum chamber. Wait a second.
You compared apples and oranges and thought you were right.
That's not even
apples
wait a
and
second.
oranges.
That's not, no, it's not apples and oranges.
It
at all.
absolutely is.
No, it
and,
isn't.
You know, you don't recognize it because you don't understand physics.
You
It's
don't
just
understand
apples and
physics.
oranges.
You don't understand physics because
I've
you
applied
think that
physics
you
for
can
30
have
years, my
pressure.
friend.
What's causing the pressure?
In the atmosphere?
Yeah.
We've talked about that.
Yeah, you said the pressure was the cause of the pressure.
No, I said gravity was the cause of the pressure. Did you not hear what I
Then
said?
you have to go ahead and demonstrate something like that because we've already shown that gravity doesn't give a fuck about gases when it comes to pressurization and temperature. It doesn't care.
Yeah. Air is a compressible gas.
Yes, it is. And it needs a container to be compressed.
No.
Yes.
Not in the atmosphere.
Yes, in the atmosphere, anywhere.
Dude, I'm never going to convince you that you're wrong.
You show me.
You're so convinced of your rightness.
You show me any demonstration of such an impossible condition.
And again, not all things scale to lab scale.
So it's
That's your
impossible in
misconception.
nature, except when it comes to a
I
planet.
can't demonstrate your misconception of physics. And
So
that's
it's
what you're
wait a
asking me
second.
to do.
So you can demonstrate it.
Can I demonstrate it at lab scale?
Any scale.
Yeah. Atmospheric scale. We can take pressure measurements.
So you're begging the question. How did
No,
the
I'm not.
pressure? Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Because
You
wait a
said
second. Wait a
demonstrated
second.
at any scale.
Is there any condition where you can have a pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment?
It's
Is
not
the only, wait a
pressurized
second.
at the. That's your misconception. It's not.
So you're only,
pressurized
wait
at
a
the
second,
edge
you're
of the
only,
atmosphere. It's
so you're
not
only,
pressurized at the edge of the atmosphere. Get that through your skull.
oh my God, it
it's
has
not
to be,
pressurized
listen,
at the edge of the atmosphere.
then it wouldn't be there. Okay. If your only example of this in nature is the very thing in question, you don't have anything. You have claims of a physical impossibility.
No, I have
Yeah.
a demonstration that the atmospheric pressure goes to the ambient pressure of space.
No, it doesn't.
And then,
You have no proof.
And then, hold on. And then it doesn't matter if there's a container there or not. It's not necessary because the forces are in balance. It's an
you have no proof of that because all you've done is taken the highest ambient pressure reading and mathematically extrapolated it out to zero, which is a physical impossibility.
It is linear at that point. It agrees perfectly with the hydrostatic
no,
equation
it
prediction at that
doesn't.
point. Let me ask you. So you're right. We're extrapolating it. So let me ask you this. What makes you think it would suddenly stop reducing in pressure?
It wouldn't.
Well, then you're making my argument.
It wouldn't stop giving a pressure because you cannot have a pressure next to no pressure without a container.
If you said it wouldn't stop reducing.
No, it will
That's right.
stop reducing.
Huh?
It will stop reducing. It
At what
has
point?
to. Otherwise, it wouldn't be pressurized.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. Show me an example of how this can work.
In the atmosphere. Sometimes, when you're talking about
you just got done telling me, you just admitted to me that they mathematically extrapolate that.
No, I didn't. I said it can be done.
Then how did they get the highest pressure reading from?
Oh, I'm sure they have rockets that did it.
Rockets? You think they can take a pressure reading off of a rocket that's traveling the speed of a bullet?
Why not?
Think about how it works, my friend.
I mean, of course they can.
Yeah, it's not going to work. What they've done is they've taken the highest reading from weather balloons that they've sent up into the highest regions of our atmos, and then taken that pattern and mathematically extrapolated it out and said it goes to zero. This is impossible.
It is not impossible.
It is impossible unless you can demonstrate this.
That's your claim.
It's a fantasy. Unless you can.
No. You know what's a fantasy? What's a fantasy is the sun and the moon hovering. Which, by the way, you've never. I came on with the commitment that you would answer those questions.
Sure, go ahead. Ask him. Ask him. What question do you have?
Well, give me the forces acting on your sun and moon that circle and hover, and also spiral. Don't forget they spiral.
Right.
They spiral in and out. They just hang in space or in the air.
Well, do they hang in the air?
Quantify the forces acting on that causes that motion.
Okay, first off, I don't know what these objects are to begin with.
Well, that's pretty convenient.
Martin, you wanted me to answer. You just asked your question. I'm going to answer it. Okay. So, what is the sun? I don't know. Okay. I don't know what it is. I'm not exactly sure where it is.
Oh my God.
Wait a second.
Oh my God.
Oh, really? Oh my God. Coming from a guy who thinks that balls of gas can form in a vacuum.
It's more plausible than what you're talking about.
No, it's not. It's not even fucking entertainable in the mind. It's such a stupid concept.
Well, the entire world of physics disagrees with you, so I'm going to go out on
the entire world of physics.
with them.
Has anybody in the entire world of fucking physics ever demonstrated this to be a truth? No, it's a theory. It's a fucking theory. It's a philosophy. It's no truth in it. I don't know where you
cannot
get
say
that
that there's
from.
no truth in it.
What the fuck are you talking about? You have no way to positively identify the distance to your sun, the size of your sun, or its composition. At least I can admit to it.
The distance to the sun has been measured.
Oh, really? Yes, I know. It's been measured probably 7 or 8 times throughout history, and we've gotten all kinds of different fucking answers because it's such a simple thing, Martin.
I didn't say it was a simple thing.
Well, then
hey,
what
hold
the
on.
fuck are you talking about? Then where did you get? Where did they get 93 million miles?
This is what you just said is how science progresses. You get
Great.
better.
So where did you get 93 million miles? Where are you getting 93 million miles? Where are you getting 836,000 mile diameter? Where did you ever get the idea that a fucking gas could collect up into a ball in a vacuum?
Okay, I'll let you sidetrack me again. You were talking about you don't know your model. Let's get back to that.
I didn't say I didn't know my model. I said I didn't
you don't know what the sun is or where it is. How high is the sun?
Wait a second. I don't know.
How high
would
is
we
the
measure
sun?
that? How would
What's
we
the
measure
altitude
that?
of the sun?
How would we measure that?
It's your model.
Yeah, I see the sun going around in the sky. Yes.
That's
okay.
right.
So I
What's
don't
its altitude?
So I don't know. How would we calculate that?
What's its diameter?
I don't know. How would we calculate that with it?
So you know
Without
nothing
anything
about
of
your
reference?
model. You have no physics that you can present for it.
You haven't
But
asked
yeah,
anything
you're
about
an
physics.
expert at debunking
Wait. You
global
haven't.
physics.
Wait a second. You haven't asked any physics.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I asked for the forces acting. I asked for the forces acting on the sun, and that caused that trajectory. And for you to be able to reproduce that trajectory with mechanics.
What do you mean? What mechanics regarding what? Wouldn't I have to know what the material, the size and distance of the sun actually are? Wouldn't I have to know how? Yeah. So I don't know those things. Okay. And I freely admit that I don't.
That's exactly my point.
No, it's not your point. So it doesn't mean
every flatty is an expert at debunking the globe. But when it comes to flat Earth, we don't know anything. Well, that's pretty fucking convenient.
Okay, so you have specific claims, right?
At least physics.
You have specific claims. If I do not know the specifics of something, I say I don't know the specifics of it. I don't grab onto what some other guy told me or what some piece of paper said, because
this all goes back to it's all a big lie if I didn't do it myself. You know, no, you can't trust physicists because they're all in on it. And
okay, so I'm going to have to mute you because you cannot observe common cordial fucking conversation. Okay. So as I said before, you have specific claims, right? I don't have specific claims. Nobody can hear you, Martin. No one can hear you. I have you muted. Okay. Because you won't shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Now I'll unmute you when I'm done. Okay. Now, I only make the claim that the sun appears to be local and much smaller than the Earth. As far as a specific altitude, I've never measured it myself. Some have claimed to, but I'm not going to just use their information. Okay. As far as what makes them go around, well, first off, I have to determine, are these things actual physical objects, and what are they if they are? Okay. I, again, don't know any of that. Now, this goes along the same lines as what Austin Witsit was talking about. If you was going through and you found some adoption papers in your parents' belongings, and you told somebody, said, yeah, hey, I'm adopted. And they say, no, you're not. You're not adopted. And I say, yeah, I am. Look, I found these adoption papers. It says right here. And they said, well, those are your parents. No, obviously they're not, because I was adopted. And so they say, well, who are your parents? And I say, well, I don't know who my parents are. And they say, well, then that means that those are your parents. That's your logic, Martin. You're doing that exact same thing. Okay. You're glomming onto shit that's physically impossible. Okay. Go ahead.
well, here's the thing. Globe physics has a lot of physics for you to scrutinize.
Yeah. We have many theories.
Flat Earth physics has none.
Oh, really?
Yes, none.
Like invoking basic laws of physics that your globe defies? That's not using physics?
Well, you can't explain the motion of your sun and moon.
I can tell you what motions they make. How they make those motions, I don't know. I have not analyzed what makes them do that, and neither have you.
I haven't analyzed the flat Earth model because it's not my
You
model.
haven't analyzed the heliocentric model either.
I've done orbital mechanics.
You've done orbital mechanics.
Yes.
Sure. So you want to tell me exactly how in the world you got anything to orbit a globe Earth? How did you get it out of the container?
Again, circular argument. You're
Not a
assuming a
circular argument
container.
at all.
You're assuming a container that you have never seen, nobody's ever seen, nobody's ever touched. You're inferring it
They've
from
touched
a
it.
condition
They've touched
that is
it.
based on your
No, they've
misunderstanding of
touched it.
physics.
We saw Elon hit it just about a month ago.
What's that?
We saw Elon's rocket hit the fucking thing.
Jesus Christ. Give it a...
Yeah.
Oh, you're hilarious, man. Now
Yeah,
you're just
right.
now you're just being entertaining.
Right before it had a sudden unscheduled disassembly.
So the container is 40 miles high because that's where it exploded.
How do you know it was 40 miles high?
Oh, of course. Well, for one thing, you could see it, and it wasn't 3,000 miles high.
You can tell I didn't say it was any thousands at all.
Well, then how high is the dome?
I
don't know.
I would. Well, when was the last time you were up above 120,000 feet, asshole?
I'm talking about any flat earther.
When have you been up above 120,000 feet?
Never.
All right, then shut the fuck up.
No, don't tell me to shut the fuck up. You are claiming a container that nobody has ever seen.
Wait a minute. How
inferring
do you know
that
nobody,
about pressure
wait.
and then saying rockets can't get past it. If you don't think that's circular arguments,
how do you
you're
know
fucking
nobody's
an idiot.
seen it? Martin, how do you know nobody's seen it?
If anybody's seen it, they haven't said.
Well, not to you. They haven't.
Oh, they said it to somebody else.
Possibly.
You realize what
How
a
do you
pathetically weak argument that is?
No, it's not a pathetically weak
Yes,
argument.
it is.
You know what a
That's-
pathetically
that's
weak
just
argument
silly.
is? You know what a pathetically weak argument is? That nowhere in nature can a pressure system exist next to a vacuum except for the Earth.
And
That's a
Mars, it has
ridiculous
an atmosphere
argument.
too, which is observable. And Venus.
What? No,
and Jupiter.
No, wait a second. You're not. How do you know you're seeing an atmosphere? And
You
when
can
did
see
you
it.
see that? When did you see this?
You can tell Mars has an atmosphere.
When did you see this?
You can
Mars
tell
doesn't have a
it's
fucking atmosphere.
What about Jupiter? It's a gas giant. What about Venus?
Wait a second. How do you know?
Venus
How
is
do you know
perpetually
Jupiter?
covered in clouds.
How do you know Jupiter's a gas giant?
Because I'm not a loon that thinks everybody is lying to me.
So how do you don't know then? You've just been told that, right?
I have been told by people who use the spectroscopy.
So you mean to tell me
ways of
that you
measuring-
actually believe that looking at a
sent
rainbow,
probes to Jupiter, whether or not you believe it, I don't care. We've sent probes
spectroscopy
to
is
Jupiter. We've
pseudoscience.
sent,
You
the
understand that, right?
ESA landed on Titan, which has
No,
a
it
methane
didn't.
atmosphere.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Well, you can
No,
say
it
that all you
didn't.
want. That's your belief.
Dude, no,
That's
it
your
didn't.
belief.
It's not a belief.
That's your belief, and it's
It's
based
not
on
a belief.
incredulity.
It's not a belief that a gas
is a
pressure.
belief.
No, it
It
is not
is
a
a belief.
It is not a belief that a
Why
gas
isn't it a
pressure
belief?
system- because it is a fact that a gas pressure system cannot exist without containment.
It is
That is
not
a fact.
fact.
That is
That's
a fact.
That's a fact only in your own
That
head.
is a fact of fucking physics.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
And physicists will tell you that you're wrong.
What physicist will tell me I'm wrong?
Every single one of them.
Can you show me a physicist that can create a pressure system without a container?
Again,
Can you?
There's no pressure at the edge of the atmosphere because of the pressure gradient because of gravity.
No.
Zero cannot. Even if you had a
Zero
container.
cannot exist next to 1. Sorry.
What?
0 cannot exist next to 1 as far as pressure.
Yeah, no, 0 can't exist next to 1, but very small can exist to very small against very small.
No.
Yes, it can. That's called equilibrium.
Martin, again, you're stating shit that you have no proof of. You assume that it goes to 0 based on a mathematical extrapolation, not on proof.
And again, this is where every flatty is an expert in globe physics talking about proof, and you have no proof of any of your physics.
Yes, I do.
You don't even have physics.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. The two basic ones right off the bat. Water is
always
level.
Water
Always level.
You can't have pressure next to a vacuum.
So you know,
yeah,
there
they're all
you go.
flatty talking points that are based on their misunderstanding of physics.
That's not a misunderstanding of physics.
sure it
That's
is.
actually invoking physics.
Nope.
Yes. Show me.
You live in your own head, buddy.
No. Physics is not. Do you understand that physics is not mathematical equations, but actual results?
Mathematics is the language of physics.
It's a description, exactly. So if I describe a ridiculous hypothesis through a mathematical equation, the mathematical equation does not make the hypothesis any less ridiculous.
But when you validate it with experiment and observation,
right? So
then
show me the experiment. Show me the experiment proving that air has a downward acceleration due to gravity. Show me the experiment that proves that a gas pressure system can exist next to a vacuum without containment.
Again, in the second case, the world has to be your lab. You cannot do it because that's not what the physical law says.
Yes, it is what the physical law says. Your
No,
theoretical,
you want me to do it at lab scale. You want me to do it at a smaller scale.
Your theoretical science doesn't agree with it. However, actual physics does agree with what I say.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
Show me any physicist that agrees with you.
Show me any physicist that's designed a gas pressure system without a container.
Well,
or one that's proven air to have a downward acceleration due to gravity.
Okay, for the first one, would have to build about a 300-mile column, which is
Wait,
kind of not practical.
Are you using the "it's too big"? That's what she said, man. Is that the excuse? It's too big. That's your excuse. It's too big.
It's not
the
an
only
excuse.
The only place that we can actually show this type of fucking impossibility is the very thing that's in question. But nowhere else in nature can we find such an impossible condition. Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not shitting you.
You really believe that?
I absolutely believe that.
Well, you're off your rocker, brother.
Well, then me and the whole world of physics is one of us is off our rockers, but it's not me.
Wait a second. You keep saying this whole world of physics, and I don't think you can name one fucking physicist that would agree with what you're saying.
Really?
Yeah, find me
You
one.
believe that?
Who? You invoke these people, you don't even know them.
You think that?
Who?
Well,
who? Name
physicist.
someone. Name
Let's
someone.
Let's talk to any physicist.
Name one.
I've communicated with Eric Verlinde.
Never heard of him.
He's a Dutch physicist. He's working on an alternate theory of gravity.
Okay.
You know, there are those physicists.
Does he have a demonstration of air accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared due to gravity? Does he have an experiment, repeatable and demonstrable, proving that air pressure can exist without containment? Or is that all just a bunch of mathematical horse shit that's made up?
No. This is what we're talking about. If you measure the atmospheric pressure and it goes to the ambient pressure of space,
it does
not need a container.
If you measured it and it went to the ambient pressure of space, but you haven't. You've mathematically extrapolated it to do that.
No, I'm sure there are sensors sure there are sensors on the rockets.
Yes, the rocket.
Because a lot of their systems depend on the ambient pressure.
You think that they have pressure readings on a rocket going faster than a bullet?
Why not?
It wouldn't work, my friend.
Why not?
Because the fucking thing's in constant motion. That's why.
So what? They have pressure sensors that can measure up to megahertz.
So you're just going, they could have or they might do and shit, and you don't really know. Okay?
Yeah, and you're just going, oh, I don't know what the sun is, and I don't know what the moon is.
Wait a second. That's what you're
I don't know the equations of motion, and I can't explain anything about flat Earth. But boy, I'm sure an expert on debunking globe Earth. Yeah,
well,
sounds legit.
dude, you're invoking a shitload of physical impossibilities, man.
They're not physically impossible.
They are.
That's
just
your
because you
misconception.
mathematically making something seem like it's true does not make it true.
You are just demonstrating your lack of understanding of how the laws.
No, I have understanding. I don't stand
No,
under
you don't.
anything.
Let me
Yes,
ask
I
you
do.
something. Let me. You think you're an expert in physics?
I didn't say I was an expert.
Let me give you a few physics problems to
Hold on, let me
solve.
stop you right off the bat. I never
Let me
said
give
I
you a
was.
few physics problems to solve.
I never said I was an expert in physics.
You're certainly not.
Okay. Oh, and you are the man
I'm more than you.
The guy that claims that hydrogen atoms have fucking gravity and draw to one another.
I can apply physics.
You can show hydrogen atoms drawing together due to their own gravity. Really?
But I'm sure I can find papers on it.
You could find.
Well, that's not what I do.
Well, look, I could find all kinds of shit on paper. In fact, I saw a kid here recently drew a purple elephant with butterfly wings. Does that make it a reality? No, it doesn't, dude.
You're talking about what you're talking about is, again, going back to your misunderstanding of physics.
It's
and
not a
I would believe you knew physics a lot more, because you're telling me it's impossible. The physics of it is impossible.
It absolutely is.
Okay, then that's really, really very, very complex physics.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All that acting and over billions of years to do that, that's very complex physics.
Where are you getting
Now,
this billions
let
of
me
years?
Let me know you actually know physics by applying and solving some simple problems in physics.
Sure. Let's start with the basics. No gas pressure can exist without containment.
That's not what the law says.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, then go ahead and demonstrate one.
It is. It's a hydrostatic equation.
Go ahead and demonstrate one. I don't care about an equation. Make a gas pressure.
You will not accept that
Martin,
sometimes you have to use the universe as your lab. You can't always, we can't build a 300-mile column of air.
You don't need to. It
No, we
doesn't
don't.
matter.
You just measure the atmospheric pressure and knows the
matter.
ambient pressure of space.
The pressure's not in a downward direction, dumbass.
You don't think pressure acts in a downward direction?
Air pressure does not work in a downward direction. It's displacement.
Well, you just contradicted yourself, because you said pressure acts in all directions. So now it's all directions except downward.
No. You said exclusively downward.
No, I didn't.
Well, then where's gravity?
How is there gravity? Pressure acts in all directions.
Gravity to the sides and above me.
What I said.
How is there gravity above me and to the sides of me then?
It's not gravity.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
Pressure acts in all directions.
Right.
And the downward component, because a column of air can't hold shear stress. So that column of air, if I take the weight of that column of air above 1 square foot, it's going to be equal to 2,116 pounds. And I can integrate that column of air, the density, and give you that weight.
You'd have to have that contained to do that, correct?
No, you don't.
You don't? You can just make a column of air and
the column of air that goes all the way to
theorize,
space.
And then
the column of air that goes all the way to space.
Wait, and then theorize that it has a weight through an equation?
Put it this way. What about the fact, it's like you dismiss the fact that we can make thousands and thousands of accurate predictions. You can make none, zero, absolutely zero. Huh?
Post-dictions are not predictions.
Okay, fine. Post-dictions. But showing that the column of air, the weight of the column of air above.
No, you didn't show that. You showed it with a mathematical equation. You did not.
And I compared it to a measured value.
Yeah.
You don't think that's physics?
Not until you've actually demonstrated it, bro.
I can demonstrate it.
I'm not disputing that air has weight. Okay. And weight,
and that it will exactly equal the weight. It will equal the weight of the mass of the column of air going from surface pressure to ambient pressure of space over that distance, and it will equal the weight. And that's not an indication of you. That's not an indication for you that that pressure distribution is correct.
Where are you getting this zero at? You don't have any proof of a zero. You only have mathematical extrapolation to zero.
Okay, but if I assume that, and then I calculate the weight and I compare it to the measurements, that's an indication that I'm correct. Not proof, because physics doesn't prove.
Right.
But that's an indication that the
weight?
model is correct.
What is weight?
It's mass times g.
Right, acceleration, right? And that changes with the medium, correct?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
So then they don't have obese people do physical therapy in a pool for any particular reason whatsoever then, right?
Ask your question again. Maybe I misunderstood it.
I mean, if I change the medium, I change that rate, don't I?
You change the acceleration rate?
No.
No. G
Really?
is always G.
G is always G. Then why isn't the person in the pool taken all the way to the bottom?
Because there's a buoyant force, which is also in terms of gravity.
Where's the G at in that?
The buoyant force is rho times the volume times G.
So the effect, not the cause.
You talk about this cause and effect.
Yeah.
And you're focusing. You're putting yourself through so many mental contortions to deny gravity. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And you're just hand waving off the fact that literally thousands and thousands of predictions. It is used in every aspect of engineering to design all of the technology that you use,
Martin,
and I use.
I'm not disputing a downward acceleration. Okay.
Okay.
It's an observed effect.
Fine, I don't care.
Right. Okay.
That Newton's law models very well.
So, no, not really, because
Yes,
now,
it does.
no, it doesn't. It was backward engineered, but we'll go ahead and go with what you got going on. All right.
Okay.
All right.
When you say it was backward engineered, pretty much everything in the universe has to be, if you want to call it backward engineered, because we're not engineering the universe, we're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, by making a conclusion and working a formula backwards from it. That's retarded. Okay.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, because when you piece it all together, and again, the heliocentric model didn't come over in one day. It was pieced together over 100 years.
Of philosophy.
Bits of information, hold on, bits of information were taken in, and finally it was all put together, and it all works beautifully.
It doesn't work beautifully because
It
they always
does.
have to change it. Why do you think that they've had to change the distance to the sun so many times?
Oh, well, measurement. When was the last time the
Measurement.
distance to the sun was changed?
Measurements. No, let me see. Hang on. I got a chart on that. I do have a chart on that. Let me see where that's at. Hold on a second here.
I'm gonna have to go to bed soon.
Yeah. So just a second here. I've got this thing someplace. I just showed it. Oh my God. Anyway, the first time it was measured, it was like 3,000 miles. And then it got changed again. And then they came up with another measurement. And the whole thing was that as long as it suited their purposes and matched the math that they wanted, then it didn't matter really how far away it was. And really quite unscientific, to tell you the truth. It must be on my
When
phone.
was the last time it was changed?
So, in any case, the distances are vastly different from what they've had over the periods of time. They keep moving it further and further
Well,
and
I can
further.
understand
And
it
then they brought it
I
back.
can understand it being very crude in
How
past
do you
times.
make a mistake?
They had crude measuring instruments.
How do you make a mistake between 3,000 miles in the first estimate to 93 million miles in the last estimate?
You got me. And I don't even know if those numbers are correct because I've just seen those.
What that margin of error is? Do you realize how big of a margin of error that is?
Very big.
It's very big, right? Okay.
So, but that doesn't discredit the value that they have today as they get better measuring instruments. I don't know when the 3000 was measured, and I don't know how it was measured. I'd have to look into that.
I do. And
Okay.
they use a shitload of assumptions. They used a shitload of assumptions.
Well, I'm not going to take your word for it because
Well, go
we
ahead and
disagree
look
on so
into
many
it.
things. I'd have to read and find out exactly how they did it.
Okay. So then you probably shouldn't argue about it then.
I'm not arguing about that.
So
It's
what
90, I know
right.
it's 90. It's measured, pretty precisely today during transits of Venus. 93,000 or 93 million miles.
Yeah, that's another problem that they have too. Is if you're going to use a transit of Venus, wouldn't you have to know how far away the sun is in order to know how far away Venus is?
Well,
Yeah. Also, based on an assumption, they said since Venus is about the same size as Earth, how the fuck did they know how big it was if they don't even know how far away it is?
Well, you're talking about things that, like I said, that's an entire history that I'd have to go through to piece together. And I don't, considering how wrong you are on so many other things, I'm not going to take your word.
What have I been wrong on? What have I been wrong on, Martin?
Pretty much everything.
Like what?
You can't have an atmosphere next to a vacuum.
That's
wrong.
true.
No, it's wrong.
No, it is absolutely 100%
Pressure
true.
doesn't act downward. That's wrong.
What doesn't act downward?
Pressure.
Air pressure doesn't act downwards. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
So there's no air pressure acting down on your floor.
It's not exclusively down. No.
No, it's not exclusively down. I didn't say it was
then
exclusively
shut up.
down.
What are
But
you
you don't
talking
think there's a
about
pressure component?
What does that got to do with gravity?
Because gravity's causing that pressure.
How is gravity causing that pressure?
Because it's the weight of the air.
The weight of the air. So the weight of the air is causing its own pressure. How does air collect into a mass without a container?
Gravity.
No, you haven't successfully demonstrated a downward acceleration of air.
Well, it's already in hydrostatic equilibrium. I'm sure.
No, it's not.
If you wanted me to, I'm sure I could demonstrate that.
It would be in a state of
some kind of an upside down tube that's pressurized next to a vacuum, and the air is going to accelerate out first before it expands.
Down?
Huh?
Downward?
Well, if it's going to leave the test tube and the test tube's upside down, it has to go downward.
So down is not exclusive. Is it going to continue to go down, or is it going to, as soon as it leaves the test tube, being as that that's the only opening, is it going to rapidly expand to fill the empty space in all directions?
Oh, it's going to expand, but it's going to go down in the test tube.
What happened to the downward acceleration then?
Again, you don't know how to sum forces.
I am summing forces.
How are you summing forces?
We're talking about gas behavior. We just showed you
You're asking me what happens to the acceleration.
Didn't give a fuck.
First, you said demonstrate downward acceleration. I said I can do that in a test tube. I can demonstrate that air accelerating down to leave the test tube.
Due to gravity?
What else is going to cause it?
The fact that it's wanting to escape the containment and the only opening is the bottom.
Yes, and gravity.
And so why didn't it continue?
If there was no gravity,
then why didn't it continue downward when it left the tube? and instead went in all directions to fill the empty space.
Well, it is. Once it leaves the tube, it is going to fill in all directions.
Well, why didn't it go down?
Oh, again, summation of forces.
So so gravity didn't give a shit nothing about the air.
Gravity wasn't strong enough to pull it down.
Well, then it's not strong enough to hold it against the negative 10 to the 17 torr fucking vacuum either.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Because I can already show you with a fucking heating up air in a hot air balloon, I've already increased the buoyant force enough to defy gravity. I'm no longer going down to the ground. I'm now accelerating upward.
Yeah, because of the buoyant force. And the buoyant force is due to gravity.
No, it's due to weight.
No, it's due to gravity.
It's due to weight.
I can show you from first principles that buoyant force, I can demonstrate to you from first principles that the buoyant force is due to the pressure gradient in the fluid. When you integrate the pressure distribution over a fluid, that net force is going to be equal to the weight of the fluid displaced.
Exactly, going to a state of equilibrium.
And it's due to the pressure distribution. And again, another prediction that I can make using gravity, but yet you just dismiss it and wave it off in favor of
relative density disequilibrium. That's all.
Those are buzzwords.
No, they're not.
I want you to give equations of motion that we can compare to experiments.
You don't even need an equation. It's the relative density.
Absolutely, you need an equation. If I want the position and the velocity of that balloon as a function of time, I need an equation.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that one. We'll do that. Okay.
You give me the position and velocity of a balloon without using gravity and without using 9.81 and trying to steal gravity.
Wait a second. 9.81 is an observed effect.
All I want is an equation of motion.
Hang on, I'm getting it.
Position and velocity.
Wait, you just said buoyancy. You just said buoyancy. Okay.
Well, it's a buoyant force problem.
All right, so here we go. We're gonna go with the buoyant force problem.
I can't see it.
I haven't pulled it up yet. Hold your fucking dick for a second, man.
I like being dicks to flatties.
Well, that's because you don't have anything to stand on. It's your only recourse. It's your only recourse. It's all you have.
The guy who can't explain a single thing.
The only thing you have is fake. All you have is. Wait a second. You haven't explained shit.
I've explained a lot of things. It's just
no, you didn't. You have not demonstrated how you can have a pressurized gas system next to a vacuum without containment. In fact, you haven't demonstrated how you can have a pressurized gas without a container at all in any condition.
You can't. If it's pressurized at the interface, it will escape.
Okay,
but it's not pressurized at the interface of space.
Okay, so let's take. Okay, it's not. How can you have? Is there any pressure right next to where you claim it to be zero?
What I'm saying is,
is there any pressure next to where you claim it
the right way?
Do you have any pressure right next to where you claim it to be zero?
I never claim it to be zero. That's your words.
Oh, you did. You said it feathered off to zero.
Well, it goes to the ambient pressure of space.
Okay, which is?
Very small.
What is it, though? What?
Very small, but not zero.
Right. Negative 10 to the 17 torr.
Okay.
Okay. Do you realize how vastly different that is to the 760 torr in the positive range that we have here at sea level? Do you understand the magnitude of difference between those two pressures?
Yeah, and even in the plot that I have, it's already gone down about 6 or 7 orders of magnitude. And so what makes you think it's not going to continue to go down even more?
Because gas cannot set next to a vacuum having
well, that's
pressure.
a circular argument again.
No, it's not.
You're claiming
Circular
something
at
that you
all.
haven't demonstrated
You're
by applying the
claiming
law.
listen, Martin, you're claiming a physical impossibility, bro.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Well, I'm
You
not gonna
cannot
convince-
have.
I'm not going to convince you, but no,
Well,
no,
you
I'm
can't
not.
convince anybody because you cannot demonstrate any type of fluid pressure without containment.
And there's no fluid pressure, or there's very little fluid pressure at the edge of the atmosphere, and it's equal to the ambient pressure of space, which means it's an equilibrium.
Without containment, it couldn't be any pressure at all.
That's wrong.
No, it isn't wrong. And if I'm wrong, then demonstrate this impossible condition with a repeatable and demonstrable experiment. And don't tell me it's too big. That's bullshit.
That's not bullshit.
It
That's
is
your
bullshit.
misunderstanding of physics.
So you have no
Let me ask you,
you have no proof. Wait a second. So you have no proof of your ridiculous hypothesis.
I have the atmospheric pressure distribution.
You only have a mathematical extrapolation beyond the highest reading taking.
Yeah, and the highest reading has already gone down 7 orders of magnitude.
Doesn't matter how far it's
does
gone
matter.
down if it's
It
any
does matter,
pressure
'cause
at
it's,
all.
you know,
If
7
it's any
orders of
pressure-
magnitude is very low in itself.
No, what's the
So
lowest?
what makes you think what makes you think it stops?
It has to. You cannot have a pressure of gas without containment. I'm sorry.
What do you think? You know, you're looking at the data.
In fact, you're claiming that this gravity is causing containment at the outer edge, which is the furthest away from the
So
gravitational pull.
you think the pressure gradient stops at some point?
It has to.
What causes it to stop?
Containment.
No.
Yes.
What if I move the container farther out?
Depends on the volume of fluid inside the container.
But what do you think would happen to the pressure?
It's going to decrease.
What if I move it farther out again?
It's going to decrease and you'll die.
What if I keep moving it farther out?
What is it? Okay, we move it. What's your fucking point?
Fucking point is that it's going to go to the ambient pressure of space, and then you don't.
No, it's not, because you would die.
If it keeps decreasing, it has to.
Dude, if you kept moving,
said it would keep decreasing.
Hold on.
If it keeps decreasing, it has to.
As you increase the size of the container and do not increase the fucking volume of fluid within the container, fucking buzzing. Is that you? Yeah, it is. I'm going to mute you because you're feeding back or something. Okay. So as you move the container to be bigger and so its capacity increases, but the amount of fluid inside of the capacity does not fucking increase, then you're going to get less pressure. But here's what's going to happen there. It's going to be less everywhere and you will die. Okay? So no.
If you keep increasing the container, it'll stay at the same pressure because of the pressure.
No, it won't.
At the surface.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will.
Because you have more room for the gas to expand and fill the empty space, the pressure becomes less.
Yeah,
Let me ask you something.
The forces are always still going to be a balance between it wanting to expand and gravity wanting to compress it.
No, gravity's not wanting to compress it. It's a volume of fluid in a state of disequilibrium. That's what's causing the pressure. Okay.
Hold on 1 second. A volume of fluid in a state of disequilibrium is causing pressure. How does that cause pressure?
Because it's straining for equilibrium against the containment.
What's causing it to strain for equilibrium? Why doesn't it just reach equilibrium?
Because it's unable to reach equilibrium because it's contained and restricted from achieving equilibrium.
But what would cause a gradient if there's no gravity?
Because as the higher you go within the medium, you displace a lesser amount of the fucking medium. Same thing as when you go to the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, let's think about a column of air that's in a tube and it's 100 miles high.
Okay.
200 miles high.
Mm-hmm.
and it has a container at the top.
Okay.
What do you think the pressure distribution in that's going to be?
The same.
It'll have a pressure gradient.
Yeah.
What's causing that pressure gradient?
That-
And now it's enclosed. There's no air that can come in. It's enclosed.
Because it's a relative density in a state of in a fluid in a state of disequilibrium. That's why.
That's the dumbest word salad
No,
I've
it's
ever
not
heard.
word salad at all. When
It
you go
is.
down, listen to me, when you go to the bottom of the ocean, you are displacing more water than you do when you go near the surface. The exact same thing is in the air.
You're
Okay.
not displacing more water at the bottom of the
Yes,
ocean.
you are. You're
No, you're not.
displacing a greater amount of water. Yes, you
No,
are.
water's incompressible.
Okay, wait a second. So you mean to tell me that when you're at the bottom of the ocean, as opposed to 10 feet under the water, there's not more water above you than there is in the other? Is that what you're telling me?
But you're displacing the same volume of
No,
water.
you're not. You're
Which is the amount of your body.
No, because you have to displace that whole volume of water.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. Not just a portion of it. You have
The
to,
volume of water,
especially if
the
you're at
volume
the
of water
bottom
that
of
you
it.
displace, in fact, doesn't most of it won't go above you, and
Oh my
most of
God.
it goes on side
Is
of you.
there a pressure gradient in the ocean?
Absolutely. Also
Okay.
caused by
Is
gravity.
the ocean a contained volume of fluid?
Well, it circles the globe.
Is it a contained volume of fluid?
No. Gravity is the
not.
container for
Wait
that
a
too.
second. Wait a second. So the water doesn't gradually get deeper as you venture from the shoreline into it?
Yeah, but it also
It does. It does.
The
doesn't
oceans
it?
are all connected, and they can go.
And what are
they
they
can go
in?
anywhere they want.
And is the land underneath the water lower than the land above the water?
Yes, of course.
Okay, there you go.
Well, but the water goes all around the globe.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
goes
gravity that holds
within
it to the
a
globe.
basin, within a container.
It's
It's
all around the
contained
globe.
by the basin,
the oceans are
Martin.
connected, and they're free
It's
to
It's
move all around the
contained.
globe. Huh?
It's contained within a basin, just like a swimming pool, just like a lake, just like a mud puddle.
But it also curves.
Well, that's your claim, but we don't have any any proof of that. So
And when you say we don't have any real proof of that, what you mean
We
is
don't.
you don't have any evidence that you won't deny is what you mean.
no, you don't have any proof that the water is convex. I'm sorry.
So the entire field of geodesy, which measures the shape of the Earth, they're wrong.
Yeah, I would have to say that, because if you take plane surveys and stitch them together and then mathematically bend it to fit your globe, yes.
But current geodesy doesn't do that. They use satellite data that's very
Okay.
accurate, because they're
All
looking for very accurate measurements.
So now is this where you work on or something, or
no? But I know that's what they
so
do.
you just were told this shit.
See, Ned, we always go back to.
I'm just
told that. Oh, man, and you're dumb enough to believe it.
Wait a second. You're invoking it, and you don't really know how it works or what they're doing. How can you use it as evidence?
Well, I know that they explain what they do. If you go to the
Well, if they explained what they do, then explain to me what they do.
Oh, I don't remember it. I got to go back and
Well,
reread
then
it.
what the fuck are you talking about then?
I'm talking about geodesy. They know the
which
business.
you obviously don't know anything about, or you'd be able to explain it.
Only use what I use. They use satellite data and they use LiDAR.
Okay, so how do you know this?
Because that's what they say they do.
Okay, cool.
And I'm not,
I don't care what you're not. You're
I'm
not a logical
loony enough.
thinking
I'm
person.
not loony enough to believe that an entire technical field was created just to deceive me. Do you know how insane that sounds?
Do you know how insane it sounds to invoke physical impossibilities as evidence of
Your claim that it's
modern
physically
Earth?
impossible. That's your
What?
claim.
It's not a claim.
It is
Because
a claim.
until you can prove such an impossible condition, it remains a fact.
Pressure measurements in the atmosphere.
Yes, like as we've already discussed, were
Right.
mathematically extrapolated to fit your model.
And I've already asked you if we have a column and you keep.
There is no column.
I know. We're just thought experiment.
It's a thought experiment, right?
But you'll have that
How are
same
we
pressure
keeping the,
distribution.
how are
You'll
we
have that
keeping the
same
gas?
pressure
How are we
distribution.
keeping a gas in the column?
What?
How are you keeping?
Okay.
How are you keeping the air in a column?
Good question. I'm glad you asked.
Okay.
You make the column 10 feet.
Okay.
Last column, you know, like 3 inches in diameter. You make it 10 feet.
What are we making it out of?
Glass.
Glass. So it's contained.
No, it doesn't have to be contained. It can be open at the top.
Well, wait.
It can be opened at the top.
So the glass on the sides.
Yeah.
The tube. Okay. All right. Let me ask you something. Does that prevent the equalization of the fluid inside?
No.
It doesn't.
How
are you able to
It'll
fill
have
it?
a pressure distribution in it.
Then how are you? Wait a second. How are you able to
It
fill
will
it?
have a pressure distribution in it, just like the atmosphere. In fact, we measured exactly the same as the atmosphere.
So, how's that got to do with gravity?
Because gravity causes it, and it can
How
be
do you
predicted.
know gravity is causing it? You've not demonstrated that.
I can apply the hydrostatics equation and predict that pressure distribution exactly the same way I can do with water.
All right. And the G in that equation represents what exactly?
Forget about that.
Well, no, we have to not forget about it because if you're using it, if
you
you're
want
claiming
to avoid,
if you're claiming G,
you want to avoid the issue,
dude, if
that
you're
it makes
claiming
very accurate predictions.
If you're claiming G, you have to have a value for G. What is that value?
I get it from Newton's law.
What is that number what you're using for G?
We talked about it. Depends on altitude.
Yeah, I know. What are you using?
At sea level, it's 9.81.
Okay, cool. Is 9.81 gravity?
According to Newton's law, it is.
No, that's an effect of what is said to be gravity.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
So, whatever it is.
So
I can use Newton's law. I don't care. I can use Newton's law to predict a value based on altitude, based on mass of the planet.
Okay.
I can use Newton's law to predict.
Wait a second. How you still haven't told me how you got the mass of the planet?
I didn't do it. It's been done.
It's been done. How is it done? How did anybody know what the materials that the Earth is made out of as a whole was in order to get this mass?
Oh, way back, and I don't remember the name, but a guy
Way back.
actually got a pretty good estimate of the mass by assuming an average density. We know what the Earth is made of.
Do we?
The materials it's made of.
Wait. How do we? Whoa. How do we know what the Earth is made of?
Because we can take soil samples and things like that.
Soil samples. Does that mean that the entire Earth is made out of dirt?
Nope. And we know, what the interior is made of by seismic measurements.
What's the deepest hole? What's the deepest hole ever dug?
I don't care what the deepest hole ever dug. There's other ways to determine what's below the surface.
Tell me these other ways. Tell me these other ways
to measure. You can use seismic measurements.
Yeah.
To know that there's a liquid core.
So you mean to tell me you actually can use a seismic measurement that's going to travel through almost 8,000 miles of God knows what and be able to determine what the materials are?
Yep.
That's horseshit pseudoscience.
Well, you can call it horseshit pseudoscience. Well, it doesn't change the fact that it.
Yeah, wait a second. No, it's not a fact. You're straw manning the shit out of that. That's not a fact at all. The deepest
Austin.
Listen to me. The deepest hole ever dug was close to 8 miles.
That's
about the same depth. Listen to me. I'm not done. About the same depth as the Marianas Trench. Okay. Now, let's just go ahead and say 9 miles. All right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Your geologists, with their seismic readings and their ground penetrating radar, as they dug the great borehole, were wrong about what they were going to run into the entire way down to the bottom of the hole. They finally got to a level where they just could not drill anymore. They said it became impenetrable. So, how would this, in comparison to an object almost 8,000 miles in diameter, the Earth, is about the same as drilling halfway through the skin of an apple and determining what's in the core.
Well, they
Pseudo science,
no,
dude.
nope. Just
Yeah.
like you can determine the chemical makeup of liquids with spectroscopy.
No.
Yeah, you can.
No, listen,
You
spectroscopy.
just keep saying no.
Wait a
You're
second.
answering
Wait a
everything.
second. Wait a
No.
second. Wait,
And
no,
it's
hold on.
it's all shit pseudoscience.
You
It's
just
like,
keep bringing
that's
up more
bullshit.
pseudoscience.
That's your answer
If
to
you really
everything.
know, hold on. Do you even know what fucking spectroscopy is and how
Yeah,
it's done? Tell me.
Spectroscopy is a way of breaking light into
Little
its components.
rainbows,
Huh?
break it into little rainbows, and then they determine through some spectra what the material is that's
Exactly.
burning. Okay, so first of all, this would require containment of the material that's being observed. Second, you're not taking into account all of the medium that you're looking through between you and the distant object. Number three, looking at a fucking rainbow and determining what something is over a vast distance is beyond retarded pseudoscience.
Again,
You have
your
no
answer for
idea.
everything.
You have no idea how it's done. It's just like that goddamn carbon 14 dating. We did a show on that.
In fact, it's done on chemicals on Earth. And they
Yes,
can figure out
it is done on chemicals on Earth, and those chemicals on Earth are fucking contained to analyze them.
Well,
whoa,
what are you talking about? They're contained to analyze them.
They have to
You
have
going David Weiss on me?
The sample has to be isolated, my friend.
Well, if it's on a planet.
Do you know what else gives off different light spectrums?
What?
Light.
Oh, of course.
There you go. So it's not a determination of shit. Now,
Except
here's
that-
the buoyancy
except that-
formula.
except
Here's your
that again-
here's your
except that
buoyancy
again,
formula that
all
you
the
wanted me to
things
bring
that
up.
they do on Earth, it's always accurate, but you're going to say, "Oh, it's not accurate because, well, whatever."
What do you mean? You mean to tell me that you're looking at an object that's supposedly hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles away or more, and determining its makeup by looking at a fucking rainbow? Why don't we just toss some chicken bones on the ground while we're at it? Holy shit. So now I have your buoyancy formula that you wanted.
Okay.
Here it is. Okay, so we've got FB equals PGV equals PGHA. So where's your gravity in here?
G.
Okay, G, what's that say? Gravitational acceleration. So that's the rate at which things fall, right?
That's the gravitational acceleration.
It's an observed
from weight.
it's an
the weight of
observed
the
effect,
displaced
right?
fluid.
It's an observed effect, right?
Whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so where does gravity come into this observed effect?
In the buoyancy formula.
Yeah, but where's the gravity part of it? All it says is an acceleration. I could say unicorn acceleration. I could say
The gravity part
magical
is that
acceleration. It doesn't matter.
The gravity part is that weight is equal to mg, and that's what it is.
Okay, so weight is a relative density ratio of an object within the medium. That's it.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
Things
m
weigh
times
less.
g.
All you have to do is you change the medium, the weight changes, bro.
Oh, bro, you just don't even know how to sum forces.
Dude, I just told you things in a vacuum weigh less or weigh more.
Okay, I'm going to give you a problem to work.
You don't need a problem. I'm trying to establish gravity, Martin.
Oh, you're never going to work a problem because you can't.
We don't need to.
You do.
Wait a second.
It's another case.
How is that going to
I
establish?
I can use these laws to make very, very accurate predictions, and you can just word salad.
Okay, so we can then use these things right here and tell me where the cause is identified.
I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to apply
because
the formula,
it's not.
and I'm going to get a very accurate equation of motion.
Because it's not, Martin. Gravity's cause is not illustrated in there at all. They just slip it in. Acceleration due to gravity. Assumption. Weight.
It's weight.
Weight due
It's
to
weight.
gravity.
It's the weight of the
Assumption.
displaced fluid. And weight
is weight due to gravity is an assumption of the cause.
Except that, again,
Except that
case,
nothing.
I can make accurate predictions and you can make jack shit.
Dude, I can use the exact same formula, man. I can use the exact same formula and change the G to an A.
Well, if you want to use a different letter, okay.
Matter.
If you want to use a different letter, that's fine, but it still comes from Newton's law.
Wait a second. No, you're assuming a cause again. You have no proof of a cause.
Except that we know mass attracts mass, and we know
No,
that
we
Newton's
don't
gravity
know that.
formula is
Mass
accurate.
attracting mass was debunked a long fucking time ago. Stop invoking it.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. This is why Einstein had to come up with this bending of space-time.
It's still mass is attracting
No, it's
towards
not.
each other because of bending
Light
of space-time.
doesn't have
When
fucking
two masses
mass.
come into proximity.
What's the mass of
when
light?
two masses come into proximity, their geodesics are going to want to make them move together.
So they saw the bending of light, space-time. Can you isolate space-time and show me what the mass of light is that would, in order to cause it to bend? What is
So
the
you're doing
mass
all
of
Witsit
light?
talking points, huh?
What is the mass of light?
Mass of light?
What is its mass?
I don't know.
That's right. So it doesn't have
Just
any.
because I don't know doesn't mean nobody knows.
It doesn't fucking have any, Martin.
Okay.
So how does gravity bend it?
Well, again, something I'd have to go read up on. But
Yeah, you better. Because look at man, your mass attracting.
I'm going to side with the physicist's conclusions rather than yours.
Well, then you better get up to date by about 100 years.
Newtonian gravity is still fine.
No, it's not, because
Yes,
mass
it
does
is.
not attract
That's
mass,
why-
and you still
And,
have
well,
not
it's not, then
demonstrated air
stop
having
using,
a.
You better stop using technology because
You
it's all
haven't
based on Newtonian
really.
gravity.
It is. It's assumed on the cause. What technology assumes gravity?
Structural analysis.
Structural analysis. Does it require gravity or an effect of what you call gravity?
You're sort of parsing words here.
No, I'm not parsing words because you're
Yes, you
trying
are.
to say cause and effect are the same thing. Again,
and you are trying to say dismiss its accuracy and the fact that
you didn't dismiss its
Newton's
accuracy.
gravity law predicts
I didn't
the variation in gravity in Earth's gravity field very well. You're dismissing that.
I did not dispute the effect. I am disputing the cause.
I don't care about the cause. We don't know the cause.
Well, then stop using it.
No.
Why?
It's a perfectly good law.
So
It's accurate.
It's just as good a law if you replace G with A.
Yeah, but then you have to figure out a way to determine A.
It's the same number.
Everywhere? How do you get it everywhere?
It's going to be the same number wherever you're using that
So
G.
you don't have Newton's
Listen
law
to
to
me.
guide. Wait, hold on.
Wherever you're
let's
using
go
that
through a
G.
thought process. You don't have Newton's law to guide you. So now you want to do this at
Wherever
100,000
you are
feet.
using the G, you can replace it with an A.
How do you
It's
determine the
only-
value?
It's going to be the exact same as what you're using.
Then you're using Newton's law.
Right. And you're assuming the cause in that law.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay. So that's
It's still
what you
accurate.
dispute.
And you say
I
you're
didn't
assuming
say
the
it
cause,
wasn't
and that-
accurate.
and that's fine.
Where did I
have
dispute?
Hold on, I have no
Martin,
problem
where
with
did I
that.
dispute? Where did I dispute its accuracy?
Well, you're saying, okay, you're not disputing its accuracy. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm glad you're not disputing its accuracy. That's the first step on your way to
Right. So
understanding physics.
you said that gravity was a factor. And I'm telling you that gravity is an assumed causation of the acceleration. The
And I'm
acceleration can still be used as it is evident.
Well,
but the
then
cause is not assumed.
Then what you're doing is stealing Newton's law and not calling
No,
it
we're
Newton's
not.
law. Call it Newton's law because
All
that's
right,
what
wait a
you're
second.
using.
What is the gravitational acceleration in this formula that I'm showing right here? What is it?
Where?
The fucking law that I'm showing up here. FB equals PGV equals PGHA.
That's a reflection of the weight of the displaced fluid.
Okay.
Which I can,
where does
from
gravity?
first
What is the
principles-
G?
Again, from first principles, using gravity, integrating the pressure distribution over it, show that that will be equal to the weight of the displaced fluid. So that rho V is just mass.
I'm not
It's
talking
mass.
about the mass. I'm talking about the G. I'm talking about the fucking G.
Yeah, when you multiply mass with G, that's weight.
Weight is the relative density of an object within the medium.
No.
Yes.
Weight is mass, always mass times G.
Yeah. Mass times A.
Mass times G.
A is just as good.
So what if you have a buoyant force problem? What are you going to use for A?
What in a buoyant force problem?
Yeah.
Which A?
What are you going to use for A?
What?
You have two
Acceleration
things.
for
You
acceleration?
have the weight of the object and the weight of the displaced fluid.
Yes, it's a ratio. Do you see the equal sign? Do you see the equal sign in there?
I don't see anything.
Wow.
Oh, I see it now.
Okay. So the little equal sign in there means that it's balanced, right? So it's a ratio, okay, between the relative density of the object and the relative density of the medium that it's displacing. It's that simple.
Nobody says that the density ratios don't make a difference. But G, you can't develop the equation of motion without G, or what you call A, which you steal from Newton's gravity law. You understand what I'm saying? You still there? Took off on me? I think Elvis has left the building.
So yeah, sorry about that. I had to take care of something real quick. So no, the G, of course, is quantifying an observed effect.
Okay.
All right. So no one disputes that there is a downward acceleration of heavier than air objects.
Okay.
Right? Okay. Right. So the cause is what's in dispute. All right.
And
all right.
As of now, we're saying it's either, mass attracting mass because of force, although Newton's law doesn't have to be treated as a force either. But
it's not treated as a force. It actually says it causes a force.
Well, that's what I mean. You can also treat it as a potential energy.
Okay.
And so I lost my train of thought. We're talking about G.
Mm-hmm.
So mass times G.
Or A.
But the thing is, you're saying, okay, this is an observed effect.
Right.
Right. And you're using Newton's gravity law and you're replacing G with A.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're admitting his law works.
Well, I'm admitting that there's a downward acceleration. That's obvious.
And that
it's not really
accurate.
It's not really his law. Hold on, wait a second. It's not really his law. It doesn't mean these things weren't happening before he wrote it down
this is his
or
law.
said anything.
It's his law.
Second thing you ought to understand too is he didn't really want Newton.
Nobody had that law before him.
Newton didn't even want to be associated with this nonsense.
Well, don't call it nonsense. Newton.
It is nonsense.
In Newton's time, Newton couldn't understand interaction between two bodies without a medium. But we know that light goes through a vacuum now, and he didn't know that. So
why would light not go through a vacuum? In fact, he probably didn't have any idea of a vacuum because no such thing exists in nature.
Well, they thought that there was ether in space. Let's get back. We're getting sidetracked. We always get sidetracked.
All right.
Let's get back to.
Hold on 1 second here, Ray. Good to see you, brother.
How you doing, SOV?
All right, man.
You're replacing G with A and using Newton's gravity law. So that's an admission that his gravity law produces accurate results. It's just that you're not convinced it's mass attracting mass.
No.
Okay. But then if you treat it as a potential energy, it's still going to work the same way.
Yeah.
And it's still going to want to form masses into spheres, large masses, planet-sized masses.
Well, that's
but the nature of the way it works. It wants to point to the center of gravity.
Well, that's all that now you're delving into theoretical shit.
Well,
this is all theoretical.
That's part and parcel of Newton's equation. So if you're going to use Newton's equation, you have to accept
hold on a second.
Because it produces a radial gravity field.
Newton's equation merely describes an observed effect.
We've
already
said that. We've already established that.
And we've established that mathematics is nothing more than a description of things.
I'm not even convinced that Newton was even real. You know what I mean? You got to prove that to me. You know, then I might listen to his equation.
If you're going to go that far down the rabbit hole, I'm not going with you.
So,
but whether or not Newton's real, this law is real.
Okay, so we have an observed effect. Okay, we've quantified that observed effect.
Okay.
So what we're missing here is this cause. Now, when you start going into planetary scale and all this other nonsense, okay, what you're doing there now is you're invoking theories. Okay. And wait a second, these theories are based off of mathematics. Okay. And once again, mathematics are merely a description of the hypothesis or the observation. Okay.
Right.
So
it
doesn't make it reality. And just because you make a mathematical formula doesn't make a physical impossibility possible.
But if you look at the form of Newton's law in the vector form, it produces a spherical potential field.
Theoretically.
No, not theoretically. It does. That equation
Really? Do you have demonstrative proof of this?
Yeah, because it can be measured.
Show me demonstrative
proof. Again, geodesy measures the gravity field.
Geodesy is a fucking program. Show me demonstrative proof of this.
Why do I have to do it myself when
because
there's an
it's
entire
your
field?
Claim.
It's not my claim.
It
it's
is
my
your
claim.
claim.
Is that go look
Did
at
I invoke
field.
it?
My claim is go look at the field of geodesy because that's what they do.
You're talking about a computer program.
Geodesy is not a computer program.
Okay, so
it's much more. If you think
so you invoked it.
You don't know what geodesy is,
Martin. You invoked it.
I did.
You have the burden of proof. So
the burden of proof is my burden of proof is your beef isn't with me. Your beef is with geodesy. That's what they say. You
Whatever.
Need to look at their methods of data and debunk them.
Says. Listen, I don't care what another motherfucker says. Okay,
that's the whole mentality of flatties. They think that they have to do everything themselves because it's all a big lie.
I want to see demonstrative proof of this hypothesis.
I want to ask you a direct question.
Okay.
Do you think all these multiple fields of science, engineering, and technology exist just to deceive you?
I think that many of them appeal to whoever is paying them.
Oh, that's such a naive notion.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Really? You want to explain the last 3 years? Huh? Right.
Well, I'm not even going to go into COVID.
Good. No, because we don't talk about that here. But if you went through the last 3 years and you're trusting what some fucking asshole in a lab coat says, just based on his status, because
you're basing something that happened and people overreacted and there was hysteria. I agree with that. You know, you're basing that.
And we found out what? We found out what?
400 years of validated physics.
We found out that the appeal to authority ended up detrimental to many people because the authority was fucking wrong, weren't they?
I don't think they were wrong.
Really?
COVID existed.
Go get boosted.
A lot of people died.
Yeah. Go get boosted.
Well, that's what every flatty does when they want
to. Of course. You're all in. You trust.
Go get the booster.
Wait a second. You trust these guys based on an appeal to authority. That's what you do.
I'm vaccinated and I'm doing just fine.
Well, so far.
Yeah. We'll see how long that lasts.
Hey. Well, it's been 4 years.
Well, I mean, about this whole thing being real. I
Well,
mean, I don't
I remember
I
one
went
flatty
all-
telling me 4 years
I
ago.
remember when they
2 years.
well, they told us people were dropping dead in the street, and every hospital I went to was fucking completely empty. And I took 14, 15 flights in a row without a mask cross country to the places they were calling the hot
Hey, listen, we're not going to get into that. We're not even going to get into
I was
that.
all over the place too.
We're not even going to get
Everywhere.
into that on here.
But-
It's enough that I
you-
was able
let
to
me
point
tell you,
out.
you're trying to
It was
compare
enough for me to
something that
point
was
out that your appeal to
people
authority
obviously
has no merit.
overreacted to some degree.
It's not just overreacted. Everything on the screen's fucking fake and to keep you in fear. You believe it all. You believe
Well,
the globe.
I think you were so far down the rabbit hole that
Oh,
I
no,
can't even have a rational conversation.
You
with
probably stayed
And
in
I'm
your
not even
fucking
going to try.
No, you probably stayed in your house like a little bitch and wore a fucking mask in the shower. Well, I was out actually seeing what was going on, and you know what wasn't going on? Nothing was happening at the hospitals. No panic. Nurses were getting furloughed. You didn't hear an ambulance for 18 fucking months. I can't go on too long. I
They
don't
were
want to get
doing
Dave
TikTok dances. They were
Yeah,
doing
we
TikTok
live in reality.
dances.
We had
They had time.
four
They had
gatherings.
time to get like 10 people together and get all the same moves
Can you
down.
get that
and
dude to
record
shut
it.
the fuck up?
So,
You've been
about
yapping
90%.
your jokes all night.
Who the fuck are you talking to, Martin?
That dude who's rambling on side of you.
Who?
I hear somebody's voice.
Do you not have a screen?
I'm seeing you on my screen. I'm on my phone.
Wow,
Okay, I'm zoomed back out. Now I can see more people.
There you go. So who the fuck were you talking to?
I don't know who was ever rambling about COVID.
You brought it up.
You're
the one that brought it up.
So, do you
No, I
have
didn't bring up
anything
COVID.
besides? Do you have anything besides an appeal to authority or some theoretical mathematical equation to support your impossible claim of a gas pressure system without containment?
We have
Or-
atmospheric pressure measurements, and you're never going to accept that. But that's
Well, no,
fine.
not if they're
that's-
made up.
That's a dead horse that we can't.
It's not a dead horse because it's the
It is a
crux
dead
of
horse.
all your bullshit. You can't prove your gravity. You can't prove air having a downward acceleration due to gravity. You can't prove that there can possibly be, against all physical law, a gas pressure system without a container.
Well,
I'm
let me ask you
sorry.
something.
You have
This is-
nothing but
Let me
mathematical.
ask you
You have
something.
nothing but
Let me ask you
mathematical
something. Let me ask you
theories.
something. So you claiming, because I know all the physicists will agree with me, you call that an appeal to authority. Should I appeal to you then?
No, what you should do is look for some way to prove this impossible condition.
And
Well,
it's kind
outside,
of really
hold on,
been done with
outside
pressure
of this-
measurements in the atmosphere.
You,
and
we
physical
just got
arguments.
hold on, wait a second. You don't have full sets of pressure measurements, brother. You have the highest pressure reading that you've been able to take,
And
and
we
then
know
you
that.
mathematically extrapolated it.
And I've tried to put you through a thought process that you
It
didn't
doesn't
want to go
matter
through.
about thoughts.
It
You
does.
can't.
It
It's
does.
an impossible
It does.
condition. It's an
It does
impossible.
matter about thought.
It's an
Because
impossible
I
condition.
can put you through a thought process that shows how it's possible.
Only with extrapolation through a mathematical
with
formula
extrapolation.
that defies physical law.
Not even
Martin.
with extrapolation. Let's
Yes.
start back again. Let me start back again. 10-meter column, test tube column. It's open to the atmosphere.
Mhm.
Does the air rush out?
Does the air rush out? Why would it?
Why would it?
Yeah, why would it?
Because there's equilibrium at the interface between the gas in the tube and the surrounding gas.
Why? It's the same pressure.
That's right. That's what's called equilibrium.
All you did was isolate some air. It doesn't prove
Right.
anything.
And no, I'm not done with the thought experiment. Okay. So 10 column, and I can predict the pressure distribution in that column using the hydrostatics equation. Predict it very well.
You
Now
can
make it 100
predict.
miles.
Do you have a demonstration beyond your mathematical prediction to verify that your mathematical prediction is correct?
So you don't think I can predict the pressure distribution in a column of air?
I don't think you can. No.
Really? With pressure sensors, you don't think I can?
I don't know. Can you do it? Let's see it.
Can you?
And what's your
Yeah, do it.
point?
Okay. And then the point is, now make it 100 miles.
Okay.
And it's still open at the top. Will the air rush out?
Why would it? You're still within the fucking same pressure system that's contained,
It's not
dumbass.
that you're within the same pressure system. It's that the pressure outside at the interface is equal to the pressure inside at the interface.
That's right. So there would be no reason for the air to go anywhere. Do it
So
inside.
bring it out
Listen,
bring it
hold
out
on.
bring it out to the edge of space.
You
Now
can, there is no
going to suddenly
space. What
rush
are you
out.
talking about? What are you talking about? The edge of space.
Well, I'm talking about the edge of the atmosphere. Bring it all the way out
Okay.
to the edge of the atmosphere. Now is
So
the air going to rush out?
Right to the container.
No, we're not assuming.
But you said the edge of space.
It's still
You said
open
the
to
edge of
the
space.
it's still open to the ambient.
It can't be.
Why?
Because it's impossible to have a gas pressure without containment.
That's your claim. But I'm trying
That's
to
not a
step you through
claim.
this
It's a
thought
re- it's a-
process.
no,
I'm trying
no,
to step the whole. Listen for a
That's
second.
scientific-
Shut up for a second.
It's a scientific reality. It's not
Bullshit.
a claim.
You're full of crap.
Then demonstrate one.
I'm giving you a thought process.
I don't know. Demonstrate one. I can think of a fucking purple cow.
You don't want to talk about it because I just saw the light go on in your head.
You didn't see anything.
Yes, I did. I saw the light go on in your head. You knew where I was going.
Let's do
Now
a
you don't
thought
want to talk
experiment.
about it.
If a frog, if a bullfrog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass all the time. Does that mean that a bullfrog
if you
has
want to be
wings?
stupid, then I'm going to go to bed.
Does that mean that a bullfrog has wings? Because I did that
If you want
thought
to be
experiment.
stupid, then I'm going to go to bed. What I'm saying is, you make that column continually increase, continually increase, continually increase. It'll never rush out of that because it's in equilibrium with its surroundings. And
Right,
even if
which
you
is
bring it all the
contained.
way to the pressure of ambient space, it
There
will
is no
still be in
pressure of
equilibrium
ambient space.
with its surroundings, and it will not rush out because
Yeah.
it's in equilibrium.
How do you get to the pressure of ambient space? Can you give me directions?
Whoever that guy is, he's a fucking idiot, and I'm not talking to him.
So here's your problem with that, right? Your column that you keep increasing is still within a contained environment. So there would be no reason for the air to get there.
No, you're assuming.
I'm not done.
You're assuming a contained environment. You're assuming that the environment has to be contained. I'm saying that container is open every step of the way. You make it larger and larger. It's open every step of the way.
Dude, do you realize if you did the same thing underwater, you have the same thing? There's water on the outside of the fucking column, and there's water inside of the column. It's all within the same fucking system, dumbass. You
No,
can't
dumbass.
have it go to zero. It will never happen.
Yep.
Well,
And I've just given you the thought process that should make you connect the dots, but I can see that it doesn't.
It doesn't connect any dots because you're still claiming an ambient pressure next to a vacuum without a separation. This is an impossible condition because
When there's a pressure gradient in the atmosphere that causes it to go to the ambient.
We just showed you how gravity doesn't give a shit about gas expansion. We just proved that.
You compared apples and oranges, and you don't.
No, I'm not comparing any such thing. You're saying that a 14.7 psi can exist without a barrier next to a vacuum. You cannot have a pressure. Listen, Martin, you cannot have a pressure gradient.
14.7 is
You cannot have a
That's where
pressure
you're
gradient.
wrong, and that's where your argument's wrong.
What kind of a gradient is it?
It's a pressure gradient.
Okay, so you know that the preceding word was pressure, right? Do you know what the word pressure means?
Yes.
What?
It means a force per unit area.
It's called the act of pressing. You can look it up, or I can look it up and bring the definition. The very first definition.
I'm giving you the physics definition.
I'm giving
which
you the
is force
physics
per unit area.
definition too.
No.
Yes.
Physics is force per unit area.
Pressure
is force per unit area.
And the force is? What is the force?
At the edge of the atmosphere, it's whatever force the ambient pressure of space is pushing back per unit area.
So 10 to the negative 17 torr against the 760 positive torr.
You just don't get it.
Yeah, I do get it. You said that the slight amount of pressure difference inside of a pop can, it can't be.
It's not slight. First off, it's not slight.
Oh, it's not? Would you like the exact numbers? I have them.
It's a couple of
I have
PSI,
them.
I would think.
I have them. Would you like to hear them?
Okay.
Would you like to see what the ratio is? Okay, so a 12-ounce Pepsi can, right? At 4 degrees Celsius is, let's see, at 4 degrees Celsius, you have 17.4 PSI.
Well,
Okay.
That's over a 3 PSI difference. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I know. Now consider 760 torr.
But the 760 torr is not acting at the interface. It's acting at the bottom.
Right. Exactly.
It's acting and that analogy, the Pepsi can is at the top of the atmosphere. That's not going to have that pressure.
We're only talking about fucking 3 pounds.
That's right, because there's that difference at the interface. That's what you don't get. It's at the interface.
Okay.
The 760 torr is at the surface.
Okay.
The 10 to the minus 7 is
What does
about
that
200
matter?
or 300 miles
What
out.
does that matter? What does that matter?
It matters a lot.
Why does it matter?
What I don't get is that you recognize that there's a pressure difference.
Yes, of course, there has to be. There's always a pressure gradient inside any contained volume of fluid.
Or solid, actually.
Any contained volume of fluid has a pressure gradient within it. The deeper you go into that volume of contained fluid, the more of the fluid you are displacing, and the pressure becomes greater upon your body.
Well, in that column that I was talking about, it's open at the top.
Yeah.
And it's always in equilibrium with the interface.
Yeah, but you're assuming it goes to zero, and you're assuming that it's.
I'm not assuming it goes to zero.
Yes,
I'm putting
you
you
are.
through the thought process.
You're assuming it can never go to zero, Martin. Never. Never.
I'm not saying it goes to zero. I'm saying it goes to the ambient pressure of space. You're the one who said it goes to zero.
Which is what?
10 to the minus 17. We know what it is.
Okay, so
you're not. So you're saying that the pressure at the edge of the atmosphere is not 10 to the minus 17?
No, it's not.
What do you think it is?
What do I think it is? I don't know, but it's not a zero. It's not even anywhere close to zero.
So it's already gone down in that graph that I have.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
If there's no container,
7 orders of magnitude.
If there's no container, there will be no pressure.
That's wrong.
The pressure cannot be the source of the pressure. Don't you understand that?
The pressure is not the source of the pressure.
Then
gravity is the source of the pressure.
You have not demonstrated air having a downward acceleration due to gravity.
It doesn't matter. I can
yes, it does matter.
I can demonstrate that the force on a unit area is equal to the weight of the column of air above it.
Okay. So where's the gravity part?
The weight of the air.
The weight of the air. What causes the weight of the air?
Gravity.
Prove it.
And again,
prove it. Prove it, because you know
that.
what? I can change the weight of things by increasing the medium.
Yes, because you're adding other forces to it. Gravity
I'm
is
not
one
adding
force.
any forces. All I'm doing is changing the displacement ratio.
Look, I gotta go to bed.
All I'm doing is changing the ratio of displacement.
I gotta go to bed. I'm gonna give you some problems to work.
Oh,
some homework.
Okay. I'll get right on them.
Yeah, you're not going to do them because you can't.
Dude,
you think you're an expert in physics.
You have not.
You don't know physics.
Wait a second. Yes, I do. Obviously, wait a second.
Hold on.
You're telling me
who can't apply any physics law at all can debunk all of physics.
I just
I'm supposed
did.
to believe that?
I just fucking did.
In your head, you did.
No, not in my head. Not in my head.
In your
Listen
head.
to me, Martin. It is impossible. It is impossible
You
to
keep
have
saying
a gas
that,
pressure
and
system.
I'm not gonna go with it all night.
Okay,
It's
well,
not
then just
impossible.
listen.
The
It is
laws
impossible
demonstrate it.
for it to
The
have.
atmospheric pressure distribution demonstrates it. You can
No, it
deny it
doesn't
all you want,
demonstrate shit.
but
It's a
it
claim.
doesn't.
It's a
mean
claim,
you're right.
Martin. Martin, it's just a claim. It's just a claim.
Dude, man,
Okay,
you're so
because
far in
it's
your
a
own head.
physical impossibility. Listen to me.
I just can't even.
It's a physical impossibility.
I think it's
It's a physical impossibility.
personalities like yours fascinate me.
It's
that
a
you
physical.
think-
Okay,
think
so now
you're
we're getting
smarter.
into
You
personality.
literally think you're smarter than
Okay.
every physicist in the world.
Okay, so you see, they always go there. They always go to those fallacies.
Who's that?
They
Who's
always
that
go to
dude?
those
He sounds like
fallacies.
fucking Beavis or
Okay,
Butthead.
Ray. Every fucking time. Every time. So
No,
you're
but
claiming a physical
that's a
impossibility.
legitimate point, though. How
No,
am I
it's not.
supposed to believe that somebody who has no training in physics, somebody who can't apply even the most fundamental physical laws,
I just did.
knows you didn't?
Yes,
That's the
you're
thing,
you're claiming a violation of entropy and have absolutely zero proof of this
Give
violation.
me your second law application that says that a gas in a gravity field can't exist next to the ambient pressure of space. Give
my
me your
God.
derivation of the second law that demonstrates that. Everybody says, every flatty says, oh, second law. You don't know anything about the second law other than saying second law.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're claiming you can have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment.
In a gravity field
Is
that
this-
has gravity,
no,
that
is
has
this your claim?
that has a no. Listen to what my claim is. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying that you can have an atmosphere next to space, which is almost zero, not exactly. An atmosphere next to space, and the hydrostatics equation shows how you can. So you're invoking a mathematical law.
So you
You're
don't
invoking-
have wait.
because
So
entropy is
wait
a
a second.
mathematical law.
So
You're
you're
invoking
only-
a mathematical law. So you give me your mathematical derivation.
Wait a second. So your only proof is some kind of mathematical formula? That's your
And
proof?
you claimed entropy, which is a mathematical formula. You
Hold
claimed
on.
entropy, which is the
Am I
second
getting
law
this
of
right?
thermodynamics, is a mathematical
Am I
formula.
getting this right?
And you invoked it. So you invoked it. So you back it
am I
up.
getting
I
this
can
right?
give you my derivation.
Am
You
I
give me
getting
yours.
Wait a second.
No.
Hold
I
on.
gave you my derivation.
Martin,
You give me
Martin,
yours.
Are mathematical equations proof of anything?
You invoked entropy.
Are mathematical equations?
You invoked entropy. It's a mathematical
Are
equation. You invoked entropy as proof that you can't have an atmosphere. You invoked entropy that you can't have proof as proof
Right.
that you can't have an atmosphere next to.
Are you done losing your mind?
No, I'm not losing my mind.
You are losing your mind.
Now you invoked a mathematical
Wait a
law.
second,
Now
wait
you're
a
trying
second.
to run away from it.
Are mathematical equations proof of anything?
You seem to think that the second law of thermodynamics
Are
is.
mathematical
You seem to
formulas.
think that the second law of
The second law
thermodynamics
of
is.
thermodynamics can be demonstrated.
Then demonstrate it.
Okay. I fill up one side of a vacuum chamber with gas with a separating wall. The other side, I remove the atmos. Okay. I make it a vacuum. I remove the wall. Does the gas stay over here? No, it expands and fills the empty space. Now,
And you're comparing apples to oranges.
It's almost like
because you have to debunk because
Stop.
you're doing a different. What you're doing is different. It's not the same as the atmospheric distribution. You have to use the mathematical atmospheric distribution to invoke entropy to debunk
Once
that.
again,
You're
Martin.
not debunking the law
Once
as it's
again,
claimed to work.
Martin.
You're not.
Once again, Martin.
what-
Are
what hap-
mathematical formulas proof of anything?
What happens when you pop an aerosol can or a spray paint can?
Okay. One thing is, again, you're using the word proof. I'm not even going to address the word proof because physics doesn't prove.
Okay. That's very convenient when you come up
Well,
with
it's
fairy
pretty
tales.
convenient that you don't know anything about your own model.
Are mathematical equations proof of anything? Yes or no?
I already told you I'm not going to address that because physics doesn't
Are they
prove.
proof of anything? Yes
Physics
or
doesn't
no?
prove.
Then why in the fuck are you using them?
Because they work and they're accurate.
What work for what?
Oh man, thousands of things.
Like what?
All of fluid mechanics.
Okay,
structural
so show me the actual demonstration, not a mathematical extrapolation, not a hypothesis demonstrated with a formula. Show a demonstration of the impossible condition that you have claimed.
It's not impossible.
Show a demonstration.
We did
We can
Where?
in the atmosphere. And I put you through a
No,
thought
you're
process.
begging the question, Martin.
And
You're
look,
begging. No,
I'm
you're
not
begging.
begging any
You mean to
question.
tell me the only example of this ridiculous thing is the very thing in question?
I'm saying that sometimes the world has to be your laboratory.
So sometimes you have to make shit up to fit your story, is
No.
what you're saying.
No, sometimes you have to take measurements in the
Why?
atmosphere
Wait a
because you can't
second,
build
wait a
a
second.
column of air
So
100
you're
miles up.
telling me,
Sometimes you have to take measurements in the atmosphere.
So you're telling me that the only example of this impossible condition is the very thing in question. Nowhere else in nature can you demonstrate such an impossible condition. You can't recreate this impossible condition, but somehow, because of a mathematical formula, it must fucking exist.
I'm saying,
Are you
I'm saying if you want to debunk the law, you have to debunk it as it's proposed to work, and you're not doing that.
Listen, your hypothesis is nothing more than a hypothesis until you can put it into demonstrable experimentation. It remains a hypothesis.
And you dismiss all the measurements in the atmosphere that show that the pressure
Mathematics,
decreases
what measurement?
continuously.
No,
You
wait,
dismiss-
we
you
already
dismiss the
established,
experiments.
Martin, we already established that above a certain height, the rest is just mathematically extrapolated, which means it's not real because it goes against the
necessarily mean
very
it's not
principles
real. No,
of
that doesn't.
physical law.
There is a good reason to assume that it's going to continue decreasing because it's been decreasing the whole way.
Why would you assume that it would increase or decrease continuously to zero? Why would you assume such a thing when no such condition exists anywhere?
It does between the edge of the atmosphere and space.
Well, that's your claim.
Yeah, that's my claim.
And you have no proof of it.
Well, you have no proof that it's impossible.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. You know why? Because I don't have to prove a negative, Martin. You do. You have to prove your positive claim of having a gas pressure system, despite all evidence, all proof, and every physical law stating otherwise.
Nope, the physical law doesn't state otherwise.
It
Because
does
physical laws
state
are
otherwise.
mathematical equations, and the mathematical equations say that it'll go to zero.
Mathematical equations can say that a donkey can fly if you word it right.
Well,
mathematical equations are not proof of anything, Martin.
And what kills me is, okay, we have the prediction.
What kills you is you have a belief system. That
No.
Hold
on. Let me talk. All right. You're getting fucking high on weed. Shut the fuck up. So we have measurements out to 300 miles that agree perfectly with the hydrostatics equation. We have.
Wait. How far? Which direction?
Oh, not 300 miles, about 200 miles.
Laterally or vertically? Vertically, 300 miles.
200 miles.
200 miles.
Yeah.
200 miles. And what did you use to get a pressure reading at 200 miles?
The pressure reading it was in, it's from various sources. One of the Soviets, and there were a couple of others. They're listed in, and I can't show my screen, but it's listed in the graph. And the graph clearly shows decreasing, clearly shows the hydrostatics equation agrees perfectly with it. So
hydrostatics of space, is that what you're trying to float?
No.
How is there hydrostatics
of the atmosphere, even though it's thin?
Where's the force? You have not demonstrated successfully that gravity acts as a force upon air.
Sure I have.
No, you haven't.
Yeah.
You hypothesized.
Well, then I guess we're just pretty lucky that all the predictions that we make are accurate.
Predictions of what?
Everything.
Like what?
Like pressure distribution in the atmosphere, pressure distribution in the water.
Pressure distribution in the atmosphere to the highest reading that you were able to get, which I will add was from a fucking balloon.
No, this wasn't from a balloon.
Listen to me.
This wasn't from a balloon.
These
were from rockets.
No, you can't get a pressure reading from a rocket. Sorry, bro.
Well, you can't get a balloon up to 200 miles.
That's right. So that's why I'm calling bullshit on your readings.
Well,
There's the data, and it's in the 1962 International or U.S.
Now,
Standard
somebody
Atmosphere.
wrote it down. Somebody wrote it down.
It's
Nobody
another
bothered
case
to
where it's
question.
like, well, no,
Nobody
I just
bothered to
don't believe
question
it
how
because I
in the
don't
fuck
believe
you
it.
got a
And that's
barometric
all you
reading.
got.
How did
All
you get
you got is I don't believe
how
it
did
because I
you get a
don't believe it.
barometric reading? How did you get a barometric reading from a rocket going the speed of a fucking bullet?
Well, yeah. There are pressure sensors that can measure in megahertz.
Really?
Yeah.
And how did they get around the force around the rocket as it traveled?
Well, in that case, the rocket's probably traveling at a constant
So
velocity.
now we're back to probablys and they could have's, right?
Yeah. It was done in 1962.
We're right back to the same fucking bullshit again.
You're just dismissing the data.
It's
because you don't like the data.
I'm dismissing the data because I'm calling bullshit on the collection of the data.
Well, you can call bullshit all you want.
How am I what I'm supposed to trust some fucking 1962 communist Russian motherfucker?
Why not? Why not?
Why would
the space program was legitimate?
Sure it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, that sucker was really
Yeah, no, you don't
legitimate.
believe in space.
Here
huh?
we've gone.
No.
Here we've gone since when was the last time? 1972. So we got 52 years later, and oh shit, y'all, we still can't go to the moon. We're gonna kick the can down the road a couple more years,
Yeah, it's
like
called
we've been
funding.
doing for the last.
Why
20
don't we have
years.
one
It's
picture?
called funding.
Why don't we have
Oh,
one
bullshit.
picture of the planet Earth, 360-degree video or something?
Okay,
it's real from space.
Again, another
After
stupid
all
thing. Because any
no.
picture I show you, you're just gonna deny.
They don't have
What,
any.
in those high altitude photographs that are
Every-
bent with a fisheye lens. Yeah, those
No,
are.
I'm
Really
talking
cool.
about the Apollo 17 photo.
The one that they filmed through a round window.
No,
Yeah.
that claim was Apollo 11. This is Apollo 17.
Oh, so they
and
only
it
faked
shows
it.
the whole Earth.
So they faked it on 11, but they didn't have to
fake
fake it on
11.
17.
That's Bart Siegel's bullshit claim. They didn't
Oh,
fake it on
bullshit.
11.
You mean, well,
And
whose arm was that?
You fell
Whose
for
arm
it.
went in front of the fucking Earth? God?
What?
Whose arm went in front of the Earth in that clip? Was that God? And what happened? Did God turn on the fucking lights inside of space? Come on,
What are
man.
you talking about, man?
I'm talking about the Bart
look, dude, I'm going to
video.
bed. I
Yes,
think you get-
I'm talking
you
about
get-
the
you
Bart
get too high
video.
on me.
So you believe that Nixon called the moon from his office
Why not?
back in the 60s from just
Yeah,
a regular
they had a spool of telephone wire on there, Ray.
See, and that's another one of the
Mm-hmm.
stupid things. Even with all the internet resources, you can't fucking figure out how they did that.
They didn't even go, dude.
No, but again, that's your claim.
Well, it's not a
But
claim,
you're
it's a
running away
reality.
from. Oh,
Dude,
he called
the
it from a
moon-
landline.
that
Would they
shit
do?
was
Stretch a line? You can't figure out how they could have done that.
No, they couldn't have done it.
Again, all you just say is, no, they couldn't do this. No, they couldn't do that.
Oh, do you
No,
want to
this
get
is
it? Do you want to go in? We can get into specifics.
You really can't figure out how
We
that
can
could have
get
been
into
done.
specifics. You're not going to like it though, because it's going to incorporate fluid dynamics again.
Okay.
So you really want to get into it?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So they went up there on this moon, right? And we're talking on the moon. Do you know what the pressure on the moon is, Ray or Martin?
Pretty much a vacuum.
You know, it's actually 10 to the negative 11 torr.
Yeah,
as
it's a little
opposed to
more.
Okay, it's a little less of a vacuum than it is out in dead space, right? Okay.
Right.
And so we had 14.7 psi inside of the capsule.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure it was. I'm not sure it was pressurized to 14.7, but
How would they have breathed?
well, you can breathe it at a lower altitude.
Okay, so we'll say
I
they
mean, at a
took
lower pressure, it's a
They
matter
took
of
it
how
down
much
to
oxygen.
let's say it was as low as 13. Okay.
I think it might have been as low as 3 to 5.
No, no way.
I'm pretty sure. Let me
No,
Google.
sorry, babe. Sorry, because I've gone up as high as 8,000 feet, and any higher than that, you start needing to have oxygen, or you get really tired really quick.
Yeah, but that's
So,
because there's no
yeah.
oxygen. You can have a low pressure
Right.
and still supply with a lot of oxygen.
Where'd they get that from?
They bring it with them.
They bring it with them. Do you know how much? Do you know how big those tanks would have to be in order to carry that amount of oxygen? Not to mention having pure oxygen right there by open flame.
Do you know how
Are you
big
fucking
they have to
kidding me?
be? Do you know how big they have to be? Have you done the calculation?
Well, I know that a scuba tank will let you go underwater for about 2 hours.
Have you?
Okay.
Have you done the calculation?
A scuba tank and a recirculating oxygen tank that's specifically designed for the moon
Recirculating
are two very
oxygen?
different things.
What happens to oxygen when you breathe it in and then exhale it? What happens to it?
Comes carbon dioxide.
That comes to carbon dioxide. That's
And
right.
They have scrubbers.
They have scrubbers.
Yep.
Oh,
You
okay.
ever see
That
Apollo
somehow
13?
turns carbon dioxide back into oxygen?
No, I'm not sure what it does, but they have
It
scrubbers.
doesn't do anything because it's a lie.
It probably takes the I would have to look that up, but it probably takes the carbon dioxide and just takes it out of the air.
Do you know what the temperature on the moon is during the daylight hours on the moon?
Yeah, it's hot.
It's really hot. So what kept them from baking while they were inside of the lunar module?
Well, how does the heat transfer get into the lunar module?
Because the radiation of the sun and this heat is causing a convection inside of the closed object, just like an oven. How did they keep it cool?
Well, all those blankets that are on the Apollo command module that the flatties like to make fun of so much, those reflected most of the radiation. That's why they were there.
Oh my.
Yeah, oh my.
So, do you know that the compartment that the astronauts were in did not have any gold foil on it?
So what's the point?
So how was the heat shielded from the occupant capsule portion?
I told you all those reflective thermal blankets on the outside.
There's no reflective thermal blankets on that.
Oh God!
Of it.
Look at the LEM. Every flatty makes fun of that because they think it looks. Oh, you think this piece of junk went to the moon? Everything on that LEM was there for a reason, and it wasn't made to look pretty. It was made
Here you
to.
go.
It
Here
was
you go.
made to.
Here you go. Here you go. Right here. I have one. I built this. Isn't this nice? Here, let me put it up full screen so you can see it really good. Okay. So as you can see, here I have the lunar lander.
Oil and the reflective, and it
Right.
had blankets.
So they were not in this portion right here.
They were in the upper part.
They were in this portion. You notice there's no fucking gold foil or blankets on that portion.
It's a reflective surface.
No, it's not. It's just a fucking aluminum. It's the same as it was on all the rest of it. It's a reflective surface. It doesn't matter. It's going to cook the air inside of the fucking thing.
No, it won't because
hold on. If you're
most of the
claiming,
radiation.
okay, then how does the Earth receive any warmth from the sun in your model? How does that fucking radiation travel 93 million miles, not being heat, and then turn into heat once it hits our atmosphere? Same thing. You have an atmos inside of here. Okay. The sun is traveling from 93 million miles to this object right here. It's going to heat up. How did they keep it cool?
Because they had reflective surfaces.
No. Wrong.
No, right.
You're making shit up now.
I'm not making shit up.
Yes, you are making shit up.
Let's see. What's the reflectivity of aluminum?
Doesn't matter.
Heat transfer works.
If here he is. Listen, Martin, if I had a metal box,
heat of the sun, dude.
If I had a metal box outside, right, and put somebody in that metal box, and the sun starts hitting that metal box, what's going to happen inside that metal box?
Well, for one thing, you have more mechanisms for heat transfer in the atmosphere. You have convection through the atmosphere. You also have
convection is exactly the problem, Martin. Convection is exactly the problem.
Hey, hold on. Aluminum has a reflectivity of 88% to 92%, which means that it reflects 88 to 92% of the incident radiation.
Okay, so if I were to put you in an aluminum box in the sun, would it heat up inside or not? He left.
I think we lost him.
Yeah, he
He
left.
left.
That's all right. He was
Couldn't
just
take-
fucking looping anyways, man.
He was crumbling fast towards the end there. For the last second,
Of course. Of
he was
course.
falling apart.
I mean, when you start claiming physical impossibilities and saying, look, I made an equation that says that it can happen, it doesn't mean that it can fucking happen, man. I mean, wow. What the fuck?
I was listening. It went on for a long time, dude. I was.
Yeah, we've been on here a long
I
fucking
left
time.
and came back, and he was still going.
Oh, I know. Yeah, he's one of these big mouths on Facebook. And of course they never can back up their shit. And it's when it's put down to the fire. And the thing is, okay, I understand you have a hypothesis. And you've also described your hypothesis with a mathematical equation. Wonderful. Does that mean that your hypothesis is correct? No, it doesn't. Not until it reaches the stage of trial, which is done through scientific experimentation. The method goes like this. We observe a phenomenon. We develop a hypothesis as to why this phenomenon is occurring. Then we do experimentation, which requires independent variables, dependent variables, and control variables so that we can actually determine what the cause of the effect that we are witnessing actually is.
And in the case
he's
of
back.
gravity, we don't know the cause yet. We're still looking for it.
Then why are you using it?
Because the law is very accurate.
Well, no, only for the acceleration downward of objects in the air. When you start placing this theory, which is not proven, upon other objects that you know nothing about in order to have your little space solar system shit going on, it's all reverse engineered crap.
Well,
it doesn't prove
when
anything.
you're talking about the cosmos, everything is reverse engineered. We're not engineering the universe. We're trying to figure out a universe that exists.
Right.
So to say it's reverse engineered, well, of course it is.
Okay, so when we came to the idea of gravity, this was based off an assumptive cause. We can agree on that, right?
Yep.
So then when we ascribe that,
We've already gone through this.
Wait
We've
a
already
second.
gone through
When
this.
we
I don't wanna go through this again.
when we ascribe that to other objects we see in the heavens, and then mathematically extrapolate their motions to match our idea, we haven't really proven that, have we? We've only described what we think with an equation.
And it matches observations.
It matches observations that were already observed. We put the formula to match our observations. That's all that has been done. It doesn't mean that the formula is correct. It doesn't mean that the cause of this effect that you assume to be gravity is actually a property of these other objects. This is how the assumption of an orbit around the sun came about. There's never been any proof of anything orbiting the sun, ever.
Well, again, except that it matches the observations.
The kinematic effects of your observations are misleading.
Why are they misleading?
Because you're trying to ascribe something that isn't happening to another effect that is happening.
Well, okay, you seem to be such an expert on kinematic effects, but when I try to ask you to explain your motion, you have nothing.
I already explained that. A planet going in retrograde, as it's said by science,
and you
can
showed
be,
me these.
listen to me, can be a kinematic effect to the object merely slowing down in relation to the other objects that are moving. That's
and you
all.
have no proof that it does that.
We don't have either proof of either way, other than when we extrapolate the patterns of movement over an azimuthal equilateral projection of the Earth, we find it to match the same movements of magnetic waves on the Earth.
So extrapolation now is okay.
No, what I'm saying is that it
Said
matches
extrapolate.
that.
You
So
used the word extrapolate.
yes, I did. I
So
did.
extrapolation now is okay.
Are you not understanding the context in which I'm using the word?
What is the context you're using
Okay.
the word?
So when we take these planetary movements and we plot them out on an azimuthal equilateral projection map, we find that they have a pattern very reminiscent of the magnetic wave patterns of a toroidal energy source.
So,
okay, this is what we see. All right. We don't wait. I'm not done.
You're
I'm
trying
not
to say
done.
it's somehow
Relax.
a toroidal thing.
Relax.
You're trying to say it's somehow a toroidal.
Everything has a toroidal energy field, including the smallest amount of an atom has a toroidal energy field around it.
Can you quantify it?
Yes.
You can quantify it and use that to predict those spiraling motions that we see.
We're not predicting those. Those are postdictions.
Okay, we'll call it postdiction, but use the equation so that your trajectories with the equations will match your observations.
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely.
You can.
Listen,
I want to see that. Look, I
these-
got to go to bed. We're going to stop right here tonight. I want to see those equations.
Okay.
right.
So it's the whole what you're going on about is observations are not predictions, especially if it's a repeating pattern. Listen to me.
That's
If
fine.
it's
I tend to use the word that way.
if it's a repeated, if it's a repeated pattern,
equations,
if it's a
trajectories
repeated,
that quantify the forces.
if it's a repeated pattern, it's not a prediction.
Okay, call it a postdiction.
Well, that's I am.
But give me the equations that match the observations for the trajectories.
Do you have the equation that matches the trajectory observations in the other model?
In the heliocentric model?
Yeah, do you have them?
I haven't done them personally, but they've been done.
Well, then what the fuck are you asking me?
But you're the one going against your beef is with physics. It's not with me.
No, it's not with physics. It's with theoretical impossible physics like you suggest.
No, because you asked if there are equations that can predict.
No, I did not ask if there are equations.
Can predict.
I did not ask you for any equations.
Heliocentric model.
I did not ask you for any equations.
Yes, you did. You just did. Dude, you're too fucking high.
What did I ask you an equation about? What
You're
did
too
I
high.
ask you?
I'm going to bed.
Wait
man.
a second.
I don't even
Well,
remember what
those
you said.
equations. Wait a second. All I was
I'm going to bed. I'm going to
all
bed.
I was
We'll pick this up
exemplifying
tomorrow.
Okay, so all
Sleep
I was
off the weed.
exemplifying was the fact that you want me to produce some equations for planetary mechanics to you when
Right.
you don't even have any mechanics for planetary movements of your own. So
Why
what
would I
in the
need to,
fuck are
why
you
would I
asking
need to
me
do it myself?
What are you talking about? Why would you need it? Don't you have it for your model?
It exists.
Do you have it? Do you have it and do you understand it?
Yes, it's yeah, I do understand.
Okay, so you'll be able to bring that.
Yeah.
And be able to digress it and explain it to everyone, right?
Yes. And
Okay,
you need to
good.
bring your
That's what we'll be
equations
waiting
too.
on.
You
That's
bring
what-
it. You bring
okay.
your equations too.
All right, we're going to bring all kinds of equations.
All right.
But
Bye.
what did we say about equations, Martin? Are equations proof of things?
Physics doesn't prove. That's
Are
what I said.
equations proof of things?
Physics doesn't prove. Get
Yes,
that
it
for your
does.
skull.
Yes, it does. Yes,
No,
it
it doesn't.
does. Yes,
No, it doesn't.
absolutely it does.
No, it doesn't.
Are you saying that Boyle's law is a lie?
I'm saying that.
Are you saying that Newton's law is a lie?
I'm not
Are
saying
you
that they're
saying
lies.
that
I'm not
Archimedes'
saying-
principle is a
Dan,
lie?
Dan, you're
Those
so
don't
fucking
prove,
high. You're
those
just
don't prove.
rambling, okay?
Wait a second. Those don't prove things. Those aren't proof of things at all. Is that what you're telling me? Those aren't proof of
I'm
things.
telling you, physics does not prove.
So then the buoyancy formula doesn't prove whether something will float or sink.
It can work.
Does it prove that something can float or sink or not?
Listen to Feynman's lecture on the scientific method.
I don't give a fuck about Feynman. I'm just
Well,
stating
okay.
to you right now.
Well,
does
Feynman says,
is Boyle's law a fact or is it just a theory?
Boyle's
He's,
law
he's
is a
confusing
law.
physics
Boyle's
and
law is a
equations.
law.
Okay, it's a law, right?
Mhm.
It's a physical law, and it proves that certain things will or will not happen, doesn't it?
And sometimes it's wrong.
No,
When?
no. Physics and mathematics are different things.
Mathematics is the language of physics.
Mathematics is a language of many things. It's a
Yeah.
description. That's all.
Okay.
It's description. It
But
doesn't prove
Boyle's
things.
law, and in fact, Boyle's law, and I think Charles's law and Guy Lussac, I think is the other guy. Those laws were all combined into the ideal gas law.
Okay.
Ideal gas law incorporates all of
Okay.
those.
And we notice that that's called a law. Why?
It's called a law because it can make predictions.
No.
It can
No.
quantify
What's the
things.
definition of a law?
The law is a description of a process.
The law is not a description of a process. What is a law?
An unremutable fact.
No.
I could be wrong too. I don't know.
You got it? Okay, here it is right here. I'm going to show it to you. So go ahead and make your screen so that you can see. Okay, here's the definition of a law. I'm pretty sure that we all know how to pronounce it, but hey, let's listen.
Law.
Law. Okay. The law. Definition number 1. The system of rules which a particular country or community recognizes as regulating the action of
That's
its
irrelevant
members.
to this.
Nope, that's not the right one. A rule defining correct procedure or behavior in a
That's
sport.
not it.
Okay. A statement of fact deduced from observation to the effect that a particular natural or scientific phenomenon always occurs if certain conditions are present, like the second law of thermodynamics. Look at that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So, if that is the case, we see that the words fact, deduced from observation, right, always occurs, always, right? Here's similar words: fact, verify,
Certain conditions are present.
certainty, certitude,
Certain
principle.
conditions are present.
Right.
So the ideal gas law can be wrong.
Okay. How?
So that's what I'm saying.
How?
That's what I'm saying. A
How?
law is not always right.
How?
Oh, if at high pressures, you have what's called real gas effects. And real gas effects, you have modifications to the ideal gas law because you'll get the wrong values.
Values of what, though? What are
Pressure,
you talking
temperature, volume, whatever you're trying to calculate.
about? Okay, so does temperature increase or decrease with pressure?
Does temperature increase? Well, if you hold everything else constant, it's a constant mass, then temperature will increase with increasing pressure.
It will. Then why is it that when I puncture,
It's adiabatic anyway.
why
It's
if I
constant mass.
puncture a cylinder of pressurized gas, the immediate reaction is that of cold?
Because the gas is expanding. You said if you increase the pressure.
Right. But see, liquid propane can only be a liquid when it's under pressure and it's very, very cold.
Okay.
So how is cold causing that? That's not heat. The fact that it's liquid is because it's under pressure, right? And if it's under pressure and it's cold, then we know that the pressure isn't causing heat, is it?
And it's actually
Okay.
it's
All right.
it-
I'm
it-
really going to bed because you're not even making sense now. You need to lay off the weed.
No,
So,
maybe
I'm
you
going
need to
bed.
smoke some, bro.
he is making a lot of sense.
And maybe if I start smoking some weed, I'll start. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe you'll stop believing in physical impossibilities.
Well,
I
they're not
mean,
physical
really,
impossibilities.
you'd expect our roles to be reversed, really, right? Because I should be the one that is believing ridiculous shit, right? But I'm not. You're the
you
one.
are the one believing ridiculous shit.
I am. I'm not the one claiming a gas pressure system without containment. I'm not the one claiming that for some unknown reason whatsoever, hydrogen atoms at some point in history decided to have their own fucking gravity and somehow collect together into a ball. Those are your fucking views, not mine. Those are crazy town views. Those are fucking crazy town views. Nowhere in any kind of gas behavior will molecules of gas ever form together for any fucking reason unless they are contained.
Okay.
Never.
I'll look into that. But again, it's another one where you think whatever you say is right.
Gas behavior, what does gas do? It expands to fill the empty space. That's what it does, man. That's the nature of gas. That's
and in
what
reality,
it does.
and again, you're talking about things on a cosmological scale. In reality, it's all a balance between gravity and
But
pressure.
see, Martin, your cosmological scale is nothing more than theoretical mathematical equations. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what is the James Webb telescope taking pictures of?
It's taking pictures of things in the sky with different radio waves. Do you think that those pictures they show you is what's coming back from that fucking telescope?
It's
No.
data.
It's data, and then they give you an artist's conception of what that data means.
No,
it
they
doesn't
don't give
mean
you an artist's
shit.
conception.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. They admitted that it's just ones and zeros coming back to them, and then they make it into a picture.
Well,
they admit it.
You know what? Guess what? You see my face?
Yeah.
You see my face?
Kind of hard to miss.
Okay. Well, guess what? They're turned into ones and zeros, went through the wireless, went through the internet, came back to you as a picture.
Yeah, but I didn't have to have an artist sit here and look at the ones and zeros and turn it into a picture, did I?
Yeah. Why do they have to have an artist recreate it? And
why do you say that they have an artist recreate it?
Because they do every time.
Not every time.
Yes, every time.
Yeah, every time.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson said this was taken with infrared sensors, and if your eyes were infrared sensors, this is what it would look like to you.
Okay.
It doesn't look like that at all.
But it still exists.
Something exists. What they show me an artist representation of doesn't mean that that's what's existing there.
Where does it exist?
Who says that it actually does exist? They just took data that came in and made a picture.
Again, it all goes back to you just don't trust anybody.
Well, no, but if a liar's if
Why
somebody
would
lies
I
about
trust?
something,
Why would I trust a source that has been caught on multiple occasions lying to me?
So, and you really think that multiple fields of science, engineering, and technology are lying to you about the shape of the Earth?
do you believe we went to the moon? Do you believe we went to the moon?
Yeah, of course we did.
Okay, so it says it all there. This is all emotional, Dave. It's just a big emotional attack. This guy's like emotional, and it like kills his soul that he's been fooled for 50 years.
Well, I'm trying to even get on this idea of where he's even coming from with this. What my belief is crazy, but yours is not.
Your belief is crazy. Yes.
Okay, so a spinning, rocketing water ball going at unfathomable speeds through the cosmos with water somehow sticking to it and gases forming together into giant balls and catching fire because of nuclear fusion for no fucking reason. They just come together into balls. That's not crazy at all, even though all of that defies every bit of fundamental physics and gas law behavior.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, no, every aspect.
Can you show me any demonstration that would allow a ball of gas to form together for any reason?
Well, I'll look into that.
Yeah, I
don't know. I mean, that's not an area that I do, but I can assure you that there are models that can predict how it will go. And I
again,
know,
mathematical bullshit equation.
That's where we differ in philosophy.
Yes, you have a philosophy. I deal with facts.
No, you don't deal with facts. You deal with
I
incredulity.
don't really.
Incredulity.
So you think that gases, that the atoms of gases, the molecules of a gas, right? That they actually have gravity. And for some reason, despite the behavior of gases to expand and fill the empty space, somehow decided to have gravity toward one another, nothing else, just themselves.
Again,
And then
not
form
my
into
area.
a
I have
ball,
to look into
form
that.
into a mass.
Not my area. So I'm not going to give an explanation to you
Well, I
for
mean,
that because
my
I'm not a cosmologist.
Martin, my 10-year-old grandson understood this. It's not a hard fucking thing to understand. Okay. If you want to pressurize a gas or have a volume of fluid, you have to have some kind of a containment.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Not in the atmosphere.
Yes.
Okay, look, we're just going over the same old ground, and it's almost
It's the same thing.
120.
Okay, but like there's 1,000 facts. Like, forget about the gravity and the containment. Okay, what about the history of NASA and like Werner von Braun?
I'm not starting.
His tombstone and sorry, Dave. I hope I didn't ruin it.
That's all right. No, he was getting ready to get off anyways. He's just circling back around and around in circles and shit, trying to say that physical impossibilities can be a reality if you can make a mathematical equation to say so.
As soon as I saw that guy, I was just like, he's totally going off emotion. He's a total he's a boomer fucking motherfucker that hasn't got off the wagon, and he gets emotional about it.
I think he's just really caught up and believes that nonsense. Without any proof. And it's based on Bearsworth, it's based on that perception deception that I've talked about, right? Oh, well, some guy that has these fucking titles on his name said this. And some other guy from back 500 years ago did such and such. And I have no idea whether he really existed, but that institution that they forced me by law to go to, they told me that. And, you know, I really don't trust the government at all. But even though NASA is part of the government and all the space agencies are part of their governments, that's the one fucking thing they're telling the truth about.
Yeah, no, and the trust in the institutions, and then the trust in the psyops. And it's funny, like we always say psyops as conspiracy theorists as like negative things, but like, yeah, it's funny to think about psyops in the positive things. We should almost start researching, because so the moon landing was like a positive psyop. And not enough of us research like positive psyops. Like the moon landing is something that like pumps us up, and it's like, fuck, that was great. And so what year was that? Like 1969 or something. So, and like figure out what years all the positive psyops happened, and where it's like pumped everything up, and it's like we won and all this shit. And
hang on, I gotta pull this up for you. I sent this to my son today too. I see you back there, Martin. I'll get you here in just a second. I thought I did. God bless it. Didn't I send that to him? Shit. Oh man, he's back.
I'm back, but I didn't mean to cut you off abruptly, but I'm cutting you off now. We can do some more later, but I need to go to bed.
Right on. I understand. Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down here in just a minute myself. Look at there, 222. I love palindromes. And 88 people watching. Holy fucking God. That's the number for space and time. We get this thing up to 88 miles per hour and we're going back to the future, baby. So yeah, Martin, we'll be like live again tomorrow night, same time, same bat channel, man. Go ahead and join up if you want to. I'd like to continue the discussion because really, dude, I really want you to open your mind up and look at how much of the beliefs that you have are beliefs based on a perception deception. I don't know if you heard me talking to Bearsworth about that, but we are conditioned from a young age to perceive various people in our society with different degrees of reverence, and thereby that causes us to accept blindly information given to us by them without any critical thought, based on our perception of their status. I mean, I'm sure you've noticed people's demeanor change completely when they're approached by a police officer. What's the difference? He's got a suit, right? A doctor walks in and tells you he can be even rude to you. and tell you all kinds of shit, and people will revere him as though he's some kind of a godlike figure based on their perception of his status. So you have to be very wary of that, because they use that as a trick. Look at, I'm sure that you're smart enough that you don't believe in the politics bullshit like so many of these people do, and realize that this is a tool that they use on you continuously. They have these elite inbred fucks that come out. They act like they're one of us, but they're not. They don't eat the same food. They don't go to the same schools. They don't even regard us as equals, but they come out and they play like they are in order to gain your trust so they can have a moniker of control over you. How did you get that? You based it on your perception of them, their online personality, their appearance, and other superficial elements that you really don't have any real proof of. You are only basing that perception on your thoughts and not in reality. This is why so many people glom on to Donald Trump. Oh, he's a great guy, he's a Christian, and all this other fucking bullshit. And I'm like, did you never watch The Apprentice? This guy's a dick. What the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah, but
You know?
but the Earth still is not flat. I mean, the level of conspiracy that would be required is just insane.
How high of a level of conspiracy would that have to be?
Literally, you'd have to have a single monolithic overarching entity that can control everything.
You do.
Well, no, and we don't make a total claim. We don't make a total claim that it's like just flat. Like, who knows? Like, and like, I think most of us do think it probably is flat. But like, even just to bridge the waters, like maybe it's a little bit bigger than what we're told, because the numbers are wrong. The numbers are wrong 100%. And maybe it's bigger. Maybe they're just hiding a little bit of land. Maybe they're hiding
I know for a fact that the shadow ratios for the eclipses don't work out right. So there's somebody telling a fucking tale, at least either on size or distance of the moon.
And so you think every astronomer's in on that?
No, I think where did the astronomers get their information to start with?
Well,
where did they get the information? Hold on.
If there was a discrepancy, you don't think they could figure it out? You don't think they do their own calculations?
Wait a second. Where did what calculations? They're fucking post-dictions. It's repeating cycles.
But you
We've
said
already
you
been
were
over
talking,
that.
wait, you see, you're rambling now.
No, I'm
You're
not
talking about
rambling.
different
I'm not
things.
rambling at all. What predictions are you
rambling.
talking
You're talking
about?
eclipses.
Yes, based off the Saros cycle, which was developed by the Babylonians 5,000 years ago, who were fucking flat earthers, by the way. I'll also point to the fact that the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, by all rights, today should be the Tropic of Sagittarius and Gemini. But they were named during the age of Taurus. Okay, so that goes back well over 2,000 years. Those people were flat earthers. And once again, eclipses are not predictions, they're post-dictions because they're on a repeating 18-year cycle.
Do you believe the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn have the same circumference or different?
They're different.
And how do you know that?
Because they'd have to be.
Why?
Because they're concentric circles.
Again, that's a circular argument.
No, it's not a circular argument.
Assuming a flat map where they're.
I'm not assuming a flat map. All maps are flat.
You don't think
all maps are
10
flat, no, Martin. All maps are flat. All Cartesian coordinates were developed using a plane system, using a flat Earth.
Well, all maps are flat because all maps are projections of the globe.
No, coordinates.
And they all have distortions.
Coordinate systems, the Cartesian coordinate systems were developed using a flat plane and Polaris to gauge the latitudes and degrees of a circle that represent the longitudes.
And spherical coordinates were invented to describe surface of a globe.
Yes, which is fucking horseshit.
Okay, everything's horseshit. Look,
no,
I'm going.
Not horseshit. Wait a second. How did these people use a functional navigational system long before, thousands of years before anybody said, hey, the Earth's a globe and we're going to add all this curvature to it. How did they do that? They didn't, man. They just fucking navigated the same as they do today. This fucking crap, I can't understand these guys, man. I really can't.
Oh, Dave, they can't look into anything. They can't see the holes because there's just so many holes now. Like so many, like the whole sea level. So like if like you're on the continent and sea level and yeah, you make a triangle from sea to sea, like with like 500-mile across. Like it's fucking crazy to look into when you look into it. Say you're inland, like 500 kilometers or 500 miles, say. From the ocean, but then you make a triangle from that city to that city and they're at different, it's interesting to think about it. So if the earth is curved, they don't make anything, so every map is flat because they don't make any curvature calculations into anything. So the elevation, there's no elevation put into anything, and they just say gravity.
Do they use triangles?
No, I don't know.
Yes, they use triangles. Okay. What is a triangle? It's 3 lines, right? Yeah. What is an angle? It's the vertex point of 2 lines converging, right? It's an angle between 2 lines, right? So are lines arcs? No. Do triangles have arcs? No, because then they're not a triangle anymore, are they? They're a biangle with an arc. And what happens if you turn all 3 sides into arcs? Do you have a triangle anymore? No, you have what's known as in geometry as a spline. Okay.
Exactly, which is the distance is going to be way greater than a fucking line. Yeah.
What I'm telling you, man. That's what I'm telling you. And they do this fucking shit, But anyway, I'm going to have to get off here. I've been coming up on 5 hours. That's good enough for me. So you leave anybody with anything real quick? Because I got to piss really bad.
Okay, sorry, Dave. Anyways, I watched Jaren. That's I got home and did some shit with the. But anyways, and then I watched Jaren and Austin Witsit. Their debate on Jarenism with this guy. And
pastor, I was watching it too.
Yeah, it was good. It was, the guy was actually respectable. And I left a comment. I was like, this guy's gonna be a flat earther within 2 years. I think.
Listen. The Globers are actually creating more flat earthers by allowing me to point out the inconsistencies and the physical impossibilities of their model.
Yeah,
I love it. It's great. They're always trying to switch the burden of proof. And the burden of proof lies on the positive claim, which is, of course, an earth with a specific shape, a specific size, a specific distance to celestial objects, blah, blah, blah. That's a positive claim.
Yeah.
Saying the earth is level topographical plane is an observation. Okay? It's an observation.
Yeah.
So that'd be like I say, I can turn into a chicken, and you say, no, you can't, Dave. And I say, oh yeah, well, prove that I can't turn into a chicken. You understand that the reversal of burden of proof is ridiculous because the positive claim was me saying I could turn into a chicken. You don't have to prove that I can't. I have to prove that I can.
Yeah, totally.
You see?
No, I've heard you. That's one of your main arguments. I've heard that quite a few times. I watched quite a few your shows, but one part of their thing that they didn't catch while they were in the debate was he came onto this and he used a piece of evidence to make one of his proofs about what was it, the jet streams, and
put me back down. Put me down.
Give me just 1 second.
Sorry.
I got to piss really bad, man. Hang on. Go ahead, Flo. What do you got? I can hear you.
No, he took you off screen, Flo. Fuck. It's just me and Dave. It's just me. I think he took the wrong person off screen. So it's just this gay guy sitting on a fucking chair that spins. I just got a spinny chair in my shed. Before I was sitting on a fucking boiler on the ground. I got a spinny chair. So 2 spinny chairs.
Man, my fucking my back teeth were floating. How do you get backstage? Dumbass clicking buttons and shit. What's up?
I came up here because I heard you had to pee, and I saw that he was holding you up, and I wanted to hold you up more too because it was funny to me. But then I did the opposite. I gave you an escape.
Yeah, man, I had to. My back teeth were floating, man.
I did think it was funny though that you like ended it, and then Bearsworth kept talking, and then you ignored your biological needs to respond because you just can't help yourself.
Well, I think it's funny, man. It's kind of it's a good exercise in human behavior because you can see when it comes right down to it, it's like, dude, you have a belief system. You don't really have science on your side. You have a belief system because you have to believe a number of impossible things in order to believe that this globular earth bullshit is for real. But you caught us right at the tail end of this, and I was just getting.
Yeah, I don't mean to hold you up if you're ending.
No worries, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's just I don't know the guy.
Well, Bearsworth, did you ask him if he's fallen off? How come he doesn't fall off the edge?
What's that?
Have you asked him why he doesn't fall off the edge?
The other guy?
No, Dave.
Dave.
No, I didn't bother asking that. Listen, that whole thing right there, I love that because you can see ships go over the curve, and then in the next breath they'll say, "Oh, how come you don't sail off the edge of your Earth?" And you realize both of those concepts are just as ridiculous as one another. The idea,
but everything all the other planets are round.
Are they?
I don't like to interrupt Dave or like talk too much when I'm on Dave's show because I'm afraid he's gonna get mad at me.
He gets that tone of voice like yeah, I know what you're talking about. He gets mad at me sometimes too. Not as much as you.
No, it's look, the thing is like they throw that shit at you. You go, well, if you look through a telescope, all the other planets are round. And I'm like, well, good thing you didn't see a bird instead, or you'd figure you were a bird. How?
But so on Jaron's show, okay, look for this. When they started talking about, and the guy, so everything he fucking talked about got proven wrong, and it was totally like bad. But at least the guy was respectable, and he would just change the subject, and he wasn't a dick about it. But like a few times, so one was the HEMO-RE8, like the pictures on like so he brought up the satellite, which this fucker that you had on tonight should have brought up HEMO-RE8, but he has no idea because he hasn't actually done some research. So at least I respect the guy that Jaron had on because he's done research and he's trying to prove flat Earth, which makes me believe that this guy is going to become a flat earther within the next year or 2 years. Because once he does enough research, actual research, he's going to be like, fuck.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
If you're going to invoke things,
fuck Jesus Christ.
if you're gonna invoke things as an element of proof for your side of the argument, it's usually a good idea to know a little bit of something about what you're actually invoking. So, people always, we had the Cavendish experiment. Okay, why don't you explain that to me? They can't. They don't know what the fuck it is. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, what about LIGO? Why don't you go ahead and tell me about LIGO? What is LIGO and how does it work?
Yeah,
right?
and he brought up this video about Jaron and Witsit talking about jet streams and like how it proves them wrong. And he was like saying that it's one of their videos, and then halfway through it's like, well, that's not one of our videos. That's a guy doing a video about our videos.
Yeah.
So it's like a guy that was trying to debunk their video that he got his information from. So it's like, who knows if that guy's fucking lying or what the fuck? He could have drawn in like some lines or like done something to doctor it or who the fuck knows?
I know.
Yeah.
That shit he showed about an eclipse in Antarctica. I was like, when the fuck are you? Who witnessed that? Who witnessed that? Right?
Yeah.
When has that ever been witnessed? Never.
Yeah. Fucking the shadow of the moon in Antarctica was that's what another one he said that's been documented, that the shadow of the moon and the eclipse, it took this path through Antarctica. And it's like, well, who the fuck was living in Antarctica documenting the shadow of the moon?
But if you go to the south of the equator 1,000 miles, and then you go 1,000 miles north of the equator at the same time,
what about it?
Those are they always have these little tests or how you can know that the earth is round, but you can't ever actually do them.
Yeah, that's always, it's just like, well, if you wanted to see if Santa Claus really exists, all you have to do is go to the North Pole. All you have to do is pay thousands of dollars and go there and look for yourself.
Well, you have to ask your 5-year-old son if he exists, and then you're gonna fucking find out.
Honestly, the thing that really first started pushing me towards changing, or towards, I guess, falling out of indoctrination, is the argument styles. The fact that they can't differentiate between an explanation and evidence.
Right. And they always think that a mathematical formula is proof of something. It's not.
Well,
all it is it's a description. Okay, so like if you take a high altitude balloon, as high up as you can go, you get a barometric reading of the pressure, and then you note that there's a gradient. You can't just mathematically extrapolate that out and say, oh, look, it must go to 0 because of this pattern. No, it doesn't mean that at all. You're assuming something and then saying, look, it's on math, so that means that it's real. It's like,
this thing on paper is internally consistent. So
it's ridiculous. Some of the ridiculous shit that I run across. But yeah, I've had a rough day with these. That same guy on fucking Facebook.
Bearsworth isn't giving you too much trouble then?
No, Bearsworth ain't giving no trouble. I'm getting rid of it.
When I came in, you sort of had that like pissy Dave venom in your voice.
Yeah, well, I had just spent the last couple hours talking to somebody who could not grasp the concept that you can't just have a physical impossibility because a mathematical formula says so. Okay, I don't know why people can't understand that. All mathematical formulas are a description. That's all it is.
Exactly. It's fucking crazy that people don't get that. It's fucking insane that they can explain everything.
But another way to do a description is with a picture. You're drawing a picture, right? So if I draw a picture of a purple cow with butterfly wings flying circles around an airplane, is that going to make it a reality? No. I just described something that was in my brain. That's all. It doesn't make it real.
That's exactly like math, man. Math can do the exact same thing.
There's a lot of people in prison right now because of math.
Yeah.
And what they call creative accounting. Okay. If the reality, you know what I'm talking about.
I was thinking of how we all know the metric system.
Cooking the books, baby. Cooking the books. They fudge the numbers and then they get caught and they say, oh, your books are showing what doesn't really match up in reality. I think you have been stealing money from the account. And they go to prison. So because the books say one thing does not necessarily mean that the reality is a reflection of what the books say or what the math shows.
And Bearsworth, if you didn't get the reference what I just said, you guys use the metric system, we use the imperial. So the only reason anybody over here knows the metric system is because they're weighing things up.
Right.
I know.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So yeah, and that all started from imports of things coming in the form of kilos and then being broken down into the English system here. Found out we could make a better profit that way too.
Is that true?
One thing I noticed sorry, go ahead.
You're good.
Oh, I was just going to say one thing in the comments I noticed was sometimes I go through the comments just to check out, like, and in Dave's or in like a lot. I'll just go through the comments and read some, and a lot of the Globers will be so bitchy about like how snooty, how snooty you are, like you know everything, and it's like.
Yeah.
It's like because we've done the research, motherfucker. Like
Right.
we know we're not wrong. We're not wrong, and you
You
guys are
just
so
need more
fucking wrong.
education.
Yeah, but like the comments are like, oh my god, fucking Jaren and fucking Witsit were so fucking like acted like they know everything about everything, and that you're so stupid, and like I've seen it so many times, and
No,
but it's
hold
because
on.
we've done the research.
You're rambling. You're rambling.
I'm sorry.
So yeah,
don't apologize. Tell him to shut up. You're still rambling.
Shut the fuck up, old man.
But you know that's the
it's
thing.
too far. Dial it back. Reel it back in.
Okay.
Yeah, they always go to that, and it's always like, oh, you think you know everything. It sort of like reminds me of Idiocracy. Oh, what are you trying to read those words for? Are you a fag? You know, and I'm like, oh, you're a bright one, aren't you? You know, I was trying to appeal to your. I assumed you were an educated person when I began this conversation, and that you had some knowledge of the topic. And so I just treated you that way. If you'd like me to talk down to a child's level, things drop, go boom. There you go. I mean, fuck. You know,
Can we at least sort of admire how efficient like the mind control process is? Like it's really fucking good.
Yeah, it's diabolical, but it's brilliant.
Yeah, you have to sort of admire it while hating it at the same time.
Yes.
Like, damn, these people are fucking good at what they do.
Yeah, I say that all the time. I say it's brilliant. It's diabolical, but it's fucking brilliant. You got to give them props for creativity as far as that's concerned, man.
I mean, it almost doesn't matter who tells them what. Nobody could tell them nothing at this point that would change their mind.
That's why I like these discussions, because there's people out there that watch the discussion and they see the one guy losing his fucking mind trying to defend fairy tale beliefs, and another guy calling him out on the fucking fairy tale beliefs and saying, no, that's not a possibility, you know? Unfortunately, and this is one that McToon, this guy, math is reality. No, it's not, man. With my example of people that have cooked the books that end up in fucking prison for embezzlement and money laundering and shit. Hey, their math was spot on. It just didn't reflect reality. Okay. That's the point. You can make up a mathematical formula. It's just a goddamn description. It doesn't make it any more valid. I don't know. And this thing about keep wanting to insert gravity into these formulas, and you go and look what that variable means, acceleration due to gravity. They always assume the fucking cause. Well, okay, so you can use an A for acceleration, right? Well, yeah. And what's this over here? The W? Oh, that says weight due to gravity. Well, you assumed the reason again. It doesn't.
I like how over time all these things have gone from being like when I was a kid, all these things were defined, right?
Yeah.
Space was a vacuum, full stop. Gravity was the attraction of smaller objects to larger objects, full stop. And then over time, they just sort of get more complicated, and now we don't even really know how to describe them. They're just very complicated, but they're kind of that, but they're not only that.
Right? It's all a bunch of fucking flim flam and crap. That's what I'm saying. The kind of trickery that they use right there. So, oh, look, it says weight due to gravity. Well, the cause is an assumption, isn't it? We agree that the object has weight. The reason for the cause of weight, that's where we differ. Okay? We can say something weighs 5 pounds. All right? You can say it weighs 5 pounds due to gravity. I can say it weighs 5 pounds due to relative density disequilibrium.
What if it used to be gravity, but then it got Mandela'd?
Could be.
And now it's relative density. I'm just saying that maybe you can take one bullshit theory and clog up the other one with it.
Yeah, maybe we could do that. Oh, shit. Well, listen, I got to get off of here, man. We're going to go on over 5 hours, and that's good enough for me, man.
All right. Well, I already failed at my mission to stop you from peeing. So
Oh, that's all
thanks for
right.
having me up. Take it easy.
All right, brother. Have a good night. All right, everybody. So join us again tomorrow night. Maybe our friend will come back. This is Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Remember, the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor. Get rid of him. And do not tolerate any bahui, twiddle twaddle, or fuck knobbery.